Hello and welcome to Clay Pigeon in Dorset for what is the penultimate round of the Bambino, Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. I am David Sullivan. I'll be taking you through all of the day's action here in a day where some of our championships can be wrapped up. We'll keep you up to date with that throughout our race day, but mainly just after the lunch break when we know what all of our drivers need to do in order to potentially secure their championship for 2023. The shortest track on the calendar, but also one of the fastest for our race drivers here this weekend, although pace will be slowed ever so slightly by the fact that we've had some very early morning rain. All the practice sessions have been out with drivers on wet tyres. The rain has stopped, but the track will remain quite wet. It just seems to be sitting in the air at the moment. There's no real temperature here at Clay Pigeon. I think we're going to need most of our first heats will be out on wet tyres before maybe one or two take a gamble later on in the race day. We start with our second heats with qualifying and heat number 1 yesterday as our mighty Bambinos open the race day here at Clay Pigeon. They've just been waved out onto the circuit, so we await heat number 2 in mighty Bambino. Our grid will be in the order of finishing positions from yesterday from our first heat, and it'll be Ansel Murray, the reigning champion and current championship leader, on pole position with Alfie Garrett alongside Ethan Lloyd and Ralph Martin on row number 2 with Oakley Riggs and Heath Smith on row 3. Then it's going to be Daniel Stangerine and Jude Taylor in front of Harley Bradbury Stretton and Ava Garrett, rounding out your top 10 with Elijah Sang and Junior Wright on row number 6. JJ Williams starts 13th, Etienne Gardner alongside with Hadley Jarvis and Seth State Mackey on row number 8. Arthur Bath and Oscar Maskell start alongside each other on row 9 with Henry Ward, our final runner in P19 for Mighty Bambino heat number 2. And they're just rolling themselves around and into position in that class at the moment. Ansel Murray leads the championship from Alfie Garrett and Ralph Martin. All of them still fairly close on points, but Ansel Murray can wrap this one up today. Although we will keep an eye out until we get to our finals and probably stay quite quiet on the championship permutations, and then when we get to the final we'll let everybody know where people need to finish. Pole position on the left hand side of your screen here at Clay Pigeon. They're on the outside of this curved start finish straight, and then you get the Billy's Bend, which is the first really tight right hander, so that's why your pole position is on the left side of your screen. As despite the weather conditions, we have still managed to amass quite a crowd here at Clay Pigeon. Thank you for everybody that's watching from the warmth at home. We will dip into the live chat comments, so thank you for the few of you that have already posted a few things in that live chat. We'll come to that later on after this opening heat of the day. Thumbs up from the back of the grid. Drivers will look up towards the overhead gantry for the start lights. Bit of a delay on this one, even though they have had the thumbs up from the back of the grid. We just wait for them to get going. Finally we do. Harley Bradbury Stretton in the orange helmet, bouncing in the seat still, and we've got a little bit of side-by-side in the middle of the pack as the drivers make their way down towards the first corner. Pole sitter and championship leader Ansel Murray already looking to make a little bit of a breakaway at the front of this one. It's often the case here at Clay Pigeon. The leader gets through, and because there's a very, very tight chicane at the S's and there's contact between second and third place, Ralph Martin has managed to get himself round the corner, and we've got 2 or 3 off there. Elijah Sang in the green helmet is off and into the wall as well. They're going to need some marshal assistance down at the hairpin to get them facing back on, because Elijah Sang was nose into the wall. No reverse gear, of course, on these karts, and already the field beginning to spread out in this mighty Bambino opening heat of the day, heat number 2 for the championship here at Clay Pigeon. As the field comes through and over the start line for the first time, it's Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin from Ethan Lloyd, Oakley Riggs and Heath Smith. Then it's Ava Garrett, Alfie Garrett, who started on the front row, is now down into 7th place. He was the driver that was spinning on the opening lap down at the hairpin for the first time. Behind them then they've got Junior Wright, Hadley Jarvis and Harley Bradbury Stretton. rounding out the top 10 in front of Taylor, Mackie, Bath, Stangerine, Maskell, Williams, Ward, Sang and Gardner. At least half of those were off on the opening lap. We saw a collection of karts down there at the hairpin as Ansel Murray very quick into the left-hand horseshoe, but not quite as quick on exit. And we've mentioned it a few times this year, particularly with these karts, with them being electric powered. They are very on-off in terms of the throttle application. They get an immediate power burst, which means that in wet weather conditions, it is very, very difficult for the driver to be able to feather the throttle in the way that they would be able to on a normally aspirated powered kart. So very much in the way that if you were driving a hybrid car, or for those of the a little bit more senior such as myself that had a Scalextric as a child, when you were applying the power on, it's very, very difficult to gauge the level of application. So the skill on show here from our drivers, particularly those at the front who have currently been racing nose to tail. Ansel Murray once again very quick into the horseshoe, but then loses all of the speed on exit, and that allows Ralph Martin, who set the fastest lap so far in this race, to close right back up. They spread out on the way into the corner, and then that gap is closed right back in. As in the background, that looks like it's the 42 of Alfie Garrett starting to make his way back towards the front. Did pick up a warning in the early part of the race for the excursion off the track earlier on. Looks like he's just managed to find a way past his sister Ava. He's now back up into 6th place as Murray and Martin at the front trade fastest laps. And you'll see, for those of you that have not seen a wet race before, the driver's not taking what would be the normal optimum dry line for some of these corners, going all the way around the outside of the corner, what is deemed as being the dirty line. It's where the track surface isn't quite as shiny, where all the rubber has been laid down. It means that they're able to find that extra level of grip. So right the way around the outside there are two leaders just making their way into what is the pit entrance on track, and then sweeping all the way around the outside of the corner. They managed to make their way, I believe, past Etienne Gardner. Some of our lap traffic currently down in P19, having run very, very well yesterday. Etienne starting on row number 7 had the was part of the opening lap incident, and he's now been given a mechanical flag, unfortunately, so the race will come to a premature end for the driver of the 8, Etienne Gardner. Mechanical flag being shown, and that kart will be ordered back into the pit lane. Behind the two leaders, Ethan Lloyd and Oakley Riggs are sneaking up on the back of this battle, despite the fact that Ansel Murray and Ethan Lloyd have set the 2 fastest laps of the race. Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin have set the 2 fastest laps of the race. Ethan Lloyd took nearly 0.3 of a second out of them on the previous lap, and takes another 0.2 out this time round. Ethan Lloyd half a second out in the last 2 laps, dragging Oakley Riggs along with him in the 31 in the orange kart just in the background there. We could well have a 4-kart battle for the lead, and as soon as they do, Heath Smith in the 18 isn't too far back either. So Ethan Lloyd on the previous lap, 0.2 quicker than those 2 in front of him. Seems to be really growing into these weather conditions as we approach the half race distance mark in this 9-minute plus 1 lap heat for Mighty Bambino. Run up towards the last bend once again, and you can see the drivers taking that much wider line into the right-hander. Then this long sweeping start-finish. We can't call it a start-finish straight because there's nothing straight about it. It just curves left and left and left, and then you're almost braking in a bit of a curve as well. It does straighten up ever so slightly before the right-hander at Billy's, but certainly on the brakes you're going to need to be very, very brave into that corner. Once again, Ethan Lloyd another 0.4 of a second out as Ansel Murray goes very, very wide. Arm up off the steering wheel, but not quite sure whether that's in frustration with himself, because there didn't appear to be any contact. There was a little bit later on though as they head down towards the horseshoe. Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin exchanging side pods. And once again, the mechanical flag being shown to Etienne Gardner, who hasn't popped into the pit lane yet, still showing us 1 lap down and circulating out on track. Murray leading from Ralph Martin and Ethan Lloyd, who did drop off 2-3 tenths, and he's going to drop off a little bit more as Ethan Lloyd spins out of third place as they run up towards Billy's Bend. And Ethan Lloyd, who'd done all of the hard work, closing in Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin, will drop down now into 5th place. Oakley Riggs and Heath Smith come through into 3rd and 4th respectively. Looks like he's had a bit of a gap then back to Alfie Garrett. So should be able to recover back into 5th place. But Ethan Lloyd, who looked to be mounting a challenge on the leading duo, down into 5th place. Leaders coming up to some more lap traffic in front of them as Ralph Martin pops out just from behind Ansel Murray ever so slightly, just trying to feel out whether there's enough grip on the inside for him to make his way through. Confirmation on the screen there that Ethan Lloyd has indeed dropped down into 5th place as the leaders make their way past Hadley Jarvis in the number 10 machine. Timer down now to 1 minute 40. Drivers lapping in the 52s at what is the shortest track on the calendar here in the Kart Championship for 2023. But also, as we'll find out later on when our junior Rotaxers go out onto track, one of the quickest on the calendar. And I would expect our Coma C50 Bambinos later on are pretty much working, if we can get the track dry enough, that is for the least, pretty much full application of throttle throughout the entire lap here at Clay Pigeon. Change for the lead, Ralph Martin, who'd been lining it up into that final corner as Ansel Murray comes back down the inside. Ralph Martin got the run out of the final corner. Through he came, just slightly off camera, but he'd been lining that one up for a few laps by popping out down the inside of Ansel Murray. Hadn't looked interested in actually going through, but was just testing the grip levels, was Ralph Martin. And now we'll look to find a way through, in particular because more lap traffic in front. Looks like that could be Oscar Maskell in 16th place as they come up, as Ralph Martin there with a gentle reminder to Ansel Murray that he's still right behind him with a little bit of a nudge into the rear bumper. They'll cross the line with 15 seconds or so to go as they reappear round the outside of the wonderful cafe building and race control building they've got here at Clay Pigeon. So we're on to our penultimate lap as Ansel Murray plugs in the fastest lap of the race with a 51.668. Shown as being 2 tenths quicker than Ralph Martin, but that's because he got past him in the middle phase of that previous lap. So even though they are nose to tail, was 2 tenths quicker because it included an overtake. Started behind Martin, finished the lap in front as they head round the right bend up towards the final corner on the track. More lap traffic in front of them for them to contend with as they come through and over the start finish line. So Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin, and once again Ralph Martin has swept all the way round the outside. He's supreme round that final corner, and Ralph Martin will lead us onto the final lap. The gap as they cross the line side by side was less than a tenth of a second. Lap traffic in front, the 24 of Arthur Bath. Down the inside they go as they head up towards the hairpin for the final time. Ansel Murray is going to need to find something special here to find a way past Ralph Martin, because Ralph Martin is very, very strong in the final half of this Clay Pigeon circuit. We know that Martin can be quick round this complex of corners. See whether he can cut back to the inside. More lap traffic in front. Not sure they're going to catch up onto the back. Ralph Martin defending to the inside. Could this be Ansel Murray's opportunity to get more drive out of the final corner as they come towards the start-finish line? Side by side they come, but Ralph Martin takes victory by less than a tenth from Ansel Murray. Oakley Riggs with a 3rd place. And then it's going to be Heath Smith, the recovering Ethan Lloyd, who closed right back in on Smith at the end, but probably needed another lap or so to close in. Alfie Garrett crosses the line in 6th place, having fallen away a little bit from those in front in the last half of that race. Harley Bradbury Stretton, Daniel Stangerine, Jude Taylor and Junior Wright will round out your top 10 in our Mighty Bambino class. Rest of the field will come through. So checkered flag being waved at the post, then they'll see yellow flags all further round, so that's why the yellow flag is waving as they make their way round. Top three then in Mighty Bambino. Ralph Martin, Ansel Murray and Oakley Riggs are your top three. Although it's going to be very, very interesting if this track stays wet regarding the third heat in around about an hour and 20 minutes time, because Ethan Lloyd, before that spin down at Billy's Bend, was absolutely flying in that one and would almost certainly have been challenging Martin and Murray for the victory had he not had that unfortunate pirouette down at the first corner on the track. So on screen there you can currently see our race director Dan Ashton. Normally we have a poll as to what colour shoes he's wearing, but we've already seen them there. They appear to be, well, they were red, but the track is wet, which now means they are burgundy. So we will move swiftly on from Trainer Watch to the second of our three Bambino classes. It's time for heat number 2 in Comet C50 Bambino. Comas are just about making their way out as they've just been rolled back and forth in the dummy grid. They are now being rolled out onto circuit for our Coma C50 Bambinos. Heat 1 winner Mason Hibbert with the E plate starts on pole position. Harry Chapman in the O plate, having won that at Wilton Mill in December last year, starts alongside. Rex Pauley, the championship leader, alongside our current championship second place Henry Algar, start on row 2 with Toby Biggs and Ronnie Kempson on row number 3. Then it's going to be Joshua Bailey and Seb McCarthy with Noah Wicklow, yesterday's pole sitter, alongside Henry Hales on row number 5. Freddie Blackshaw starts 11th with Jack Daniels in P12. Then it's going to be Logan Hodgetts and Riley Aston Wilkins with Reggie Chandler and Darcy Durnford on row 8, William Wainwright and Travis Giddings on row number 9. The grid completed by Ethan Pearson and Oliver Daniels, 20 Coma C50 Bambinos on their LeConte all-weather tyres. So whether it dries later on or not, they will stay on this same LeConte all-weather tyre throughout the entire race day. You can see puddles still there on the inside of the track off the normal racing line. Expect our juniors later on though to use that to their advantage potentially, because if the track does begin to dry and they're on wet tyres, they might start to cook them, and they'll be looking for puddles like that on the inside to drive through to try and just keep the temperature of them tyres down a little bit. So front of the grid is in place. We've got a empty grid slot, which I think we've got one runner who's not managed to make it out straight away and then rolls out of the dummy grid towards the tail end. So currently in 12th place at the moment is currently missing. So you can see there just behind the 57 of Henry Hales there is a gap on the grid. Final runner rolling into position, having not done a warm-up lap. We're away in racing in Coma C50 Bambino. The run down towards the first corner. Looks like Harry Chapman's made a good start off the outside of the front row from second place, and he's going to come through round the outside of Mason Hibbert as the rest of the Comas slide their way round Billy's Bend for the first time, and then they'll have to sort themselves out into some sort of order as they make their way into the chicane. It's often single file in there, although expect them to be squabbling a little bit more later on as they make their way down. Joshua Bailey with a good move down the inside, robust in his overtake. The move done though down the inside in towards the hairpin, and it looks like he could be now up into 4th place. Good start from Joshua Bailey. Indeed, it's actually P5 as two of them in front merge together to catch me out. So we are up into P5 for Joshua Bailey. Looks like Mason Hibbert has found a way past Harry Chapman. So Chapman, who led briefly off second place, is now back down into second place, having led round the first few corners, and then the move done into the horseshoe. Still 4 of them bunched together with Hibbert, Pooley, Chapman and Biggs. Pretty much the top 4 for most of the year. And Hibbert tagged into the back with Harry Chapman, got into the back of Mason Hibbert, and then Chapman goes round. We're also missing Toby Biggs, I think, from that as well, as Rex Pooley is on the back of Mason Hibbert. Toby Biggs took evasive action as Harry Chapman went round and that's promoted Joshua Bailey up into third place. So we'll keep an eye out on the progress coming back through the field as we've got another spin there. That could have been Sebastian McCarthy. I saw a blue helmet going through, and it was Sebastian McCarthy, and it looked like Toby Biggs once again with the yellow helmet could well have been the driver involved in that. So Biggs, who took evasive action earlier in the lap, looks like he's come into contact with Sebastian McCarthy as well down at the hairpin. So expect the top left corner of your screen to look like a fruit machine in a moment, because it's going to go up and down with everybody slotting into a different position. Hibbert leading from Pooley, then Joshua Bailey, Reggie Chandler, Henry Algar, Ronnie Kempson, Riley Aston Wilkins, Henry Hale, Freddie Blackshaw and Harry Chapman. Your top 10. The spinners on the opening lap, McCarthy, Biggs, are down in 14th and 16th place respectively. Harry Chapman in P10 in the O plate. Still only 6.2 seconds off the front of this, despite that spin at the beginning of lap number 2. Reggie Chandler, the fastest driver on track on the previous lap, in 4th place. But in front of him, Joshua Bailey took 2.5 tenths, so 1/4 of a second out of Hibbert and Pooley in front. This battle now in the midfield is where we're going to see those drivers that had their spins on the first lap. The 77 is stationary. That's Reggie Chandler, who was the fastest driver on track, is now unfortunately the slowest driver on track because he's not going anywhere. The kart grinding to a halt, currently on the inside of what looked like the horseshoe. So we'll have some yellow flags out, as you can see. Stationary yellow out down there towards the hairpin at the bottom end of the track. Waved yellow now. So we're not going to have any overtakes there. See the kart of Reggie Chandler being recovered quickly and efficiently by the marshals here at Clay Pigeon. Green flag then at the next post, which means they are able to go racing once again. As they come through. The pack that was there, this pack in the background that we saw on the previous lap, we'll expect to see now. They've really started to come together, because you've got Chapman, you've got Biggs, you've got McCarthy in there. As you can see them, they're just moving up now to 6th and 7th and 11th respectively after their tribulations earlier on in this race. So they're starting to make their way through. Can they close back up onto the front of these? Toby Biggs with the fastest lap of the race now with a 54.2. The time's beginning to tumble. That's 3 tenths quicker than anybody else on circuit for Toby Biggs. Currently on the back of Harry Chapman with a bit of clear in front of them, as it looked there like Mason Hibbert waves Rex Pooley through into the lead at the front of this race. Don't know whether Hibbert feels that Pooley's got a little bit more straight line speed and that he can go with and begin to pull away from Joshua Bailey, as now Henry Algar sets the fastest lap of the race in 4th place. The two at the front now starting to pull away ever so slightly from Joshua Bailey overall. Another kart stationary there, I think, on the outside of the track we have with the green helmet on. We'll keep an eye out on that one. Looks as well that could be Logan Hodgetts in the 74, just dropping down the order. We'll wait for Oliver Daniels to come over the line, and I think that will be Logan Hodgetts. So we're down then to 17 runners, as Hodgetts now classified as 1 lap down. So it was indeed him that had come to a halt. The Coma C50 Bambino engines generally don't like the wet weather too much, although at the moment there's no spray really coming up. Even when the juniors were out earlier on with their additional power, there wasn't really a lot of spray. The circuit is just very, very greasy. As Rex Pooley at the front sets the fastest lap of the race. These were the two drivers on screen now that had the incident earlier on at the beginning of lap 2. There's Logan Hodgetts off well away from the circuit on the outside. Just watching the end of this one come to a close. 3 minutes to go as Pooley and Mason Hibbert, as Henry Algar finds a way past Joshua Bailey. This one isn't done yet, I don't think, because Bailey's going to run all the way around the outside to hold on. So Algar got through for the briefest of periods before Biggs and Chapman are now in 5th and 6th. So they've swapped round, as Toby Biggs did plug in a couple of fastest laps earlier on. As there's a spin, that looks like it's Noah Wicklow from 7th place going across the grass. It's going to drop yesterday's pole sitter down the order because he's going to struggle to get off the slippy grass. So this battle for 3rd place will now begin to close up on Mason Hibbert, whose pace has dropped off in front of them in the E-plate. He appeared to wave Rex Pooley through earlier on in this race. So I don't know whether Mason Hibbert's got a problem, but the pace that he exhibited in the early part of the race is not quite there for him anymore, as Henry Algar finds a way past Joshua Bailey into the right-hander. The same move he tried on the previous lap but couldn't make it stick. This time it works out for him, and Henry Algar is now up into 3rd place. The two of them will set off with Mason Hibbert in the E-plate in sight. Leader Rex Pooley in the orange helmet coming through. The gap closing lap on lap between Mason Hibbert and Henry Algar. Another 1/10 of a second or so, and that included Algar with the overtake. I think it looks closer than what it is to an extent round them first couple of corners, because I think Mason Hibbert takes a much wider line, and it looks that Henry Algar and Joshua Bailey close up a lot into that corner. And once again, Henry Algar with a tighter line, which appears to be working for him. It's pulling him away from Joshua Bailey, and probably the only part of the track where he is gaining a few 1/10 of a second, having found a way past the 81 of Bailey, and he is drawing closer once again, I feel, here to Mason Hibbert in front. The time, though, coming down, 54 seconds of the lap times. Leader will cross with less than 50 on the clock. So we're going to now see 2 laps remaining in Coma C50 Bambino. Rex Pooley starting to open up what is now a comfortable gap at the front. 0.3 of a second quicker as Sebastian McCarthy goes sub 54. Few other drivers did that on the previous lap, but McCarthy the quickest by a long stretch, 53.591. As once again, this is where Henry Algar closes up on Mason Hibbert. Could run out of time here. Henry Algar, he's been chipping away. A 1/10 here and 2/10 there. May well get a helping hand though in front by some lap traffic. Looks like that's the 24 of Oliver Daniels that our race leaders are going to have to navigate before the end of this race. Last lap will be shown on the overhead gantry. Timer is down to 0 as Rex Pooley sweeps round the outside of the lap traffic as they run down towards Billy's Bend for the final time. All the way round the outside, and others behind though I think are going to have to take a tighter line as they meet the traffic on the exit of the chicane, the S's, as once again Sebastian McCarthy puts in the fastest lap of the race for the second time in 2 laps. Henry Algar up onto the back of Mason Hibbert in front. Hibbert with a few nervous looks over the shoulder. Not sure Algar's going to be close enough this time round, and it will be the last opportunity for Algar to find a way through on Mason Hibbert as they head towards the last bend for the final time. Rex Pooley will come through, having opened up a gap of 1.6 seconds since he found a way past Mason Hibbert at half race distance. Rex Pooley wins with Mason Hibbert and Henry Algar in second and third. Rex Pooley already with one hand on the championship trophy here this weekend. Tightens the grip as Sebastian McCarthy puts in the fastest lap of the race once again. That's 3 and 3 for McCarthy. Came over the line side by side with Harry Chapman in 6th and 7th. Couldn't quite wrestle the top 6 off. They're still in the background. There's a great battle going on between Wicklow, Kempson, Blackshaw, Hales and Riley Aston Wilkins. Less than a second splitting all of them, and even further down you've got Pearson, Giddings and Durnford crossing the line side by side as well, 13th to 15th respectively. William Wainwright, the final driver, on the lead lap in front of Oliver Daniels, with Logan Hodgetts and Reggie Chandler retiring before the half race distance mark. Unfortunately, they will start heat number 3 from 18th and 19th place respectively. So it's Rex Pooley from Mason Hibbert and Henry Algar, your top 3 in Coma C50 Bambino. We increase the pace slightly then for the third race of the day. We head to Honda Cadet. Honda Cadet then will be lining themselves up. It was a dry heat yesterday for all of our drivers and Honda as well, and we saw some great performances. Max Taddy and Kevin Ivanoff off in the front row, with Taddy taking the victory. Ed Spain starts in P3 with Ashley Haase. The standout driver for me yesterday started in 14th after a difficult qualifying session for him. Made up 10 places. He'll start in P4 with Jensen White. Yesterday's pole sitter starting in 5th place alongside Ralphie Branscombe. Then it's going to be Ollie Thompson and Cameron Tipping, who shared the front row with Jensen White yesterday in 8th place. Charlie White and Sam Green Gomez are on row number 5 in front of Ryan White and Ella Dixon. White, who finished higher than that but picked up a penalty, the current championship leader, will start on row 6. Then it's Alfie Forrester and Fenton Stoneman, with Samuel Yeadon and George Ralston on row 8, Andrew Sutherland and Alfred Matthews on row number 9. Row 10 sees Jacob Leathenby and Ronnie Legg in front of Freddie Housego and Jacob Cartledge, Otto Amy and Tyler Banks on row number 12. Then we've got Luke Jardine and Matty Prinku-Wright, Max Housego, and the final runner on the grid will be Archie Loveridge, who did indeed unfortunately retire from the race yesterday. An incident down at the hairpin just before the half race distance mark saw Loveridge retire from that one. So until then he had some decent pace. We'll look to see whether he can make his way through the field in these wet weather conditions from P28. Dipping into the live chat, as it looks like our Honda Cadets are having their own live chat of themselves from our race director Dan Ashton. So we'll start with David Barrowman, who says, can we say hello to Andrew Sutherland in the number 49 in Honda Cadet? We sure can, and we're about to say hello to him ourselves as well, as he is about to go out for his first race of the day. OL 26 says good luck to everyone from X-Kart and Braith Murdoch in Minimax. Michael Burke joins us from the other side of the world once again, saying good evening. By the time he posted, it was 7:43 p.m. over there in Bathurst. Mark Hafford's been on saying as well, come on Harry Hurst Grover in the 14 and X-Kart. We'll see him a little bit later on in Junior. Rotax Freya Yeadon is saying good morning to everybody. And we're about to see the Yeadon make his way out on circuit off row number 8. Samuel Yeadon, keep an eye out for the 118, the all-green kart. Keep an eye out for him. Driver on the left of the screen there with the orange helmet on. That's yesterday's pole sitter Jensen White. And they had an early birthday celebration for him in the paddock. He'll turn 10 next Saturday. So happy birthday to Jensen from everybody at Alpha Live and from everyone in the paddock as well. Looks like they had some nice cakes. And if anybody's ever listen to a stream that I'm on, you'll know I'm a massive fan of the cake. Drivers making their way round to the dummy grid. They'll just be feeling out the track conditions, and they'll be going off a standing start for our Hondas. Then we'll move into our rolling start classes a little bit later on before we go back to the standing start for our IAME Bambinos. But after this one, we'll be going to rolling starts for Micromax, Minimax and Junior Rotax. You can see Fenton Stoneman there. The number 48 Zip Kart, just throwing the kart around, trying to get some all-important heat into those tyres. So, drivers making their way round. Parent helpers just waiting for them out on track just to make sure they're all gridded up and ready. Though having said that, looks like Max Taddy off P1. He doesn't need any assistance. It's nice and clear for him. He just rolls straight into the one that has a big number 1 on it. And he's done this many, many times as Max Taddy. Final few runners rolling in. With the wet weather conditions. Interesting to see some of our drivers have gone with a clear visor, some of them remaining with the tinted one, but certainly the clear visor is going to give them an extra bit of vision as they head down, particularly if there is any spray towards the back of the field. Lights are out and we're away and racing. Paddy with a look over the shoulder, just seeing where Kevin Ivanoff's number 50 is off the outside of the front row as they head down towards Billy's Bend for the first time. There's a little bit of bumping and boring in the middle of the pack, but so far so good for Honda Cadet as they make their way in. It's still going to be 2 and 3 wide in the background as they make their way through the S's, and it looks like Kevin Ivanoff has got the jump on Max Taddy, but Taddy's back down the inside into the hairpin. Taddy's through back into the lead as the rest of the field make their way through. Contact warning already for Jensen White in the orange helmet. He's got Ryan White for company just on the back of him, with Cameron Tipping in the Daniel Ricciardo inspired helmet just behind as well. Run up towards the first corner, and Ryan White is down the inside of Jensen White in the run into the last bend. Through they come, over start finish for the first time. Taddy leads from Ivanov and Ed Spain, then it's Ralphie Branscombe and Ashley Haase with Sam Green Gomez, Ryan White, Jensen White, Cam Tipping and Ollie Thompson rounding out your top 10. Then it's Alfie Forrester in P11. Keep an eye out for him in the 79. That boy can drive in the wet, so look for him to start making his way through. Alfie Forrester superb in the wet weather conditions. The track not probably quite as wet as he'd have hoped, but if it was tipping it down, he'd be right towards the front of this field. So if he can master the slippy conditions, he's going to be through. Just keep an eye out for him. There he is, right on the back in the orange colour there, with the orange helmet in the BSR colours. Through they come. Sam Green Gomez goes slightly wide. That allows Ryan White down the inside for P6. He's through. Ollie Thompson and Alfie Forrester up inside the top 10. As we've got a driver dropping all the way down the order. It's Cam Tipping in the 87, drops all the way down the order from the front row yesterday. He drops down. Battenberg flag is out here, and the race is neutralised in the Honda Cadet class. So the field will slow under the Battenberg. So we'll slow it down behind Max Taddy. He will become the de facto safety car. The tyres appear to have had a little skittle down the far end of the circuit at the hairpin as the marshals work to put them back into place. It looks like that could have been what caused Cam Tipping, but having said that, Jacob Cartledge is 2 laps down, so it could well have been the 74 machine with the problems. I'm not sure that he's circulating, and he has indeed come into the pit lane. So Taddy will lead them round. It's Taddy from Ivanov, then Spain, Branscombe, Ryan White, Ashley Haase, Sam Green Gomez, Ollie Thompson, Alfie Forrester and Jensen White. Now, having a look at timing, they'll all come closely together because they're in a line. And the Battenberg flag did come out halfway round that lap, but they're currently at full course yellow, as you can see at the top of the screen, just under the timing that's going down in the top left corner. It's showing as yellow. See if I can see it out of the commentary box window. I can't see the vantage point where the flag is, so we'll just have to wait to see whether we get a green flag as they come over the line this time. No overtaking until they do, if they see it. So all slowing down. The Battenberg flag is out for a further lap, so Max Taddy just bringing them round at a nice slow pace, and this is exactly what he should be doing. Max Taddy with what for me is a textbook example of what a leader should do under a Battenberg flag. The field is pretty much down to 1/4 of race pace. The fastest lap of the race so far, 44.2. They're down to doing 1 minute and 5 under this Battenberg flag, and the purpose of the Battenberg is to close this field up and at a slow pace, which means if this was the corner that we're on where there's a problem now, the field comes through and it gives the marshals a longer period of time without the worry, as there's contact in the background there. That's the 74 of Jacob Cartledge going round under the Battenberg flag. So he is still going, shown as 2 laps down, so I think he's been in the pit lane, had something fixed. But Max Taddy doing exactly what he needs to do as they make their way round this final corner. Let's see whether now we can get this one going. They are in single file behind the race leader as they cross the line. Green flag. This big move by Ella Dixon being shown as soon as the green flag was there, moved up 3 places. So I'm not sure whether that'll be looked at by race control, but we'll focus on what's happening on the track and leave the decisions to those that are off it, as Taddy and Ivanov start to break away. Sam Green Gomez with a great move down the inside of Ryan White into the right-hand hairpin. Yellow flag out. That's Samuel Yeadon in the background. It looks like he's gone round in the 118 green car, orange helmet. We'll confirm, of course, as there's a penalty being shown for Ryan White. Not sure what it's for. Same as well for Andrew Sutherland being shown a penalty. That's flashing. It's not shown on the screen, but is being shown on the messages part of Alpha Timing at live.alphatiming.co.uk/BKC. There, it's confirmed on the top of the screen as well for Andrew Sutherland. The leading duo, who pulled away yesterday in the wet, are pulling, in the dry yesterday, are pulling away now in the wet weather conditions. Taddy and Ivanov leading from Ed Spain and Ralphie Branscombe. That's your top four. Sam Green-Gomez, who made some good inroads just after the Battenberg flag went back in. Ryan White's down the inside of Ralphie Branscombe. So Branscombe's going to drop down now behind Sam Green-Gomez as well, as Ryan White on the back of Sam Green-Gomez as they run down towards Billy's Bend. Max Taddy, fastest lap of the race. The only driver so far to go sub 54 seconds. So sub 55 with a 44.945. Green-Gomez seems to have got that line down the inside perfected. Closes up on Ed Spain into the right-hand hairpin. Then through the left of the horseshoe. Only 2 minutes remaining in this one after we spent nearly 3.5 minutes under the Battenberg. As the field make their way through and over start finish. Taddy's still leading from Ivanov. No changes in all of the top 10. In fact, the top 15, 16 or so still as they were on the previous lap. The first driver with an overtake further down was Archie Loveridge as he recovers from starting in P28. He's up into 17th place, finding a way past Freddie Houseago. Another driver that goes very, very well in the wet, as we proved on the Saturday at Fullbeck. These weather conditions, even though it looks very wet, it's more greasy for our drivers than actual rain. Although having said that, looks like we might be getting a few more spots, because there's certainly a few on the commentary box window, and it looked like there was a few on the screen there as well. So an extra dynamic now for our drivers. How much of it is actually being put down onto the tarmac in terms of changing conditions? How much of it is psychological? The water on the visor for our drivers certainly does look a little slippier, as now we see Sam Green-Gomez out of the slipstream trying to find a way past Ed Spain as they head down towards the hairpin. Spain's going to try and run it all the way around the outside. Slots back in, a little nudge into the rear of Sam Green-Gomez, but Gomez is through up into third place. Ryan White's going to try and find a way through. He's going to try and run Ed Spain out onto the side of the circuit. Spain holds on, and Spain will be on the inside as they head down towards the last bend, and Ryan White has to relent and slot back in. It's only a matter of time though now. Ryan White charging through up onto the back of Ed Spain. 30 seconds to go, or 2 laps here in Honda Cadet. As now Ryan White tries to come to the inside of Ed Spain. White is through into the S's. Spain's going to be slow then because of that on exit, and this is going to give Ralphie Branscombe an opportunity. Branscombe's going to be on the outside. We'll need to try and aim for a cutback, try and get back onto the inside of the track on Ed Spain, and Ralphie Branscombe with an opportunistic overtake on Ed Spain, and he is through. Ollie Thompson just in the background, the next one looking to strike on the 72 of Ed Spain, who was forced wide by Ryan White and was then slow through the S's as they head up and over start finish for what will be the final time before they see the checkered flag. Taddy leads from Ivanov and Sam Green-Gomez, then Ryan White, but there's a penalty incoming for the 47 in front of Ralphie Branscombe and Ed Spain. Ollie Thompson, Ashley Haase, Alfie Forrester and George Ralston are your top 10. Keep an eye out for Andrew Sutherland, currently in 11th. He's got a penalty incoming as well that could well see him drop down the order. Ed Spain defending off now Ralphie Branscombe, who has managed to find another chop and change back. So Branscombe, who moved through, will now drop behind Ed Spain once again. The cutback incoming once again from Branscombe. Him and Spain are going to be tight. Ollie Thompson will look to try and take advantage as the leaders come through up and over start finish. We'll come back to this one. Thompson's down the inside. Taddy's going to take victory though in heat number 2 from Kevin Ivanov. Sam Green-Gomez with his best finish in the Cadet Kart Championship in P3 from Ryan White, Ed Spain, Ollie Thompson and Ralphie Branscombe, Ashley Haase, Alfie Forrester and George Ralston. Rounding out the top 10 in front of Stoneman, Matthews, Sutherland, White, Dixon, Legg, Loveridge and Tipping, recovering back through to 18th, having dropped all the way down the order. Houseago and IAME round out the top 20 in Honda Cadet. here at Clay Pigeon. Back into the live chat as we had to peel away at the start of this Honda Cadet Heat number 2. So we've had Sunbather on saying morning, looking forward to a good day's racing, good luck to the X-Kart drivers and Callum Foster in the 69. Kane Langley saying good luck to Ralph Martin, and Brady McDonald Racing saying good luck to all the Passion karting team from Liam and Brady. Now they should be here this weekend, should Brady Atkin, but I'm not 100% sure where they are. Liam as well, normally helping out running that Passion karting team, so they could let me know where they are. They could well just be on holiday, so we'll wish them all the very best. Hopefully we'll see them back at Wilton Mill for the final round in the middle of September. Dave Canning as well saying good luck to Toby Biggs, and Hayley Leslie joining the live chat say good luck to all the X-Kart drivers. So if you've got some love for some drivers, drop that in the live chat. We'll get to shouting them out throughout our race day here at Clay Pigeon. We move on to another one of our cadet classes. It's time for heat number 2 in Micromax. Micros are rolling out onto track. It's a rolling start for them. Alfie Mayer and Logan Rolfe go off the front row with George Schweier and Leo Livings behind. James Fabricius and Marley Fisher are on row number 3. Then it's going to be Jos Huschke and Sebastian Clark, with Fraser Anderson and Alice Fairclough rounding out your top 10. Soreen Gallagher and Arthur Farrer are on row number 6, in front of Caden Simpson and Fabian Gandhock, Morgan Weston and Elliot Demolo, with Lewis Herbertson and Buddy Hugo on row number 9. Logan Jones rounds out your grid here of Micromax runners for heat number 2 here at Clay Pigeon. Field coming through up towards the final corner. Rolling start, so the field will get themselves into the tram line. Looks like Alice Fairclough might have had a bit of an off on the rolling up lap. Driver in the blue helmet just rejoining the back of the pack as they come through. Into the tram lines they come, and the timer begins to elapse at the top. We're away and racing as Alfie Mayer rails the curb on the inside. Micro making their way through for the first of what will be around about 12 laps in this 9-minute plus 1 lap race for Micromax. There's Alfie Mayer. We've got driver off on the right side there. Look, going very, very wide. The 32 of George Schweier by the look of the 82's George Schweier. Logan Rolfe in the 32 took a very, very wide line round the hairpin. Just outbraked himself ever so slightly. Looked like he managed to hold on before going in the tyres and rejoin, but he's going to be a little bit further down the order than what his P2 start is going to have him as they come over the line for the first time. Alfie Mayer leads from George Schweier and James Fabricius, with Leo Living, Sebastian Clark, Logan Rolfe. George Schweier spins at the first corner now. He's going to have to wait for the entire field to come through the steering wheel, feeling the wrath of the frustration from George Schweier. So it's now going to be Mayer from Fabricius, Livings, Clark, Rolfe, Huschke, Farrer, Fisher, Simpson and Gallagher now then the top 10, with George Schweier dropping out of second place. He'll go down towards the tail end of the field, and with plenty of work to do for George Schweier. So Alfie Mayer leading the way as the field go very, very wide into that right-hander, trying to use all of the extra track on the outside. As you can see, unfortunately, in the top corner, George Schweier dropping down. It will be all the way to the tail end of the field, with the exception of Jos Huschke, another driver that's had an excursion. He was running high up in the field in P7, is now down in P18, having lost 11 places on that previous lap. That promotes Marley Fisher up into 7th place. So almost all of our field gaining 2 places, with Schweier and Huschke dropping down the order. Mayer, Fabricius and Livings. Mayer has disappeared at the front. He has disappeared. He's gone. Almost 2 seconds for Alfie Mayer at the front of this one. 1.6 on the previous lap. He'll be crossing the start line around about now, and sets another fastest lap of the race. Opens the gap up by 2 to 2.2 seconds quicker than anybody else on track by nearly 0.6 of a second at the front. Alfie Mare leading from James Fabricius, Leo Livings, although Livings is going to try and move down the inside. Behind them though, creeping up, Sebastian Clark in the 50. Closing up onto the back of this battle for second place, Fabricius, Livings and then Clark. Taking a much wider line. As they come through once again. And we've got, is that Hushka, is it? Let's have a quick look for the number. It is, it's the 55 of Jos Hushka off into the tyres down at the hairpin. So we're going to have yellow flags out at the post down there before they get to the hairpin. Although I think they could well be in by the time they come round. Hushka, indeed they are. I've just had a look out the window and Hushka once again. So that 18th place will be fully compounded now for Jos Hushka. I think had moved up to 17th just before that, but will now be pretty much classified, I think, as almost a lap down. Another driver off at the same place as well. Just going to pick out a number on that one if we can. Well buried into the tyres though. The 82 is George Schweier for the second time. Has had a spin in this second heat for Micromax. He's going to be down the order once again, having began to work his way back through. He's back down now into 17th is Hushka. Yellow flags are in there, so this is George Schweier. He joins Jos Hushka. There's still a stationary yellow out down there because there was still a marshal trying to fix the tyre wall. Looks like we are green once again though for overtaking opportunities as we hit the half distance mark in the timing in the top left hand corner in this 9-minute plus 1 lap. Then there'll be that all important final lap for our drivers to add on. So Alfie Mare with another fastest lap of the race, continuing to open the gap up to 3.4 seconds is Alfie Mare. You can see him in the distance there, just starting to pull away. Another chunk, another 0.6 of a second. He's already making his way around the hairpin at the bottom end of the circuit there. Some lap traffic in front of him. That's Jos Hushka that he'll be catching in the next couple of laps. So the Hushka pretty much now back onto the pace, so only a few tenths slower than Alfie Mare, but Mare will catch before the end of this race, I'm sure, as he continues to plug away. Not having to park the cart and defend, he can take the lines that he wants to do in these corners as the gap continues to open up consistently. 0.6 of a second quicker than anybody else on circuit so far is Alfie Mare. As the 24 of Arthur Farrow under pressure now from Marley Fisher and Sorreen Gallagher on the back as Gallagher took a different line over start finishing. Gallagher with a spin in the middle of the chicane. Caden Simpson has to take evasive action over the grass, and Sorreen Gallagher now will just have to wait for them to come through, as George Schweier had to do earlier. Fraser Anderson down the inside of Buddy Hugo. He's going to try and do the same as well, trying to run around the outside of Caden Simpson, who's going to have very, very wet tyres having gone across the grass. Buddy Hugo tries to get back to the inside of Fraser Anderson. Anderson holds firm, makes up the one spot, then he's going to try another move down the inside of Caden Simpson into the last bend. Can he get alongside? Can't get alongside, and Simpson holds on. Now it's Buddy Hugo's turn to try and challenge back. So they make the way round Billy's Bend as Simpson takes the wider line. Could that open the door for Fraser Anderson? It does open the door for Anderson. They're going to squabble side by side. This is Hugo's opportunity to come back at the two of them. Simpson holds on, although it could be brief. Down the inside goes Fraser Anderson into the hairpin. Simpson with the chop back. He's going to be on the outside though. Buddy Hugo's going to be on the outside of them both. He's going to try and slot back down the inside. Fraser Anderson though is through on Caden Simpson, and he moves himself up into P number 7. It could be P8 in fact. There's two of them just swapping round, so it will be P8 for Anderson. They'll cross the line around about now. Indeed, we get confirmation of Anderson, Simpson and Hugo in 8th, 9th and 10th respectively. Hugo trying to work his way through. He started on the last row of the grid for this race after a difficult heat for himself yesterday. Starting to work his way through, and he's going to try and move on Caden Simpson, pops out and then tries to find a way through on the 77, rails the curb on the inside, trying to find additional grip on the concrete rumble strips rather than the slippy tarmac. You can see now the track a lot wetter than what it was at the start of this race. Now we're starting to get some spray up off the back of the car. You see the fantails of water coming off the rear tyres. Parents and mechanics there to the right hand side, geeing their drivers up in case their drivers needed any encouragement to drive any faster than what they're already doing on the limited levels of adhesion that are being given by the tarmac here at Clay Pigeon in these wet weather conditions. You can see the drivers just fighting the steering wheel, particularly as they go through the S's, just working the steering wheel. Change for second place. Leo Livings has found a way past James Fabricius with 30 seconds plus 1 lap of this race to go. Livings up into second, Fabricius. Livings up into second, Fabricius then down into third place. As they come over the start-finish line, Alfie Mayer 5 seconds in front and pulling a further gap out. There's not been a single lap of this race so far where Alfie Mayer hasn't extended his lead at the front of this race. The driver in the 15 will prove very, very difficult to beat here at Clay Pigeon this weekend. Won in the dry yesterday. Looks like he's going to go on to win in the wet here in heat number 2 of Micromax. To the left-hander of the horseshoe, this battle for second place. Sebastian Clark in the 50. Just trying a slightly different line to everybody else. He's not quite as aggressive on the curbs, but it's still working for him. In front of Logan Rolfe, Arthur Farrer and Marley Fisher. You can see them coming through there just in the background. Last lap for our race leader, Alfie Mayer. As down the inside of Fabricius comes Sebastian Clark. Clark will then slide wide. Fabricius will put the kart back on the inside. Clark will have to try again later on in this lap, but that could mean that Fabricius is slightly slower on exit through the S's, and he does indeed follow the white line down the inside of the track. Oh, he looks like he was going to have a nibble at Leo Livings there, defending off Sebastian Clark, but defence almost became an attack. And then Clark is forced wide out onto the grass on the outside. Tried to get alongside Fabricius on the outside. Fabricius took the normal racing line. The two of them come together, no harm done. They're still in the same order they were. Alfie Mayer takes victory, a dominant victory in heat number 2 from Leo Livings, James Fabricius and Sebastian Clark, rounding out the top 4 in front of Logan Rolfe, Arthur Farrer, Marley Fisher, Fraser Anderson, Buddy Hugo and Caden Simpson, rounding out your top 10 in our Micromax class. Before we move on, I'm going to see whether we've had any declared results in our previous races. So the 2 Bambinos that started us off, Mighty Bambino was clear without any changes to their overall results, as was Comet C50 Bambino. So the first 2 classes of the day managed to get through without any problems at all. Back into the live chat we go as the winners make their way round. So Rob Sale saying good luck to the Gear Up boys in Micromax. That's from Jensen. And Lisa Shearer saying let's go Taddy, as Max Taddy took victory in heat number 2 for Honda Cadet, the second of his 2 victories in that class. Then we've got David Barrowman saying good luck to Andy Sutherland from all up in Thurso Cadence, and Caden Simpson saying good luck to Caden Simpson, but that was whilst he was on track, so I believe that somebody from the Simpson camp may well just be using Caden's YouTube account. Then we've had Ray Lockie on saying good luck to Ollie Thompson from Armadale in West Lothian, and Tim Winter saying good luck to Sam Stoner in the 38. Let's see those skills in the wet shine. Well, we're about to, because he is out next in Junior Rotax. A bumper grid of Junior Rotaxers will be making their way out in a few moments' time on pole position, a returning name to the championship, last year's Minimax champion in the Junior Kart Championship, Lewis Goff. There he is in the yellow helmet on the left side. The enthralling championship battle that went down to the final corner of the final lap of the final round last season between himself and Jared Fox-Whiteley saw Goff crowned as the Minimax champion. He returns for the first time in 2023, and he returns as a pole sitter and a race winner as he takes pole position for heat number 2 after a dominant day yesterday in the dry. Ollie Wise will start alongside him on the front row. Kasper Tomilewski, the championship leader, starts alongside Ben Horner with Archie Dyson and Callum Foster on row number 3. Row 4 will see Harry Hurst-Grover and Emily Cooper, Amalie Ackitts and Ollie Naylor round out the top 10 in front of Christian Stefanoff and Miles Roby on row number 6. Then on row 7 we'll have Sam Stoner. We'll see what his wet weather skills are like in a few moments' time alongside Rhys Owen, with Marcel Poppercull and James Kell on row 8, Harrison Bishop and Archie Carter on row 9. Ellis Garrett will start 19th alongside Jack Dimbleby, with Molly Pugh and Jason Duckis, Ethan Bath and Joshua Jarvis on row number 12 in front of James Waring and Jacob Anslow. Martin Wright and Harrison Purnell with Ewan Stevenson and Kieran Thompson rounding out your 30 kart junior Rotax grid. Field rolling out of the dummy grid. Rolling start for our juniors, so they'll try and get some heat in the tyres. Looks like there was a little bit of an excursion just off track there for one of the drivers, but did manage to get it snapped in the right direction before it went round. Field will just try and get as much heat into the tyres. This was a part of the track yesterday where Goff started backing them up for the rolling start. You see Ollie Wise in the green helmet alongside him. He'll spend most of this formation lap now looking across at the pole sitter, because he can't go before the pole sitter. They get into the acceleration line, but he can't cross the line before the pole sitter in terms of gaining a massive advantage. If it's a fraction, it's not a big deal, but if he's a full kart length in front, then he's going to pick up a penalty there. So he's got to keep one eye on the track, one eye on Goff next to him as Goff dictates the pace. Into the tram lines they come for the first time. Goff on the left, Wise on the right, through they come. And we're going to roll this one round for a second time by the look of things. They are, because if not, this is the serenest start to a junior Rotax race I have ever seen. So we're going to roll round and have a second bite at the cherry. 25 there, that's Kieran Thompson, the final of our runners. There's the false start flag being shown at the first few posts, then they'll have a yellow flag as they make their way round. Field looks nicely bunched together this time as they head towards the final corner, of which the yellow tram lines start almost immediately after it, so the field will just find their way into their respective tram lines. The pole side on the left, the even numbers on the right hand side of your screen. Into the tram lines they come. Yellow cone on the right hand side is the acceleration line. Through they come. We've got one driver off onto the grass, but we're away and racing in junior Rotax by the looks of things as Goff manages to hold on to the inside. Rest of the field making their way through. It's nice and clean, looks like, by junior Rotax. One driver going very slowly on the outside though. Looks like they could have had a problem. We'll keep an eye out to see if it is indeed there. You can see a few in the background just rolling very slowly. Don't think there was too much contact in the early part of junior Rotax. There was already a kart rolling off on the outside. Looks like they've had a problem. So we'll keep an eye out on timing for anybody potentially dropping down the order. But Goff leads from Wise at the front of this one. It's pretty much as you were for the top few. Horner's up into third place by the look of it. He is. And then it's Tomilewski with Foster, Hurst-Grover, Ackitts, Stefanoff, Naylor and Roby rounding out the top 10. Drivers dropping down. It was Emily Cooper and Archie Dyson with a 2 on the opening lap. Yellow flag there is Archie Dyson's kart in the 22. Well, it's Joshua Jarvis as well, was the driver that didn't make it round on the opening lap with a problem. He's rolled off completely. I knew there was at least one kart rolling as soon as they put the power down on the way out of Billy's Bend. Just couldn't get moving away. Differing lines between the two at the front. Goff tight to the inside, using all of the curb. Ollie Wise all the way round the outside. Goff opens up the gap by 0.3 of a second. There's a kart being dragged off on the inside. So we've got a few drivers. Jason Duckis and Joshua Jarvis, they didn't make it round the opening lap. Emily Cooper and Archie Dyson had problems, although they are starting to work their way back through the field now, but plenty of work to do from the tail end of the field. So once again, differing lines. Some drivers preferring to run it all the way around the outside. Some drivers preferring to try and find grip on the curbs on the inside on what is now a much wetter track than what they tested on this morning in the practice sessions. But all of our drivers had the opportunity to have. Lapping in the 42s at the moment. Looking at the gap down the field, we may well see that the race leader will start coming up to some traffic well before the end of this race. There is a potential for that. There's currently about half a lap between himself and some of the drivers towards the tail end of the field at the moment, which is always the case when it rains. You don't get the same level of pack racing that you do when it's dry. It's a much more tactical battle in the wet weather conditions. You see with the drivers taking all the different lines, you often see chopping and changing. You'll see a driver go down the inside, then go wide. Then you'll see the driver on the outside chopping back to the inside to try and maximise the exit. Having said that about pack racing, it looks like there's a great one going on from around about 11th place onwards, with Miles Roby all the way down to around about Molly Pugh in 19th. So there's about 10 karts all pretty much nose to tail just after the leaders, which are all fairly spread. See Naylor there coming to the inside. He's in the yellow and blue. And then you see this battle behind, which we're about to catch sight of now in the background, which sees Sam Stoner involved. He's in the black helmet in the middle of this one. And then behind everybody else mixing it up, Emily Cooper starting to make her way through there with the red cross in the middle of the blue and green helmet in front of the 42 machine of Farah, I think. That's Ellis Garrett, sorry, one of many, many Garretts we've got. We've also got many Farahs as well on the grid here in the Kart Championship. Goff with the fastest lap of the race so far. That was on lap number 3. Currently beginning lap number 6 and has a gap of over a second now. Opens up by 0.3 of a second. Yellow flag out at the hairpin. Could well have a driver off, so we're going to have no overtaking. Although, no, there's definitely some overtaking there, I think, by the 30. Was that the 31 down the inside of Archie Dyson starting to make his way through, but there was definitely a wave yellow down at the hairpin. Don't know what the issue was, but you can see the rain now coming down quite heavily here at Clay Pigeon, as indeed Archie Dyson gets a penalty. And I think I'd put my house, probably even my car as well, on the fact that it's for overtaking under yellows. And I'm quite brave because it's a 5-hour journey home, so without the car it's about 5 days when I'm walking. But yeah, I think that one was for the overtake under a yellow. Same for a penalty as well for Archie Carter, although we didn't see what that one was for. But yellow flag definitely out down at the hairpin. So drivers make their way through the horseshoe. Emily Cooper with that much wider line, but you can see then it almost shoots her out of that corner on the way round, just finding more grip on the outside. But you compensate that by the fact that you have to drive a lot further round the outside. Now, the yellow flag is still out down at the hairpin because the tyre barrier has just been still put back in place there by the marshal. You can see in the yellow to the left of the marshal's post. Flag is now in as the marshal moves away to sanctuary, but get the feeling that that's not going to be the first time that the marshal down there is going to have to work on that tyre wall throughout this day. As down the inside goes Sam Stoner, as all the way round the outside with a superb drift. Looks like could have been Archie Dyson in the 31 with a full four-wheel drift all the way round the outside. Could have been Harrison Purnell, in fact, in the 26. So, and he picks up a warning at the same time. Quite sure what that's for, but it was a superb four-wheel drift all the way round the outside. And Sam Stoner drops a place down into 22nd as through comes Kieran Thompson in the 25. We caught up with him yesterday, as well as Archie Carter on our Paddock Show, which will go out during the lunch break. Down the inside of Sam Stoner, a move considered by Molly Pugh. Looks like she could have got it done on the way out. She has there in the pink helmet. Great overtake from Molly Pugh in the 21. She moves her way through and then up into 22nd. Contact warning for the 28 of James Waring. Currently in 16th place, just behind Emily Cooper, in front of Ellis Garrett. With 2 minutes to go here. The battle for the lead has started to come back in. Ollie Wise has been chipping away at Lewis Goff, and we're down to 0.3 of a second. Just over 2 tenths now. They've just come over the start-finish line, and this one is just bubbling up nicely as Goff had opened up a gap at the beginning of this race. As Horner and Tomaszewski battle it out over third place, they're still nose to tail as well. Two leaders already down at the hairpin, some 5 seconds away from the battle. They'll be heading towards the horseshoe in a few moments' time, or the two leaders, and it looked like in the background that Ollie Wise was quite close to Lewis Goff. So the field make their way through. We'll try and pick up the two leaders in a few moments' time. They'll be crossing the start-finish line around about now, and the gap's gone out ever so slightly once again, with Goff out to half a second. But I think the issue now is that they are going to be catching up to some lap traffic. You could see there as Goff made his way through. Tomaszewski's found a way past Ben Horner for second place, and just about see in front the two leaders. There they are, Lewis Goff in the 4, and Ollie Wise with some lap traffic in front needs to be very, very careful. He's going to try and find a way past the 55 of Miles Roby, and does, but he needs to be careful not to incur a front fairing penalty, finding a way past lap traffic. Now, he does have a bit of a cushion in terms of back to Kasper Tomaszewski in third place, is that if he was to get one, that 5 seconds wouldn't impact him so much, so maybe he can be a little bit more robust finding his way through, but doesn't mean that it still won't be taken in a dim light by the race director. Goff leads with 10 seconds to go, so this will be the penultimate lap here at Clay Pigeon. Lewis Goff with a pole position and a heat victory to his name already. Ollie Wise has closed in throughout this race after Goff opened up a gap to around about a second just over. Molly Pugh with a warning, and more lap traffic in front for our leading duo. Lewis Goff, Ollie Wise, over start finish for what will be the final time before they see the checkered flag run up towards Billy's Bend. Goff bouncing over the curbs. Now he's going to be parking this one on the inside. Warning for Rhys Owen. More lap traffic in front. This is going to be a very, very tactical battle between Lewis Goff and Ollie Wise. Goff on the white line on the inside. Wise was going to run round the outside, but there's lap traffic there. He's not going to be able to in the same way. Now he gets alongside Lewis Goff. Ollie Wise round the outside on Lewis Goff. Goff didn't see it coming, and Ollie Wise slides through into the lead with only a few corners to go. Run up towards the last bend. Goff tries it on the inside. Can he get the run out of the final corner as they head down towards the start-finish line? Ollie Wise wins from Lewis Goff in a fantastic final lap in junior Rotax. The gap between them just over a tenth, but Ollie Wise with a calculated move finds his way through. Tomaszewski crosses the line in third place from Horner. Then it's Foster, Hurst Grover, Ackett, Stefanov, Ollie Naylor, and it's going to be James Kell, I think, who will cross the line just there in the white helmet to round out the top 10 in junior Rotax. Rest of the field streaming through. Still some great battles going on as they head towards the timing line here at Clay Pigeon. Great race at the front of that one, and it swung in both directions. Lewis Goff opened a gap up of around about a second. Ollie Wise closed it in. Looked like it had gone as they managed to find their way through some lap traffic, and Goff managed to open up a little bit more of a gap, but Ollie Wise closing it in on the final lap. And he take the victory here in heat number 2 of junior Rotax. We stick with Rotax, although it looks like we have got a bit of a kart collection spree going on as Looks like someone was heading across the track there with a trolley, but I think that's going to be pushed back into Parc Fermé, or they might have to wait until the end of the next session, because in a few moments we'll head out onto the track in Minimax. So Minis will be heading out, and this one was an enthralling race yesterday, not least because the two drivers at the front of the championship came together in the early part of the race, and then both of them had to battle through the field. We'll come to that in a few moments' time. It's Daniel Hartley who took the victory yesterday, going off pole position, with Andrew Dixon alongside. Bella Fairclough with her best finish since moving up from Cadet into Minimax, starts in third place, having finished there yesterday. Braith Murdoch, another championship challenger, starts in P4 on row 2. Then it's Tyler Davis and Charlie Lomas on row number 3. Oliver Fabricius, the championship leader, starts in P7 alongside Ellis Dealey. Amy Peacock is 9th, with Harris Roberts, the other driver that was involved in the incident with Fabricius yesterday, starts in P10. So those are two of them still close together on track. Then it's Tom Drake and Maya Simpson on row number 6, in front of Max Greytrex and Harry Friel, with Aston Brown and Alfie McBain on row 8, Alex Lynn and Leighton Kelly on row number 9. And Kelly yesterday had one or two issues. Don't quite know what happened on track, but late last night they were taking the axle out of the back of that number 78 machine. Joined in the commentary box, this is going to be very interesting because I've only got one headset, but we're going to make this work. Well, I think it looks like we're going to put something together to make something work. Joined by Ella Dixon. Now, Ella's a driver that at almost every round so far this year, I've been trying to interview her, because she's a fantastic young driver, but she's got a wonderful personality as well. And her brother Andrew is just about to go out on track in this Minimax second heat. So we're just going to whip out the emergency headset, pop that on Ella here in the commentary box, and then we're going to have a little chat with Ella Dixon. Now, hopefully we'll get some camera time for Ella at the final round of the season at Wilton Mill. So I say I've pretty much made an agreement to go into the kart tech awning at every round this year, and she's either in the van or running round the paddock, and we've not had a chance to catch up. But Ella Dixon, hi.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. Heat number 2 today. How did that go for you? Talk me through it.
Well, I get less confident in the wet. So when the Battenberg came out, I had a quick start and got up into 9th. But then because I kept getting trained into the hairpin, so I lost a few positions. But other than that, I was pretty good.
So your brother's out on track now. Do you normally like watching him race, or are you off doing your own thing in the paddock?
I don't really watch that much.
We saw this yesterday with some of the Bambinos. We'll just talk you through the race, through the start, then we'll come back to this one with Ella in the commentary box. Through then come Minimax for the start of heat number 2. We go green, we're away and racing in the run-up towards the first corner. And down the inside goes Andrew Dixon on Daniel Hartley, and Dixon will lead us towards the S's for the first time. Dixon in a different helmet. He's got a white helmet on. Why is he not wearing his normal one? We had a nice paint job at Fullbeck. Why are we on a different helmet?
He's wearing his old helmet because he doesn't want to get his new one dirty.
Oh, in the rain?
Yeah.
To be fair, I can understand that, but also it is a bit of a fashion snob statement from him there. As Bella Fairclough slides slightly wide, Charlie Lomas picks up a contact warning, so Dixon will lead them through up and over the timing line for the first time. Has a quick look over his shoulder on exit as well. We'll be probably surprised by the bit of a gap that he's pulled, half a second from Braith Murdoch, Daniel Hartley and Charlie Lomas, with Bella Fairclough, Oliver Fabricius, Maya Simpson, Harris Roberts, Tyler Davis and Ellis Dealey rounding out the top 10. So, we saw it with Bambino yesterday. As soon as they're off the track, they completely forget that they're here for some racing, and they just go and do their own thing off in the paddock. And that's pretty much what you do as well in Cadet, I guess.
Yeah, I'm either roaming around somewhere or I'm sitting in the van.
So talk me through Clay Pigeon as a track. Is it one that you enjoy? Where would you put it? We've been to 5 tracks so far. We go to Wilton Mill for the final round. What would you say in terms of your pecking order? Are you a fan of the circuit?
Yeah, I like Clay. It's short, and I like. So it's quite fast, and you get some of the corners are flat out, which I like. And I think it's a good circuit. It's good in the wet, it's good in the dry. I enjoy it.
It looks a lot of fun. I'm not quite sure I would enjoy, particularly in the dry, taking a rolling start into that first complex of corners, because it looks like a very fast complex when you're going in there 2 and 3 wide. You obviously go off a standing start in there. What's it like on the opening lap when you've got karts in front, behind and to the side?
It's very hard because you want to defend and you're constantly looking over your shoulder to see if you have to. And before you know it, you might be getting trained, so you really don't know. If you have to stay on the inside for the first corner and for the hairpin, especially, because people will train you up there.
Yeah, very difficult, isn't it? If you get hung out on the outside and there's a full train of karts that are coming through down the inside and you can't get back in, you can easily lose 4 or 5 places in one corner. That's exactly what you're talking about there, is Braith Murdoch defending off Daniel Hartley into the horseshoe. Charlie Lomas and Oliver Fabricius just behind. Looks like Murdoch was just parking that kart nicely from Daniel Hartley. Then Charlie Lomas, Oliver Fabricius closing up. There's quite a lot of permutations in the championship in this Minimax meeting here this weekend. Is that there's 3 of them still in the mix, and Fabricius needs to outscore one driver but only score within a certain amount of points of another driver to wrap the championship up. But we're going to have to spend my lunch break here at Clay Pigeon just having a type into the spreadsheet to try and figure this one out. Once again there, Murdoch taking a tighter line. That slows Hartley and Lomas as well. That could allow Fabricius to go in. Now, in terms of lines, Ella, we've seen drivers taking the one where they take all of the curbs, and we've seen other drivers that go round the outside of every corner. What's your preferred method? Are you a rail the curbs, or are you run it all the way around the outside and try and find the extra grip out there?
I prefer going around the curb because it does pull you out the corner and it doesn't give other people the chance to go up the inside of you and overtake you. So I think even though you won't get a slower exit, it's better because you can hook yourself around the corner and you won't get overtaken.
Well, we'll see it here up into this corner. On the last lap we saw Fabricius take that much wider line round the outside as all the others take the curves to the inside. And you can see it drops him back in the early part of the corner, but then he catches right the way up again, and then when he comes through these corners he's more on the curb, so he's flipping it from one corner to the other, trying to find that additional grip as Hartley tries a move on Murdoch and gets a little bit squirrely as Alex Lynn finds a way past Bella Fairclough. Alex Lynn is charging through this field. He's up into 6th place now as he looks like Fairclough managed to draw back alongside. We'll see whether the 2 of them are still battling it out in the background. You just about saw them come through, with Fairclough running a slightly different colour scheme. She's running in yellow this weekend from her normal kart colours, so she looks like she's running the traditional plastics on the kart, but Alex Lynn has now managed to find her way through. Maya Simpson, Amy Peacock and Ellis Dealey in the orange helmet. The tail of the 2 with the orange helmet as Simpson and Peacock are battling out over 8th place. Alex Lynn, though, has started to break away. And still with 4 minutes to go, I wouldn't discount him from closing in that gap to those in front, particularly if they start battling towards the end, as we see Peacock with a move down there on the inside. Now, in the wet weather conditions, Ella, where are you looking to make your overtakes? Are you waiting for other people to make mistakes, or are you looking to make something happen?
I'm waiting for people to make a mistake, go around the outside so I can dive up the inside. I like making overtakes, so after the first corner up into the chicane, I try and put the power on earlier so I can get up into the inside and overtake them there.
So we see that as a good overtaking move, and it's one that you were talking about earlier about not going too wide there and allowing everybody to come down the inside, as Ellis Dealey is another driver. He goes down the inside of Maya Simpson. That moves him up into 9th place. If you can hold on to the move, we'll keep an eye out, and looks indeed that he has found a way through, because it's Simpson in the background running in the Tony Kart colours. We'll confirm it on timing around about now as they cross over, and Ellis Dealey moves up into 9th place as Alex Lynn sets the fastest lap of the race 1.4 seconds quicker than Oliver Fabricius in front of him. And Alex Lynn is absolutely charging here. I thought, even when I said earlier on, you know, don't discount him from closing up the gap, I thought it might be just close up towards the back end of the lap, the back end of this race. But Alex Lynn, 1.4 seconds quicker. He's going to close up on the back of this battle for second place. And to be fair, Charlie Lomas is starting to close back in on Andrew Dixon for the lead. Lomas, who's found a way past Daniel Hartley and Braith Murdoch. And we're now going to have 6 karts within 3.3 seconds as we see Bella Fairclough and Amy Peacock in 7th and 8th respectively. So Fabricius has fallen away off the back of, as we've got a yellow flag out down at the hairpin, and could that be one of our leaders? Because there's quite a decent gap. There's only 18, and that's Leighton Kelly off and Max Gray-Trex in the 77. That's Gray-Trex on the right and Murdoch. And with 1 minute and 40 seconds, they either need to get that cleared quickly, because we could be going down to what we could get a Battenberg here unless they can get them both on track. Looks like Leighton Kelly's kart has managed to be recovered. But now at the front of this one, Charlie Lomas, Andrew Dixon, Daniel Hartley and Braith Murdoch. Penalty for Daniel Hartley, not sure what that's for. Could that be an overtake under yellow? Don't think it is, because we've not had any overtakes on the previous lap. But yellow flag out and a penalty for Daniel Hartley. So that's going to drop him outside of the top 3, just behind them Braith Murdoch, because Alex Lynn has indeed found a way past Oliver Fabricius in the background by the look of things. He could be up now into 5th place. We'll keep an eye out to see whether we can see him come through. That's definitely Alex Lynn now up into P5. Great for Alex Lynn, and certainly a marker down if it stays wet for the final heat of the day before we head towards the finals, because he's showing some great pace. He's had to come through the field for this one. These drivers may not get round before the end of as Dixon goes wide out onto the curbs. Lomas would almost certainly have gone for a move there had the opportunity been not negated by that yellow flag. And Dixon at the front now holding off for Charlie Lomas. Ella, are we nervous for your brother, or are you just excited, enjoying watching this race go on?
It's quite exciting. Andy has won here last year in Honda Cadet, so he knows this track well in the wet. But you never know. Oh, Charlie Lomas has got past Andy.
Yes, he has indeed got his way through. So Charlie Lomas now leads. So Dixon, who led into the final corner, and then we get a little bit of a camera black spot, but it looks like Lomas has found a good exit, as we saw Leighton Kelly and Max Gray-Trex look like they were trying to get back out onto the track through the dummy grid. So we'll see whether they're still back out. Penalty for Leighton Kelly. Could have been for the incident earlier on, which saw him and Max Gray-Trex drop all the way down the order and are now classified as 4 laps down. Yellow flag still out down that bottom corner as the barrier is being replaced and the timing is down to 0. So this will be the final lap of the race this time as they cross the line. Last lap board out. Charlie Lomas from Andrew Dixon, Daniel Hartley, Braith Murdoch as they make their way through up and over the curbs. Differing lines between the drivers in front, between Dixon taking the tighter line, Charlie Lomas going wider and just using all of the track. In the middle they go down towards the hairpin, with the exception of Braith Murdoch, who runs all the way around the outside and cuts in that line that you were talking about that you like to use, Ella. They go out wide, cut the way through, bouncing themselves over the curb, round the right-hand bend towards the final corner. Charlie Lomas leads them round the final corner as they head towards the checkered flag. Charlie Lomas in the 41 wins for the first time in the Junior Kart Championship from Andrew Dixon, Daniel Hartley and Braith Murdoch, Alex Lynn and Bella Fairclough, who gets past Oliver Fabricius on the final lap. Ellis Dealey, Amy Peacock and Maya Simpson round out the top 10 in front of Harris Roberts, Tom Drake and Aston Brown, Harry Friel, Alfie McBain and Tyler Davis, the final driver, still on the lead lap, with Leighton Kelly and Max Gray-Trex, the latter of the two managing to get back out onto track. Leighton Kelly in 19th. There's Alfie McBain trimming the grass for us here at Clay Pigeon. Not quite sure what he's doing over there, but I'm sure the groundskeeper will be thrilled by that excursion across the grass. Ella, thank you so much for joining us in the commentary box. It's an absolute pleasure, and hopefully, I'm going to get your dad to put you on a little bit of rope during our paddock walk, so you can't run away from the awning, and we can definitely get you on the Paddock Show at Wilton Mill. We look forward to seeing you then. But thank you very much for taking the time to come and see us in the commentary box.
Thank you.
Ella, thank you. Absolute pleasure to have Ella Dixon in the commentary box. The final heat of the Heat 2 cycle is with us now. It's time for IAME Bambino, heat number 2. So they will make their way round, and in something that's unique to the Bambino Cadet and Junior Kart Championship, they actually come round, they turn their engines off and start them again. It's still not 100% sure as to why they do it. I must go and ask one of the IAME parents at some point, but it does seem very ceremonial, almost a driver's start your engines type of thing. But it'll be Freddie Baker going off pole position with Chloe McGill alongside Albert Farah and William Crombie on row number 2 in front of Harris Barber and Chester Fawkes on row number 3. Then it's going to be James Roots and Ollie Liddell with Darren Dimitrov and Max Joy rounding out the top 10 with Max Mikalski and Leo Harang on row number 6. There is your top 12 in front of Bodie Batch, Freddie Purnell and Austin Anderson, your 15 runners. Now, yesterday in this class there was a big incident in the practice session for Max Joy that pretty much, and I think it's almost certainly, wrote off the chassis. Now, he missed the qualifying session, as you will see during our Paddock Show as we went to see them. They were building the kart up as we popped in during the Paddock Show. We rudely interrupted them, asked a few questions, but they were so busy at the time trying to get the kart built between themselves and Logan Hodgett's dad as well, who was running out the same morning. They were helping get that kart built up. Managed to get out in last position on the grid for the start of the first heat yesterday and managed to move up inside the top 10. So far it's been a difficult but then ultimately great weekend for Max Joy as he managed to work his way through the field inside the top 10 for yesterday's heat number 1. Quick look into the live chat comments just to see if we've got anybody new dipping in, which is great because we've had Michael Burke back in again saying love racing in the rain. Well, so do I, except when I'm actually doing it. I don't mind watching it, it's a great spectacle, but it's always dry in the commentary box and I'm a big fan of that. So we've had Anna Hewlin on saying happy birthday and good luck to the 99 of Tom Drake. That's love from Mum, so happy birthday passed on as well from us here at Alpha Live to Tom Drake. And Louise Farah saying good luck to Albert Farah, who is up next. And she's not wrong, because we're about to go here then in IAME Bambino. We're away and racing. It's a good start from Freddie Baker in the 92 as he moves away from the start-finish line, but it's going to be Chloe McGill, I think, who's going to sweep round the outside in a brave overtake at the start, and Chloe McGill in the 18 goes all the way round the outside of our pole sitter, the 92 of Freddie Baker, to lead them away, finding the grip on the outside, then parks the kart to the inside. William Crombie's a driver in the green, looking racy in 3rd place in front of Chester Fawkes. There's a little bit of contact in the middle of the pack. That looks like it could have been Freddie Purnell in the number 7. It could have well actually. Back to the O-plate as William Crombie goes round, and he's going to have to wait now. The field's so close together on the opening lap that William Crombie will have to wait for the entire field to go round. Looks like Austin Anderson in the 51 has had a little bit of a spin as well. I think it was Darren Dimitrov, the driver, getting involved in the middle of the pack on the opening lap, as it looks like now Chester Fawkes is trying to sweep round the outside of Freddie Baker over the start-finish line as they head towards Billy's Bend for what will be the second time, and he's indeed through. Up into second place for Chester Fawkes as Chloe McGill leads then from Fawkes and Freddie Baker, Harris Barber and Albert Farah, Ollie Little, Darren Dimitrov, James Roots, Max Joy and Max Mikalski round out the top 10 as they run down towards the hairpin for the second time. Almost all of our IAME Bambinos electing to take the wide line round the hairpin, and then it's differing lines through the horseshoe. Some of them go tight, then run wide, some wide and then run tight as they make their way through. The rain now looks to have stopped once again. The track looking a lot drier than what it was when we had our junior Rotaxers out even around about 5 or 6 minutes ago. I still don't think the track's going to dry overly quickly. It's not like we've got any sunshine out or anything like that, but in terms of the actual spray, the water does seem to clear quite well. We're still getting some rooster tails off the wheels as Chester Fawkes closes in on Chloe McGill at the front, and McGill taking the line down the inside off the normal racing line, braking where she will find the additional grip before going out onto the wider line of the hairpin. And for me, it just seems there's one corner on the track where Chester Fawkes is taking the big chunks out of Chloe McGill, and it's round Billy's Bend, the first complex of corners, the right-hander before the S's. It looks like that's where Chester Fawkes is taking the big chunks out of our race leader. Over the timing line they come. It's another 0.2 of a second, and it's here in this complex of corners where it looks like Chester Fawkes is finding that additional grip and closing in on the back of Chloe McGill in front. Everywhere else on the track, McGill appears to have even measure of Chester Fawkes. Still plenty to go though, still 6 minutes, so Fawkes doesn't need to rush this as Chloe McGill makes a mistake, goes wide, bounces over the rumble strip, bounces over the grass. She's going to hold on to the lead, but she'll be slow out of the horseshoe, takes the wider line. This is where Fawkes is going to look for the chop back. Fawkes will be on the inside as they head down towards the last bend, and Chester Fawkes comes through and he'll take the lead from Chloe McGill. McGill makes the mistake and Chester Fawkes takes full advantage, and the 38 will come through to lead us over the start-finish line. 5 minutes and 30 to go, and Fawkes leads from McGill. Freddie Baker still in third place. He's got a gap of around a second back to Harris Barber, who's under pressure from Darren Dimitrov and Ollie Little. The three of them nose to tail in the background. Can Chloe McGill stay with Chester Fawkes, or will Fawkes be able to move away at the front? And now McGill is going to be in a unique position for herself in this race, is that she's going to be able to see now the lines of another driver in front. She's been the driving force so far in this race. She's been the one approaching the corners each lap for the first time, and people have been able to see what her racing lines are. And can she now use Chester Fawkes to drag herself away from Freddie Baker, but more importantly keep herself in contention for the win here in heat number 2 IAME Bambino? As she almost follows the wheel tracks now of Chester Fawkes, she'll be able to see the line that Fawkes was using to close in on the back of her for the opening half of this race. Now she'll be able to take advantage of that knowledge going forward, and it was only the mistake from McGill that allowed Chester Fawkes to come through. I think, in all honesty, it would have been only a matter of time because Fawkes was charging through and catching up onto the back of Chloe McGill. But having said that, catching is one thing, finding a way through is another. But McGill sticking with Chester Fawkes as it stands. Freddie Baker as well, he's dropping away ever so slightly, 0.2 on the previous lap, another 1.5 this time round for Freddie Baker, dropping off the back of Chloe McGill. Then it's going to be Darren Dimitrov, Harris Barber, Ollie Little and James Roots, Albert Farah. And then the only move inside the top 10 on the previous lap was William Crombie finding a way past Max Joy as he recovers back up into 9th place. But now he's got 6 seconds or so to close up on the back of on Albert Farah. Wide line there goes Darren Dimitrov in the O plate. Tries to take advantage of that additional grip round the outside. Start finish as they come over does look a lot wetter than that run towards the last bend. It could well just be the camera angle where I'm not showing the glint on the tarmac quite as much on that run straight down towards us. Looks like in the background there, just behind the 12 of Harris Barber, Ollie Liddell looks like he could have gone slightly wide, and there could well be a way through for James Roots, and there indeed is. So a slight mistake for Ollie Liddell. Sees James Roots coming through up into 6th place. As they go through the horseshoe. Behind them as well is Albert Farrer. William Crombie will be trying to close up the best he can, but it's going to be quite a steep curve for him, as he has to close up somewhere in the region of 5 seconds on the back of Albert Farrer. In turn has around about 4 seconds off the back of the battle in front of him between Dimitrov, Barber and then Ollie Liddell a little bit further off the back, with James Roots sandwiched in the middle as well. Roots with the fastest lap of the race, albeit not on the previous one. He was half a second slower than his own fastest lap earlier on. Lap traffic up front for our leaders now, to them to contend with. Austin Anderson, who had that spin on the opening lap, now sees himself about to be engulfed by our race leaders as they make the run down towards an overstart finish. So Chester Fawkes, Chloe McGill, they've found a way through. Freddie Baker's coming back into this one. Half a second quicker on the previous lap for Freddie Baker, and it could well be that the tyre pressures for him are just coming back in as this track continues to dry. He might have played the long game with setup and tyre pressures, going for a much drier setup in terms of what he can extract out of that kart, and Freddie Baker is drawing up onto the back of Chester Fawkes and Chloe McGill. This could well be a bit of a surprise to the two of them, to find Freddie Baker, who earlier on in this race was nearly 2 seconds off the back of them, coming up back into the mix here. And it could well even be the fact that there's just some more lap traffic that could well come into play if they were to catch it before the end of this race. 2 laps to go in IAME Bambino Heat number 2. It's Fawkes, McGill and Baker, split by half a second, and through down the inside goes Chloe McGill on Chester Fawkes, and Chloe McGill late on the brakes just lets the kart roll into the corner, and Chloe McGill retakes the lead. Another driver wearing a slightly different helmet to normal. Normally she's got her pink and black one on, but looks like she's gone with the white one this time, with the clear visor rather than the tinted, and Chloe McGill now leads from Chester Fawkes. As they go into the horseshoe, lap traffic in front. Will they catch it on the final lap? It's going to be touch and go. Freddie Baker right on the back as well. They head down towards the last bend. Closing up back with slightly just Chester Fawkes. Into the right-hand corner they go for the last bend and overstart finish. And there is lap traffic just in front of them as McGill is trying to find additional grip on the outside, but she's gone too far wide, allowed Chester Fawkes to draw alongside down the straight, and now Fawkes is going to get the switch back into the corner. They're rubbing side pods between the two of them, between Fawkes and McGill. McGill holds on. McGill holds firm from Chester Fawkes. Fawkes is going to try and go down the inside. McGill sweeps to the outside, trying to use it all the track round the outside. Fawkes is going to run a wide. McGill holds on once again. Into the horseshoe they go. Chloe McGill holding on from Chester Fawkes. Freddie Baker looking up to pick up the pieces. McGill's took a few calculated risks on this final lap, parking the kart on the outside, trying to run all the way around the outside. She goes tight to the inside as they run down towards the checkered flag. Lap traffic in front's not going to come into contention. McGill and Fawkes side by side at the line. Fawkes snatches it at the line. McGill worked so hard to hold on, and Chester Fawkes snatches it at the line from Chloe McGill and Freddie Baker, the top 3, by less than 0.2 of a second. It's Fawkes from McGill and Baker, then Harris Barber, Darren Dimitrov and James Roots, Ollie Liddell and Albert Farrer, William Crombie, and then we await Max Joy. There he is in the 55 to cross the line to round out the top 10 in our IAME Bambino class. So that is the final one of heat number 2. We'll be back in a few moments' time for our third heats of the day here at Clay Pigeon.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Mighty Bambino then are already out on circuit there, making their way round, so we will run through a grid for you. It's Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray on the front row, Oakley Riggs and Heath Smith alongside on row number 2, with Ethan Lloyd and Alfie Garrett on row number 3. Then it's Harley Bradbury Stretton and Daniel Stangerine, Jude Taylor and Junior Wright with Ava Garrett and Jensen James Williams on row number 6. Row 7 sees Elijah Sang and Seth State Mackey, with Arthur Bath and Oscar Masker on row number 8. Then it's Hadley Jarvis and Henry Ward on row number 9, with Etienne Gardner, the sole driver, on row number 10, having been ordered into the pit lane under a mechanical flag, unfortunately for Etienne, in heat number 2. So he will start from the back of the grid. Now, just having a quick look at Honda Cadet. I won't run through the entirety of the penalties. There was a fair few of front fairing once the contact, but we did see in that one Ryan White and Andrew Sutherland pick up penalties for what we thought was contravention of flag signals, and it was indeed. Samuel Eden and Jacob Leathenby also picking up similar penalties, all at 10 seconds. That's going to drop them right the way down the order for each of those drivers. Micromax looks at that one. We've got 2 drivers, one removed from the standings for a failure of technical compliance and a front fairing penalty from Morgan Weston in the 27 as well. We'll come back to some of the others a little bit later on, because we've got a race to go here at Clay Pigeon with our Mighty Bambinos. Green flag at the back of the track, and we'll now get ourselves ready for our Mighty Bambino grid to be away and racing, and indeed they are, as they run down towards Billy's Bend for the first time. And Ansel Murray's got the jump on Ralph Martin at the start, and he's managed to make his way through from second place on the grid, as we've got a spinner in the middle of the pack. We'll keep an eye out on the number for that one as they come back through in a few moments' time over the start finish. The drivers now make their way up towards the hairpin, and the leading duo with Ralph Martin in second place behind Ansel Murray. Now, throughout most of this season, those two have been at the front. We've got a few drivers in the background spinning as well down at the the first hairpin before they run up towards the horseshoe as Ansel Murray goes very, very wide and allows Ralph Martin to come through down the inside. So Ansel Murray with a very, very wide line that just opened the door for Ralph Martin to come back down the inside. Behind them, keep an eye out on the green helmet of Alfie Garrett. He's another driver that's been running right towards the front so far this season in Mighty Bambino, but had a difficult second heat of the day here at Clay Pigeon. And so will now try and find his way through, but by the time he's through, he may well find that the leading duo are too far away for him to mount a challenge. There he is in the green helmet in 4th place. Just in front of him, Oakley Riggs. As he continues to push very, very hard, does Alfie Garrett. Has almost dropped a wheel off the track there on the outside. You can see the additional spray go up as he caught the grass on the outside of the track. Didn't do him any harm as he makes his way round the right-hand bend at the final corner of the track. It's Ralph Martin crossing the line from Ansel Murray, still just over a tenth of a second between the two of them, with Oakley Riggs and Alfie Garrett and Ethan Lloyd rounding out the top 5. It was Ethan Lloyd who was charging in the previous race here that we've seen today in heat number 2. Doesn't seem to quite have the same sort of pace just yet, but he was well on for challenging Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray in the previous heat here before he spun down at Billy's Bend. At the moment currently sitting in P5 with Oakley Riggs and Alfie Garrett just in front of him, unable to make inroads on the two of those in front. So this track now just continues to dry. We've not had any rain for around about 40 minutes here at Clay Pigeon. Pretty much since just before Junior Rotax went out, the rain stopped. As Ansel Murray in second place sets the fastest lap of the race. Sits right in the wheel tracks of Ralph Martin as they go through the S's and they run up towards the hairpin. Doesn't seem to be too interested so far in finding a way back past Ralph Martin, who found a way through earlier on when Ansel Murray just went really, really wide round the right-hand bend. This is the one they're coming up to now. Almost went out of camera shot on the left side when Ansel Murray went wide, and it allowed Ralph Martin to come through. Ansel Murray, though, at the moment, with the fastest lap of the race and arguably the quicker of the two drivers, but at the moment cannot find a way past Ralph Martin at the front, as we've had a spin for the 24. That's Arthur Bath. So before that spin, we was in 18th place. May have dropped behind Henry Ward down to 19th, as Alfie Garrett has found a way past Oakley Riggs and up into 3rd place. Big move as well, I think, for Heath Smith on the previous lap. 15th he was, now he's up into 13th. So as the leading two make their way through, Alfie Garrett up into 3rd place, although then now going very, very wide, and he's back down into 5th place. Penalty for Ansel Murray at the front. Not sure what that is for. We'll find out after the race, but he's been at the front with Ralph Martin. The two of them have been nose-to-tail. I don't know, part of me thinks he could well have been out of his grid box at the start. We saw him, I think he rolled forwards ever so slightly and stopped, and he could well have been out of his grid box at the start. I could be wrong, and as a commentator we often are. It's subjective at times, but we'll find out post-race for Ansel Murray as to what that penalty's for. But the problem that they've got is out on track, unless they've clocked it on the overhead gantry, the two of them are not going to know. But really here, Ralph Martin could easily just let Ansel Murray go through and now just sit in the wheel tracks, knowing that there's no risk at all for Ralph Martin. The two of them, though, will need to start pulling away, because what they're going to have is, if they can open this gap up to 5 seconds or even 10 seconds, then that's going to negate any sort of penalty that could be coming for Ansel Murray. So he's got to continue to push now. Even though he's seen the penalty on the overhead board, he's got to keep pushing away, because the bigger the gap that he can open up, it may well mean that the penalty is somewhat negated for Ansel Murray. He crosses the line in second and the gap is bigger than what he's penalised for. Great battle going on behind as the lead at the top 5 just seem to be fairly plateauing. But from JJ Williams in 6th place all the way down to Junior Wright in P12, we'll try and pick that one up in a few moments' time because they're having a great battle. But having said that, it looks like Ethan Lloyd is now looking rather racy in 4th place, trying to find his way past Oakley Riggs in the 31. Alfie Garrett trying to make amends, having dropped down from 3rd into 5th place earlier on in this race, is now trying to take advantage of the two of them in front as they run up towards the last bend. Out they go. Looks like there's a little bit of snap oversteer for Ethan Lloyd in the middle. And you may well now find Alfie Garrett parked on the outside. So run down towards Billy's Bend, towards the S's, and Alfie Garrett, not for the first time, using the additional bits of the track on the outside, finding the concrete rumble strip to his liking, although that has dropped him a few kart lengths. He's gone a little bit wide as Ethan Lloyd considers a move down the inside of Oakley Riggs. Thought about it the last couple of laps, but might need to be a little bit more confident going into their final 2 minutes plus 1 lap of this race if he wants to find his way through into 3rd place at that corner, because he's pulling out to go down the inside and then slotting back in. And get the feeling if he can find a way through here, Ethan Lloyd could pull away because he's showing that he's got the pace. I mean, corner on corner, he's just nudging to try and find a way through. It's not doing any of them any harm as there's some lap traffic in front. This could be Alfie Garrett's opportunity to find a way through as they're going to get boxed in behind the number 38 of Henry Ward, and across the grass goes Ethan Lloyd. He's going to rejoin, but he'll rejoin at the back of the train. Oakley Riggs has now got some respite in P3, Garrett into P4. Lloyd drops down into P5 after the excursion across the grass, failing to find a way past the lap traffic, the two of them, and that's what's opened up the gap between Oakley Riggs in 3rd place and Garrett and Lloyd in 4th and 5th now respectively. Time is coming down on the overhead gantry to 1 minute and 10 or so, but the leader's already through, so we're still going to get round for a few more laps here. I think we can get 3 laps in Mighty Bambino. The gap at the lead is now between the leading duo and 3rd place Oakley Riggs is 4.7 seconds, and Riggs having to go all the way around the outside of Etienne Gardner, and then I think it's 24 of Arthur Bath, sorry, he's trying to find the way through, and that's allowed Ethan Lloyd past Alfie Garrett. So Garrett, who was fortuitous on the previous lap with lap traffic, now finds Ethan Lloyd coming through at a very similar place on the track as to what happened on the previous lap. Now, these drivers finding their way through that lap traffic could play into the hands of the two in front. Ansel Murray does indeed need to start pulling out that gap because there's a penalty incoming for our reigning champion. To the last bend, the leader's already through an overstart finish. Ralph Martin leading from Ansel Murray, still only a 1/10 of a second between the two of them as Ethan Lloyd and the 42 of Alfie Garrett. And Garrett sweeps through on the left-hand bend overstart finish, but then will go wide once again. Did the hard work and then just invites Ethan Lloyd back in to 4th place. Run up towards the hairpin, 2 to go in Mighty Bambino. Ethan Lloyd parking the kart nicely with a kart width, but then that's going to force him wide, and Garrett is once again through. These two chopping and changing lap on lap, even corner by corner at times between the two of them, making their way through. Still the battle behind with Williams all the way down to Junior Wright, and now Jude Taylor getting involved in that one as well, only a second off the back in P12. There's been a great battle throughout this race, but we've stayed with this one and focused on what has been an intense battle between Alfie Garrett and Ethan Lloyd. And once again, Lloyd trying to draw alongside. Garrett's going to take that wider line that he has done. And he's so wide this time that he's out, and once again a mistake from Alfie Garrett. Sees him beating the steering wheel. We've got a yellow flag out in the background at the S's. Keep an eye out, see whether that's still out, but we are on to our final lap for our two leaders, and down the inside through the lap traffic goes Ansel Murray, and they're making their way through. Where's the 32 of Ralph Martin gone? We're not sure we've seen that one on the camera. Could that be what the yellow flag was? Out of the final corner, and Ansel Murray is going to come through to take the checkered flag. There he is in the one plate. Keep an eye out in the top corner for Ralph Martin. There he comes through now, 3.4 seconds down in second place. And a lot slower on that final lap for Ralph Martin. That could well be what the yellow flag was for, although he was back on track by the time we got round to there. But Ansel Murray, on the track at least, takes victory, although we know that he's going to have that penalty incoming, so that could well see Ralph Martin promoted back to the top of the pile in My T Bambino. Then it's Oakley Riggs and Ethan Lloyd, Alfie Garrett and JJ Williams in front of Daniel Stangerian, Elijah Sang, Harley Bradbury Stretton and Ava Garrett, rounding out your top 10 in My T Bambino. So we move on swiftly, this time to Coma C50 Bambino. Rex Pooley and Mason Hibbert on the front row, as they were in heat number 2, because we're starting as we finish, with Henry Algar and Joshua Bailey on row number 2, with Toby Biggs and Harry Chapman on row number 3. Then it's Sebastian McCarthy and Noah Wicklow, Ronnie Kempston and Freddie Blackshaw, with Henry Hales and Riley Aston Wilkins on row number 6. Pearson and Travis Giddings. Then it'll be Darcy Durnford and William Wainwright, Oliver Daniels and Logan Hodges on row 9. Reggie Chandler, who retired from the previous race, and Jack Daniels from the start, rolling down to 19 runners. Now, the front there, just in the background, the 13 of Rex Pooley, looks like they're struggling to get that kart started, and they're going to need to, because that is your championship leader and champion-elect in Coma C50 Bambino in the 31, and the field is going out of the dummy grid. Rex Pooley, head in his hands here in Coma C50 Bambino. The driver that could have racked up the championship here this weekend is currently sat in the dummy grid. The kart going nowhere. Other parents are running over to help. We've got drivers round. We've got Noah Wicklow contact. And we've got drivers all facing the wrong way on the way out on what is now a very, very wet track. The rain coming down here once again at Clay Pigeon. Not sure whether we've managed to get the car out of Rex Pooley, out of the dummy grid. Doesn't look like there's a frantic rush down there anymore. It's still there. They're just bent down behind the barrier. We can't see them out of the commentary box. 2 or 3 other parents from competitors helping out, which is great to see, just to try and get Rex Pooley back out, particularly because those parents are needed actually out on the grid to get their own drivers into position. So great to see the assistance going on. But Rex Pooley, he's got about 30 seconds to roll out onto the back of this Coma C50 Bambino grid. The kart's still stationary down there at the moment. Plug is out of the top of it. That's going to get put back in. Need to wind that back in to get the spark plug back in. Just giving it a quick clean to see if that is what we can do. But at the moment, the P1 berth of Rex Pooley is empty at the moment, and he will need to get out on track just if he's got to get some points in the next 10 or 15 seconds or so. Still winding it all back in. Can they give it one final go to get that 31 out? Driver still in the seat, and the kart has been started. Looked like it rolled forward. Rex Pooley's back in this one. He's going to roll onto the back of the grid here in Coma Bambino, and Rex Pooley will have an opportunity to pick up some points. Got another driver just being rolled off to the inside. That looks like that's the 99 Riley Aston Wilkins kart. Is not going to start either. Driver being taken out of that one, up and over the barrier. Kart is, what we're about to see here is how light Coma C50 Bambinos are, because that's just going to get manhandled straight up and over the barrier. You see sometimes parents do it as a oneer. They weigh about 40 kilos at most, the Coma C50 Bambino, so if you're feeling big and strong, you can definitely lift one up. So, drama before this one's even started. Green light is out. We're away and racing in Coma C50 Bambino, as Joshua Bailey makes a great start down the inside off the second row, down the inside of Mason Hibbert. Harry Chapman's going to be there on the inside as well. And Chapman indeed will lead them through in the second of the yellow karts, but the driver with the yellow helmet rather than the white one of Joshua Bailey is through. We've got a yellow flag in the background, driver round with the green helmet. We'll keep an eye out on timing as to who that is. You too can keep an eye out on timing as we've got Rex Pooley round. So the drama for Pooley not over, and he's beached on the curb on the inside, trying to roll it back. Seb McCarthy in the 56ers round as well, down at the hairpin. And Coma C50 Bambino has been intense before we've even really got going, with drama on the dummy grid, drama on the opening lap. And if you want to keep an eye out on your timing, you can at live.alphatiming.co.uk/BKC. Over the line for the first time, it's Chapman from Mason Hibbert and Joshua Bailey and Toby Biggs, all nose to tail, 0.4 of a second between the top four drivers, Henry Algar and Noah Wicklow, Freddie Blackshaw and Ronnie Kempson. Then it's Ethan Pearson and Henry Hales. Great opening lap for Pearson. He's moved up a chunk of places, as has Reggie Chandler, who came off the back row of the grid in the 77. He makes up 6, having retired from the first race of the day here, heat number 2. Down the inside goes Toby Biggs, as does Mason Hibbert. All change at the front. Hibbert then leads as there's a change in the top 2 and then a change for third place. Biggs is going to try and drive all the way round the outside, and does indeed. Chapman's going to... You know, earlier when Ella Dixon was in, she was talking about the train. Well, it's just happened there to Harry Chapman. He just went on the outside and could not get back in. And he's been freight trained by the field, and he drops from second down into 4th place. He's now under pressure from Henry Algar in P5. Noah Wicklow, Freddie Blackshaw, Ronnie Kempson, Ethan Pearson and Henry Hales. Front of Darcy Durnford, William Wainwright, as there's more contact in the background. Looked like there was Henry Algar squeezing Harry Chapman tight to the inside. Chapman, though, manages to hold on as Joshua Bailey is up into 2nd place, finding a way past Mason Hibbert. At the front, though, Toby Biggs is beginning to open up a little bit of a gap, because Hibbert and Bailey are battling out over 2nd place, playing into the hands of the 66 of Toby Biggs. Moving away, the gap is roughly on screen. It says 1/10 of a second, but it's going to be around about a full second, I think, for your race leader Toby Biggs as they come over the start-finish line. And see how much the drivers battling behind has played into the hand. 1.1 seconds, a contact warning for Henry Algar. That could have been with Harry Chapman down at this corner on the previous lap as he tried to find a way through. Noah Wicklow on the background now. We've got a 6-car battle for the lead, although really it's only 5 for 2nd place because Toby Biggs is comfortable at the front at the moment in Coma C50 Bambino as they run up towards the hairpin differing lines. Joshua Bailey sweeping all the way round the outside. And Toby Biggs with 1 win to his name so far this season in a heat. That came in heat number 3 at round number 3 at Landau. He's looking to double his tally for the season at the moment as they make their way through. It was 1.1 on the previous lap. It could be well out again. It's 1.5, and Toby Biggs turning the screw at the front of this race, just opening up a gap. Henry Algar now is going to find a way past Harry Chapman. He's tried it for the last couple of laps. In fact, he's not. Him and Chapman are still chopping and changing in the middle of the S as Chapman will be very, very slow on exit. We'll keep an eye out for where they are as Henry Algar now comes down the inside. Joshua Bailey all the way around the outside once again on Mason Hibbert as they run up towards the horseshoe, and it looks like Harry Chapman has managed to find a way back through on Henry Algar. He has. Those two battling out over 4th and 5th as the 21 is stationary. That's William Wainwright out of 12th place, arm up in the air, waiting for some marshal assistance for himself. That looks like that's on the outside of the S's as our field come up towards that complex of corners now. Henry Algar moving out and passing Harry Chapman over start finish. There's a stationary yellow just as they came round the corner, but I think Algar was through at the time. Could have well been alongside still. Noah Wicklow still in 6th place with Freddie Blackshaw, Ronnie Kempson and Ethan Pearson, with Henry Hales rounding out your top 10. As Joshua Bailey goes wide out onto the rumble strips. Mistake from Bailey, and that's going to allow Mason Hibbert to come in. Bailey, who's taken that wider line every single lap, takes a slightly wider line, runs out onto the outside of the track. The rain continuing to come down here at Clay Pigeon, and that's going to allow Mason Hibbert to come through as Joshua Bailey slides wide out onto the rumble strip. Keep an eye out in the background because I don't think I saw any yellow. I didn't. Harry Chapman's gone missing from P5. Henry Algar and Noah Wicklow are up, and Wicklow closing in. Harry Chapman, keep an eye on the top left corner to see how far he drops down the order. See whether he's crossed the line. He has, just in front of Freddie Blackshaw with a lap of 1 minute 0.7. So Harry Chapman, and he's picked up a warning as well. So Harry Chapman losing 4 seconds and a place at least, drops himself down into P number 6, and a lot of work to do now to close in the 4-second gap to Noah Wicklow, who closed in 0.3 of a second on that. Henry Algar was 1.2 slower as well, so it looks like Chapman and Algar have continued their race-long argument over tarmac. Yellow flag at the final corner, as we've got a driver off on the outside there, slid wide into the tyres. Marshall can't cross the track yet to help because we've got a train of karts coming through from Ronnie Kempson all the way down to Darcy Durnford in 13th. And contact between Mason Hibbert and Joshua Bailey. Bailey turns Hibbert round. Bailey with the arm up for an apology, but through for second place comes Henry Algar. Hibbert then down into third. Noah Wicklow inherits fourth, and Joshua Bailey will drop down into P5. Mason Hibbert inherits second place as there's contact into the Billy's Bend between Mason Hibbert and Joshua Bailey. And Henry Algar then now up into second place. Out at the front, just a reminder to everybody, is Toby Biggs. It's very easy to forget that he's still in this race because he's 5 seconds down the road, gaining no TV time whatsoever as he continues to pump in lap after lap, and once again sets the fastest lap of the race this time, a second quicker than anybody else on track so far. At the front is Toby Biggs. The gap out to 8.5 seconds as there's the kart being put over the barrier of Jack Daniels in the 16. He slid wide off on the outside into the tyres. Joshua Bailey trying to find the way past Noah Wicklow. So he's going to go down the inside despite the fact that he's favoured the outside for the entirety of the race. So proving that he can do the move down the inside. Wicklow back through in third, into fourth place. So Bailey going to have to try something new. Henry Algar and Mason Hibbert second and third. Can Hibbert close in then on Algar now? Having dropped out of second place earlier on, gap as they come over the line closed down by a little over 1/10 of a second. As they come through, that's Toby Biggs already going through the shot. The gap out to 9 seconds at the front, with now Henry Algar, Mason Hibbert, the gap coming down slightly, but this will be the penultimate lap in Coma C50. Left hand at the horseshoe. Differing lines once again as Henry Algar takes the wider one. Mason Hibbert closing right up as they take differing lines through the corners. Out of the final corner, Toby Biggs has already started the final lap of his race, some 10 seconds or so in front of the rest of the field. Chapman starting to try and come back through, but he'll run out of time from 6th place. Freddie Blackshaw closing him down. Rex Pooley's up into 9th place, as is Sebastian McCarthy in 10th, which has become 8th this time over the line and 9th respectively, as they've managed to find their way past Ronnie Kempson as they run up towards the hairpin. And Henry Algar goes wide, and Algar into a spin. He tried to carry too much speed. The back end came round on him, and Noah Wicklow and Joshua Bailey are going to come through on Henry Algar. And Bailey might get two here because he's going to be down the inside of Noah Wicklow. Out of the final corner though, will be coming your race leader, Toby Biggs. He's going to come through. He's already over the line. He's so far in front. And Toby Biggs in the 66 takes the checkered flag and victory and sets the fastest lap on the final lap as well from Mason Hibbert. And it's going to be Noah Wicklow in front of Joshua Bailey in third and fourth. Henry Algar and Harry Chapman round out the top six in front of Freddie Blackshaw, Rex Pooley and Sebastian McCarthy in 8th and 9th respectively, with Ethan Pearson rounding out the top 10 in our Coma C50 Bambino class. Rest of the field still coming through. Logan Hodgetts finding a way past Darcy Durnford and Travis Giddings on the final lap. Looks like they had a bit of an excursion with each other because they've dropped well down the order and at a time some 6 seconds slower than their best laps on the final laps, down in the 103s for Durnford and Giddings. Hence why Logan Hodgetts moved his way through up into 13th place at the checkered flag. So Coma C50 making their way off. Already in the background out the commentary box, you can hear the low rumble of 4-stroke Honda engines. So Honda Cadet will be out in a few moments' time for start of their third heat. It's Max Taddy and Kevin Ivanoff on the front row, with Sam Green Gomez and Ed Spain on row 2. Ollie Thompson and Ralphie Branscombe are on row number 3. Then it's going to be Ashley Haase and Alfie Forrester in front of George Ralston and Jensen White, with Ella Dixon and Archie Loveridge on row number 6. Row 7, then we'll see Fenton Stoneman and Alfred Matthews, with Ryan White and Ronnie Legg, with Freddie Housigo and Otto AAME on row number 9. Row 10 sees Andrew Sutherland and Cameron Tipping rounding out your top 20 in front of Matty Prinku-Wright, Charlie White, Luke Jardine and Tyler Banks on row 12. Then it's Samuel Yeadon and Max Housigo, Jacob Leathenby and Jacob Cartledge completing your 28 kart Honda grid. Just having a quick look into the live chat once again. Max Collinson on saying hello and saying good racing today. Hope it's as good when his brother Jack competes next week at Kart Masters, which will be an event covered, of course, by Alpha Live. So plenty going on the network as we've got one of the Housigos going slowly there. Don't know if they've got a problem or there was just a little bit of contact, but that kart looks like it could be rolling to a halt at the chicane. There it is. That's the 69 machine of Freddie Housigo. He's having a quick look down. Marshall running over to help. Naturally frustrated as he has a quick look down there at that kart. If he can get it started and rolled round, I'm sure they will, and he'll be able to join the tail of this grid, but he's only going to have 20 seconds or so to get that kart round and into position. So quick look at some, and if we had any other results declared so far. Junior Rotax is in from Heat 2 with a few front pairing penalties coming in, and Archie Carter's and Archie Dyson's flag things that we picked up earlier on. Have a look at my T Bambino, see if that's been declared for Heat number 3 yet, because we know that potentially it hasn't, but we know Ralph Martin was picking up a penalty and he's in the mix for the championship, so we'll keep an eye out on that one as well. Max Taddy at the front on the left side as Housigo's kart is being pushed off. Marshall unable to assist in getting that one started, so looks like we've got a problem with Housigo and he's going to miss out on heat number 3. I think we've had a green flag from the back, so we now just await the rise in engine notes for our Hondas. There's the green at the back, 5-second board being shown to our drivers, and we are away and racing in Honda Cadet here as Kevin Ivanoff and Max Taddy make the run down towards the first corner, and it looked like Ivanoff had the march there, but then Taddy had a bit of a helping hand through by Ed Spain, who helped him with a little bit of a nudge to find his way back through, and Ed Spain then drops down into 3rd place, having held off Kevin Ivanoff in the early part of that corner. See the spray now as they run down towards the hairpin. Looks like we've lost that camera briefly, but we'll cut to the next one as the field make their way through. Everybody nicely through the horseshoe and the hairpin at the first time of asking. Still 3 wide in the middle of the pack on the exit of the horseshoe, round the right-hand bend and up towards the last bend. Just this second of the 2 right-handers to end the lap here as they cross the line for the first time. It's Max Taddy from Kevin Ivanoff and Sam Green-Gomez. Ollie Thompson with a great start, moves himself up a number of places up into 4th place. Then it's Ed Spain, Ralphie Branscombe and Ashley Haase, George Ralston, Alfie Forrester and Jensen White rounding out the top 10 in our Honda Cadet as they make their way up towards the hairpin lap 2. And the spray now is getting to a point where it's going to be causing real vision issues for some of our drivers, and the lines are going to be very, very different to what they were earlier when the track was just a little bit greasy. They're really going to be having to search for the grip all on the outside. You can even see now on the screen just how wet things are in this one. The spray just being shot up, which is why at the front your race leader is able to try and pull away because he's not got that spray. Sam Green-Gomez, fastest lap of the race, and he's up into 2nd place as well now in front of Kevin Ivanoff, Ollie Thompson and Ed Spain. Ralphie Branscombe, George Ralston up into 7th place. Ashley Haase, Ryan White and Alfred Matthews are your top 10. As the field try and make their way through the horseshoe. Ollie Thompson in the blue helmet, a new name to the championship, but not a new name to Honda Cadet Racing. Has contested other championships throughout the year, but joins us here for the first time at Clay Pigeon and inserts himself right in the mix at the front of this Honda Cadet class and sets the fastest lap of the race at the same time. In the blue helmet there in the LM Motorsport colours on his kart as well, number 18. Bouncing over the curbs on the back of Kevin Ivanoff with the Red Bull inspired helmet just in front of him in the Synergy colours. As down the inside goes Sam Green-Gomez, trying to find a way past Max Taddy, and Sam Green-Gomez for the first time in the Cadet Kart Championship will lead a race in 2023. Through comes the 76 on Max Taddy. Taddy with a look over the shoulder now, trying to defend off Kevin Ivanoff as they run down towards the last bend, and Sam Green-Gomez in the yellow and blue will lead the field through an over start finish. We're not even at half race distance and it's still nose to tail. A warning for Sam Green-Gomez as well, and did look like Taddy was showing a little bit of frustration in the run up towards the hairpin, so I don't know if that had anything to do with that, as Ryan White now sets the fastest lap of the race in P7. He's going to try and find his way back up onto this train of karts as Taddy's back down the inside of Sam Green-Gomez. He's going to have to defend now off from Kevin Ivanoff, and in the background you've got Ollie Thompson coming down the inside as well on Ivanoff. He's up into 3rd place. Ed Spain trying to slot in. Ralphie Branscombe in the pink and green helmet not too far off the back either. The top 6 chopping and changing. Ryan White, the championship leader behind in 7th place, will be loving the sight of this because it's going to play right into his hands as Ed Spain pulls out behind Ollie Thompson, trying to get some clear vision in that run up towards Billy's Bend. 5 minutes on the clock still, 4 in the bag. Max Taddy leads from Sam Green-Gomez and Ollie Thompson, Kevin Ivanoff and Ed Spain, Ralphie Branscombe and then Ryan White. Down the inside of Ivanoff comes Ed Spain. Great move. Ryan White's going to, in the background, is going to be loving this because they're just playing into the hands. He was almost a second off the back of them at the start of this lap, and he's right up on the back now. Ralphie Branscombe's going to take advantage as well as they move up onto the back of the 2 in front. Ed Spain up into 4th, Ivanoff down into P5. The top 3 starting to break away ever so slightly as they battle behind Taddy, Sam Green-Gomez and Ollie Thompson. That's your top 3 as Ryan White pumps in another fastest lap in P7 up onto the back of Ralphie Branscombe. He comes. There he is. Just right on the background. Takes a really late line and it's a tight one in as he draws alongside Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe's going to hold off as Green-Gomez is back down the inside of Max Taddy into the horseshoe. He's going to go wide. Taddy's going to look for the cutback, but he might find Ollie Thompson. Parks his kart where he wants to be, and Sam Green-Gomez holding on now to the lead once again. He found a way through on Taddy. Taddy got it back up into the hairpin almost a lap later, and Taddy's going to get it back into the first corner at Billy's once again. I think this time as Sam Green Gomez sweeps round the outside to hold on from Max Taddy, and that's going to slow Taddy, and Taddy could be a victim here of a train of karts coming down the inside. Down the inside goes Ollie Thompson. Down the inside goes Ed Spain as well. 3 wide on exit as they head up towards the horseshoe. And they're battling it out still. Thompson's going to try and run it all the way around the outside. Taddy is uncompromising. And now it's going to be Thompson who's slow. And Ryan White's going to come to the inside of Kevin Ivanoff. And White has found a way past Branscombe. And he's found a way past Ivanoff as well. Taddy with a contact warning. And out at the front, Sam Green Gomez has got a gap of 0.8 of a second to the pack battling behind. Ollie Thompson in third, Ed Spain in fourth, with Ryan White, Kevin Ivanoff, Ralphie Branscombe, and then a little further back, George Ralston under pressure from Alfred Matthews in 8th place. Move down the inside there, is that Branscombe finding a way through on Kevin Ivanoff. That move uncompromising as well by Branscombe, using all of the tarmac. Ollie Thompson tries to move down the inside of Ryan White, who is up into 3rd place from P5 at the start of the lap. Ed Spain, 2, has dropped to place, at least to Ryan White, although I think he's found a way past Ollie Thompson, which will mean he's still in 4th place. Over the line they come then, Ryan White up into P3 with Max Taddy just in front of him. Ryan White another fastest lap as he closes in on Max Taddy in front of him. At the front, Sam Green Gomez has got a gap of a second. He's opened it up by another 0.2. And now all he wants, even though he's not got any mirrors, be for Max Taddy and Ryan White to be battling it out over 2nd place. 2 drivers towards the front of this championship. And Ryan White looks very, very quick round that last bend. He's using it to close right up on the back of Max Taddy, a 1/4 of a second quicker on the previous lap. He's going to try and get the switch back now as Taddy goes wider from Ryan White, and White is through in 2nd place. 1 minute to go, 2.5 laps in Honda Cadet. Ryan White now with some clear track in front of him to try and close in on Sam Green Gomez. Has Gomez opened up enough of a gap to stop Ryan White coming through and ruining the party for Sam Green Gomez at the front here of Honda Cadet? They'll cross the line this time with 35 or so seconds remaining. Gap is still 1.1. It's closed in slightly by 1/10 of a second, but it needs to be chunks from Ryan White as he bounces his way over the curbs in his quest to try and close in on Sam Green Gomez at the front. Gomez currently 13th in the championship with a best result so far on track of 7th place. That came in heat number 1 at round 2. Here he is in the wet weather conditions, a track that last night he told me he knows very, very well here at Clay Pigeon. And at the moment, who can doubt what he's been saying to us as Max Taddy and Ed Spain are battling out over 3rd. Ryan White has broken away. Last lap board is out this time. It was 1.1 on the previous lap as they crossed the line this time. It's only another 1/10 of a second from Ryan White. Sam Green Gomez, with a best result so far of 7th place, leads us on to the final lap as Ed Spain tries to move down the inside of Max Taddy into the chicane. Have they both managed to emerge? We'll keep an eye out in the background to see whether they have. They are all still 3 of them there, Spain, Thompson and Taddy. Taddy still at the front of the train in this battle for 3rd place. Sam Green Gomez, a sneaky look over to his left as he comes out of the horseshoe, round the right hand bend as he heads down towards the final corner. Sam Green Gomez, for the first time in the Cadet Kart Championship, will take a heat victory, and he wins heat number 3 here at Clay Pigeon from Ryan White and Max Taddy. That's your top 3. Ed Spain and Ollie Thompson, Kevin Ivanoff and Ralphie Branscombe, with Alfred Matthews, Fenton Stoneman and George Ralston rounding out the top 10 in front of Haase, Forrester, Legg, Loveridge, Dixon, White, Sutherland, Tipping, Jensen White and Otto Amy, completing the top 20 in our Honda Cadet class here at Clay. post-race penalty there being applied to the 16 of Ella Dixon in 15th place, just popping up on the timing just before we head into our next race. That'll be Micromax, but we will have a bit of a recovery of Max Housigo's car, or the kart of the 69 of Housigo, just before we get going with our Micromax. But next up, it's Micromax Heat number 3. So before we get going with the grid, I'm just having a quick look in the live chat, and something I picked up on this morning has been drawn to my attention once again by fellow commentator, albeit probably just a fraction better than I, Henry Bardet. He says, big shout out to Mark Baines. He's been over in Le Mans all week at the Rotax International Trophy, and then the first thing I saw when I arrived at the track this morning, not expecting to see a Mark Baines, was a Mark Baines, as he's made the trip back over. I said, I thought you were in France yesterday. He says, I was. He says, I was still technically in France this morning. But he's got the overnight ferry, or the overnight channel tunnel, to join us here at Clay Pigeon. And I don't think, really, if we're being honest, there's anybody more in the UK that's probably got more motorsport running through them than Mark Baines. And I think that's been very, very evident this weekend as he's returned from Le Mans to join us here at Clay Pigeon for round number 5 of the Kart Championship. Grid on screen for Micromax Heat number 3. It's Alfie Mayer and Leo Livings on the front row, with James Fabricius and Sebastian Clark on row number 2, with Logan Rolfe and Arthur Farrer on row number 3. Then it's going to be Marley Fisher and Fraser Anderson, with Buddy Hugo and Caden Simpson rounding out your top 10, with Lewis Herbertson and Alice Fairclough on row number 6. I'm still with you, don't worry. It's Fabian Gandhock and Morgan Weston on row 7, Elliot Demelot and George Schweier after a difficult heat number 2 on row number 8, in front of Jos Huschke and Soreen Gallagher rounding out your 18 karts in Micromax. Huschke, who had a few trips off in heat number 2. Gallagher, who was removed from the standings for a failure of technical compliance, so that's 2 drivers potentially out of position. Keep an eye on them as our Micromax class roll round for their rolling start as they head towards the tram lines here for heat number 3 for Micro. Will be followed up then with Junior, Mini, and then in IAME Bambino before the lunch break. Into the tram lines they go. The pace was quite good. By that I mean it was almost at race pace, which is frowned upon by the starter, and we're going to roll our Micromax round for another go at that one. The pace, you could clearly see they just accelerated a little bit too soon. The cone on the right hand side of the screen, the left of our drivers, is where they should be getting the power down. They just went a little bit too early. We don't want them carrying too much speed side by side into that first corner. We'd like it nice and tidy, and they give them another opportunity. Into the tram lines then for the second time. Cone on the left-hand side of the drivers, right-hand side of the screen. And it looks like we could be away and racing this time. No confirmation in the top corner, but we are away in Micromax as they make their way round Billy's Bend towards the S's for the first time. It's been a good start from Alfie Mayer, your race leader, as they run up towards the hairpin for the first time. Down the inside for second place goes James Fabricius, but he's unable to run all the way around the outside. And back through comes Leo Livings for second place. Logan Rolfe slots into P4. And then behind them, the rest of the field still trying to sort themselves out as the rain continuing to come down here. Not quite as heavy as it was earlier on, as Fabricius tried another move to the inside of Leo Livings. Didn't quite work out for him that time, and he slotted back into P3. So it's Alfie Mayer, Leo Livings and James Fabricius, the top 3 as they head over the line for the first time. Logan Rolfe, Sebastian Clark, who was superb in heat number 2, is in P5. Then it's Marley Fisher, Buddy Hugo, Fraser Anderson, Arthur Farrer and Caden Simpson rounding out the top 10 in front of Fabian Gandhock and Lewis Herbertson. The race now just starts to settle down slightly, although not for the 32 of Logan Rolfe. He's had enough of seeing the back of James Fabricius, and he's going to move through up in. There is the lesser spotted Mark Baines up on the balcony here at Clay Pigeon. As Alfie Mayer pulls away at the front. Behind Sebastian Clark, swept round the outside of Logan Rolfe. Rolfe, who briefly was up into third place with battling with James Fabricius, but then Fabricius managed to get the switch back. That left Logan Rolfe high and dry on the outside, and Sebastian Clark has picked him off, moves him up into fourth place. Run up towards the hairpin this time. In the background, looks like we've got Fraser Anderson trying a move down the inside of Buddy Hugo for 7th place. Looks like that one's been successful for the driver of the 61, one of a number of drivers this weekend making the long trip down from Scotland. Fife in particular for Fraser Anderson. Come over, start finish once again. It's getting a little bit darker here at Clay Pigeon. Whilst it's been raining for most of the day, it's been reasonably bright, but I think you can see over start finish it's starting to get a little bit darker. The clouds starting to settle in overhead. Wouldn't be surprised if we had a bit more of an afternoon downpour coming a little bit harder. I mean, it's been raining all day, but it's just been steady and consistent, mainly with just a haze of water for most of it. Down the inside, trying to get through on Sebastian Clark is Logan Rolfe. T-bone together, then his contact in the background. We've got another driver connecting with them as well as they come through. That could have been George Schweier running slightly different sticker kit to what he had on earlier, so I don't know if he's had a replacement side pod. We'll keep an eye out for drivers moving up or down the left side, but sure, I saw a number 8 on it. We'll keep an eye out on that. No, Swire's going up. It's Marley Fisher in the 81, so I knew there was an 8, but it's Marley Fisher dropping down the order. So Logan Rolfe comes into contact with Sebastian Clark. Marley Fisher, an unwilling passenger, unfortunately. A bit of contact through as Josh Huschke chucks the 55 machine through. Been a great effort for Huschke after a difficult second heat for him. It was a great heat 1 yesterday as he came through, made up 5 or 6 places, did Huschke, and now he's going to make up another one on Fabian Gandhock. Moves him up into 8th place. So Jos Huschke charging. Had a difficult couple of rounds in the Cadet Kart Championship. It was difficult after Fullbeck for him because he had a fuel leak in his 3rd heat and had to pull into the pits because it was burning on him at the time. Couldn't complete the race, unfortunately, for Jos Huschke, but certainly today is on a charge after a few offs in the previous race. Looks like they've got that kart dialed in a little bit more to his liking now, and he's up into 8th place, having started down on the final row of the grid in P17. He's up now into P8. Jos Huschke starting to drive through. Couple of seconds off the back of George Schweier as Anderson tries a move down the inside for 4th place and gets a little bit of snap oversteer by the look of things, and he's going to have to slot back in. Buddy Hugo's making good. Alfie Mayer at the start, the race leader slowing. Alfie Mayer in the 15, slow through the S's, makes a mistake. Was it a mistake? Was it a problem with the kart? Who knows? Leo Livings inherits the lead here. And Alfie Mayer in the 15, we'd forgot about him because he was 2 seconds to the good at the front. Leo Livings will now lead. And it's going to be a battle now for 2nd place between Alfie Mayer as Fabian Gandhock and the 41 of Sorreen Gallagher exchange a bit of side pods. Alfie Mayer is back up to speed. But Leo Livings will inherit an unlikely lead here because Alfie Mayer was 2 seconds to the good at the front, and now it's going to be Leo Livings with a gap of 1.9 seconds. Alfie Mayer still then in P2. Fabricius and Buddy Hugo in 3rd and 4th respectively. As through the chicane, through the S's, goes Leo Livings into the right hand of the hairpin before the horseshoe. Leo Livings, white helmet, the 2 L's on the side representing his name. And can Alfie Mayer close in on the back of Leo Livings once again. Lost 4 seconds on the previous lap because of what happened down there at Billy's Bend. Gap comes down by 1.5, but that's not going to be enough. He needs bigger chunks than that. 3rd place at the moment, that's Fabricius on the outside in the bright yellow, trying to find a way through his buddy Hugo, but we'll need to do it fairly quickly because not too far back is Fraser Anderson as well. The gap's been fairly consistent, 9/10 of a second, but in the final few laps I think Fabricius could be a little bit more defensive. At the front, Leo Livings with a gap of 1.8 could be taking the spoils here. Warning for Fabian Gandhock in the 74 kart. He's been in a fairly intense battle with Surrey and Gallagher in over 9th place. Gallagher, another driver coming from a fair distance from Tober Murray on the Isle of Mull. So Mark Bain's not the only one crossing water this weekend to get to Clay Pigeon. Bouncing over the curbs through the S as they go. 1 minute and 38 remaining, so still a few laps to go in this one as Alfie Mayer took another tiny fraction out of Leo Livings, but now Livings has just got to manage this gap at the front. 1.8 seconds. Did set a personal best on the previous lap just to help matters. So they come through the top 5 there, almost in the same screen. Livings, Mayer, Fabricius, Hugo and Anderson. Hugo slowing them down. We've got a yellow flag. Battenberg is out, I think, here at Clay. It is. We've got a driver off down at the hairpin, and there's a car up on the side of the barrier down at the hairpin. It could be Caden Simpson dropping down. It is Simpson. There he is on the outside. Looks like he's okay. Helmet is off very, very quickly for Caden Simpson. Looks like he just needed to get a breath of fresh air. Red flag is out here then at Clay Pigeon, and with 44 seconds to go, this race will be declared as a result here at Clay Pigeon for heat number 3 of Micromax. Livings, Mayer and Fabricius then your top 3 in front of Hugo and Anderson, Swire and Farrer, with Hushka, Gallagher and Gandhock rounding out the top 10. There is some changes further down with Simpson being off the track, but we will go back, I think, slightly. Also good to see there's a couple of people that were down just watching further down the track towards Caden Simpson where the incident happened, and they went running. Looked like one of them was Chloe McGill's dad. So it looks like he'd gone running down the outside of the track behind the barrier, of course, just to make sure Simpson was okay. So it looks like he was out of the kart. We will go to lunch break early anyway, not because of this incident, just because it's where we've planned it into our day here at Clay Pigeon. So we'll be back. Normally we come back for some for the finals, but we'll be back for heats number 3 in Junior, Mini and IAME Bambino before we head to our finals. Don't go anywhere though. We've got the Paddock Show here at Clay Pigeon, which if anyone's seen one of my Paddock shows before, is full of its usual levels of complete carnage. Welcome to the Clay Pigeon paddock. We're going to have our paddock show now. We're going to have a quick walk round. We're filming this on Saturday. It'll go out later on tonight onto YouTube and then onto Sunday in the middle of our stream. We start with Chloe McGill in IAME Bambino. Chloe, talk us through qualifying.
So, I started 7th, but it was championship order, and I got up to 3rd, I think, and when I was going down, you know, the corner down there that you turn round like that, Harris Barber spun out and I had nowhere to go, so I had to go the long way round and I lost the patch.
So race day tomorrow though, Clay Pigeon, a track that's probably one of the furthest away from where you live, up at the top end of Scotland. You done much here before, or is this your first time?
I've done it twice, I think. Once in Super 1 when I was in Coma, and once when I was in IAME.
And speaking of Coma, you were in that last year, IAME this year. What's the plans for next year? To stay in it, or are we moving into a Micromax or a Water Swift?
Moving into Micromax.
Good stuff. Finally, big weekend for the McGill family. Not so much for you, but we've got a birthday over there. What's happening?
It's my little brother Theo's birthday tomorrow. He's turning 1. So I'm going to do it for him and my granddad, Dick, and all my family.
Chloe, wonderful, thank you very much. There's little Theo over there, it's his birthday. Hi Theo, pleased to be here. I thought as much. Happy birthday. No, do we do high fives, fist pumps? We do high fives, here at Clay Pigeon. Oh, the sun is out. The sun is out, fantastic. We don't normally see a lot of sun. That's had better days. I don't know the background of it, but I'm going to try and find out by ploughing straight into this motorhome here. Any idea why that's not as straight as it once was?
Unfortunately, a guy went off, spun in front of my grandson, and came back onto the circuit without looking left or right. And my grandson had nowhere to go, so he literally spanked straight into him. So retired.
Is the grandson okay?
Grandson's perfectly well. Go-kart, luckily now is rebuilt, so number 11 is out there.
Fantastic. Well, at least he's okay. What we say is that we always say, as long as they come back, it's okay. You can mend metal, but you can't always mend children.
Indeed, and he's out running around somewhere, so he's full and well.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. So at least we know. At least we've got a happy ending to that story over there. We have got another one up here where we've had a driver who's had a bit of an off earlier on. See if we can pop in to see Max Joy. His kart's had a few problems as well as we make our way up. I think that's Jos Hushka's. He's not there because that's his kart coming down here. We might have a chat with Mr. Hushka, the driver's behind. So we'll find out what's happened in that one. Mr. Hushka, how's he gone?
Done well, actually. We've struggled for the last 2 days, but he got 7th there, started 11th, finished 7th, so we're happy with that.
I was watching a little bit, but looked like he was right on the back of 6th as well, yeah, so there's definitely some pace there going into tomorrow.
He did, he took 6th and then just run a bit wide. I think he got a bit excited and the lad got the place back, but no, he's driven well. We've been about a second off the pace all weekend until, you know, he's come on, hard track to learn.
Do you think he's excited enough to talk to me?
I would think so.
Get out of the way then. Jos, heat number 1 there, you've moved up from 11th up into P7 and you've been battling for 6th. Happy with that result?
Yeah. I feel like I could have got 6th or 5th, but I didn't want to push the kart too hard in case I spun.
So your dad says that you've been struggling for a little bit of pace, but it seems to have clicked there in heat number 1. So have you changed anything, or has it just all come together at the right time?
Just all came together at the right time. The heat's helping. The track's really hot and grippy. So, yeah.
Good stuff. Well, enjoy the rest of your evening. The sun's coming out, so barbecue for tea?
Maybe.
Good stuff. I think we've got lots of Coma Bambinos in there. We'll see if we've got any drivers. We often don't, you see, in Coma Bambino. Let's stick our head in. No drivers at all, you see. What happens in Coma Bambino is they come in, they leave their karts to their parents, and then they just all run off and play. Look down there, look, they're just all enjoying themselves. They just have a lot of fun. And that's the best bit about karting. They just finish karting and then just go and play and have some fun. We're going to take it right here unless the guard Alsatian says we can't. We're going in. We've got past security. We're heading in here. Hi. Now, this kart is the kart I was telling you about a little bit earlier on in our Paddock Show. And I'll tell you now, it looked a lot more bare than that earlier on. And it looks like we might just be able to get it out. I don't know if we can, if I might be able to send Luke round that way. I don't know, or we can come through here, so we've got a little bit more space actually. Now, what happened, there was another kart here earlier. This one took quite a heavy impact on the front end. These bars on the other kart were all broken in and the floor tray was been removed because that was at a bit of an angle. Looks like the work's going on, but that doesn't mean that my work has to stop. So I'm just going to throw a microphone straight in this gentleman's face. Apparently I'm not, but it turns out I am. Now, are we going to get this out? Are we going to get it out? Maybe. Maybe. We're going to see. We'll leave them to it because it's still got a few side pods. The engine's going on though, which is good. Driver's getting the neck brace on. So are we confident you're going out, Max?
Yeah.
Good. Max Joy, he's going out. So that cut earlier on had quite a heavy impact, and great to see that he's actually able to get back out onto track, which is wonderful, because earlier on when I saw that kart, when I walked down to where we were starting, it had no engine on it, no steering column, no side pods, nothing. So great to see that one's back out. Going to head into Kart Tech to see whether I can see anybody in there. Kart Tech is empty. Need to find Ella Dixon at some point. She's in that awning. I'll see if... Max Taddy, hi, how are you? Heat 1 looked like it went well. Yeah? Yeah? Win, was it? It looked like you and Kevin Ivanoff were battling. Do you hold him off at the end?
Yeah.
So the two of you were pulling away right at the start. Was that just a plan between the two of you just to pull away, or did it just happen naturally?
It happened.
Oh, well, it just happened. Well, happy days, and that means you'll start tomorrow from pole position. You had to work for that one, starting around about 6, so prefer to go off pole. We've found a little sausage doggy too. Hi. Hello. Sorry, Max, I've been preoccupied now. But yeah, no, completely distracted. Thanks for talking to us. Nice dog. Off we go again then. Let's see who else we can speak to. We're going to... Ambition looks like it's full of mechanics, so we'll walk past there. We've got a few to speak to on the left-hand side here if they're with us. We'll have a quick chat with Archie Loveridge, Ed Spain. We'll head into the awning. Hi, everyone. Hi. Oh, it's sunglasses inside time. Yeah. It's sunglasses inside time. Get yours on as well, Ben. We'll start with Ed. Ed, how did heat number 1 go?
Very good. Qualified really well and made it a good race.
Yeah, it looked quite frantic there with Honda, particularly down towards that bottom hairpin where at times everyone was going in 2 and 3 wide. Looked really interesting race. Did you even get time to think, or was you just racing on instinct?
I was just racing on instinct. I just didn't know, yeah.
Good stuff. Where did you finish in the end?
3rd.
Happy days. So good position to start tomorrow. Yep. Good. Here we go. Time for a bit here with the men in black. We'll start with the youngest one. Archie, not the race you were hoping for, unfortunately, in that one.
No.
No. So talk me through it.
I got taken out.
That's quite a diplomatic way. So I managed to, well, I witnessed it. I witnessed the bit where you were taken out. I didn't actually see what happened until you arrived quite quickly through the tyre barrier, and it just appeared in my peripheral vision. Kart okay though, but more importantly, are you okay?
I'm okay, yeah. Thank you for looking after me as well.
You're most welcome. It was just timely that I was down there waiting to get the Paddock Show underway. But pleased that you're okay. We'll head round the corner in a few moments. After I've spoken to your dad, of course, because earlier on he was saying, you need to get me on this Paddock Show. So here we are on the Paddock Show. In fact, I might let you do the Paddock Show. You can take that. You go and have a chat with Luke over there.
Come on. So then, Luke, how did you get on in that session?
Bad.
Bad? Why was it bad?
I spun at the start and 3 laps to the end.
All right. So how are you going to do the next one?
Bad.
All right, okay. Oh, hang on. Hey up, lad. How are you going to do in the next one?
Bad.
We're going to take a short break now.
Thank you. So I've taken the microphone back because he seems he's quite good at it, and I'm not willing to have my job taken off me. So I've stolen it back, and we'll keep this one going. Junior Rotax has just done, which is good, because normally it means that I can just plough straight into Parc Ferme and speak to some drivers. The interesting thing with it, the same as we had with Fullbeck, is I've got absolutely no idea what happened in the race because we've been doing the Paddock Show. So we're currently just making our way down. We'll see whether the gate is open. The gate's not there, so we'll have to go all the way around. Could be quite a long one, this one, because I think we have to go all the way around and then join the queue here of very patient mechanics with their all their trolleys waiting to go through. But as you can hear in the background, no waiting whatsoever. Minimax are out for their heat, number 1 as well, so we're going to head straight in. Oh, well, looks like we're having a debrief here. Hannah Naylor, what happened? Talk us through it.
I'll not say a lot.
that makes a change.
No. Just a bit of a bad move from somebody, so I'll keep it to myself.
Well, we haven't seen it. We haven't seen any of the race at all. We've been doing the Paddock Show, so we've no idea who it was. So looks like they're getting off scot-free, unless you want to like air draw their number or something.
Air draw?
Yeah, like
What?
that. Like,
6 and 9.
like that. All right. Okay. About as subtle as a brick, then. Right. Well, we're going to be brave. Mainly because I'm not having to carry the camera, but we're just going in. We're just going in. We're live, we're going in with everybody else. In fact, we'll talk while we're going in. Hi, how's that one gone for your driver?
Yeah, not too bad. Finished second, I think. So.
Oh, happy days.
Yeah.
Yes. That's complete pot luck. I could have picked someone who'd been taken out on lap 1, but at least he's got into the, at least he's got in the top 3.
Oh, good.
Happy days. Good stuff. Ollie, I've just spoke to your mum. She said that one hasn't quite gone to plan.
No, just got it off and it's my luck all the time.
It does seem to be the case, doesn't it, unfortunately, at times, yeah, with a few incidents. But confident for tomorrow's the overall pace there?
Yeah, it was all right. It's just, I think I overcut my tyres.
Good. Any idea who won it? Because I haven't got a clue.
I don't either.
No, we've been doing a Paddock Show. I've got no idea who won. We're just going to take a punt. This driver looks reasonably happy. Guessing you've won.
Yeah.
Good. How did it go? I say that because I have not seen any of it at all. We've been talking to other people. I saw the start. It looked like you were leading, but after that, no idea. So talk me through it. Lights to flag.
Oh yeah, it was quite a simple race for me basically. I had nobody near me at all. I was just pushing as hard as I can while I was in the lead, making the big gap, and I pulled the gap and then won it.
Tomorrow as well, that means you'll go off pole position, but we're expecting the weather to be a little bit different. Happy with it raining?
Yeah, it's not bad in the rain. Decently fast, so I'm hoping for the best for it, yeah.
Happy days. Well, I'm going to carry on here. What's currently happening in the background, something we've not looked at all year, is this is called scrutineering. This is what happens after the race. And I'm going to plough in here. Junior Rotax Heat 1. What are we looking for this time? I know it's a little bit different every time. We try and keep them on the toes, but specifically today, what are we looking for?
He's the best man to ask.
Oh, so well deflected. We're over here then.
Yeah, so today, next scrutineering, we're going to look through the air boxes, make sure they're running the correct air boxes, all to size with filters, and then we're going to do the spark plug as well on size of depth. And that's going to be about it, lads.
Happy days. So that's Heat 1 scrutineering. Heat 2 will be something different. Heat 3 as well. It'll just be random. So what's going to happen? Like the top 3 or 4, they'll get picked. Then the chances are they're just going to pick a random one. Could be anywhere, just to keep everybody on their toes, which is always really, really interesting. Means that it just means that nobody can take a risk or anything like that, which is wonderful. We'll keep walking. We've got a cadet who's just managed to break his way in. Ashley Arze, hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Talk me through Heat 1, looked quite frantic in the middle of Honda.
Yeah, I started really far back, 14th, but I quite easily made up some places back to 4th.
Oh, happy days. That's a good effort, that 10 to 4. So you're starting outside of row 2, but a bit different here, obviously. That start line, with it being on a bit of a curve as well, do you prefer to be on the left or the right? Because left is the pole side, but right is the first corner when you get there. So what we prefer?
The left, because I can easily cut round the outside of people, because it's a little left-hander.
Happy days. That's a man with a plan there going into tomorrow. Easily cut round the outside of everyone. So keep an eye out for Ashley Arze tomorrow in Honda. Great result for him, moving up from P14 up into 4th place. We'll make our way through. Looks like no mighty Bambinos remaining. Well, man wants to chat though. Bring yourself back in. You can't pretend to talk and then run away when I come over with a microphone. Oh.
No, I've only had 2 this time.
Only 2? What, since
what bit?
Oh, is that before they went out or since?
Since they went out. I need the beer.
Is it a celebratory beer or a consolidation beer?
Consolidation beer. We've cut 88. But they're meant to be working together, aren't they, right? So we were working and practicing all weekend. Well, to be fair, Jensen 45 wasn't there. And then Elijah managed to bring him along this morning, getting back up on pace. Qualifying was good. Qualifying was right. Qualifying was good, even though they lost each other. Heat 1, bit of a tangle on the first lap, and both end up at the back, but then worked back through. Finished in, where'd you finish? P where? Oh, Elijah got a penalty as well, yeah. P13.
Oh, we're having a look at some results.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's the penalty down at the bottom, unfortunately.
So Jensen P13, Elijah P11, which is good.
And here they are, genuinely the smallest drivers in the world. Like, Bambinos are small, but they're like 3/4 size Bambinos. It's not the one in the yellow shorts, obviously. I think he might have a year or so to go before we can get him in a Mighty Bambino. They appear to be entertaining themselves as well with what I believe is a rubber glove with water in it. So as long as it doesn't get launched in my direction, then that's okay. So we've got the IAME Bambinos are just about to go out there, queuing up next. So that was Chloe McGill, who we started the session with. She'll be out in that one, going off at P number 6. We'll head down towards gear up. There's a few drivers I want to catch in and around here if we can spot them before we then bring this one to a close. So that looks very empty in there. I'll tell Luke, the cameraman, just to mind his feet. Don't want him tripping over there at all. So we'll head into here. Gents, hi, how are we? Good. Who owns which cart? This is yours. Wonderful. Just having a quick look there. He says you bend lots of steering columns, so I'm just checking. That seems reasonably straight. Have you raced it yet?
Yeah, just now.
Oh, well done. Congratulations, because he reckons you're on at least 2 or 3 a meeting.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, and I say that because he made a point of messaging me on Instagram in the week going, find Archie and ask him how many steering columns he's been through.
Yeah, I don't know, tons.
Good. Now, what I'm going to do, I'll ask you, and then I'm going to go to his cart, and I'm going to see whether his steering column's straight. Because if it's bent, he's getting a right round later on, isn't he? So, how's heat number 1 gone for you?
Pretty good, to be honest. I made up a few positions, but lost out on some, just moments, really. I could have got a few, but failed to make the move. But overall, pretty good.
And tomorrow, we're expecting a little bit of rain. What we like in the rain?
I'm pretty good in the rain, but depends on situations and.
Well, it depends what everyone else is like.
Yeah,
as well,
exactly. That's the point.
Good stuff. Right, I'm off to check whether his steering column's bent, and if it is, then you've got free rein on him. It's a bit stiff in the bearing at the bottom, maybe. No, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. That seems reasonable. Yeah. How's your first heat gone, Kieran?
Not that good, really. Had to take avoiding action down at the hairpin, which means I've got loads of stuff on rear tyres. Next corner, breaking into horseshoe, just spun. Next car's basically half a lap ahead of me, so there's nothing I could do, really.
Just a qualifying session after that, really, wasn't it? Just plugging in some laps?
Yeah.
So are you hoping to be one to watch tomorrow, then ploughing through the field?
Hopefully. If it rains, that could hopefully maybe play a tiny bit in my advantage, because I have been quick and compared to others in the rain, then dry throughout the whole season. But that helps with my weight. I'm way over. I'm closer to senior than junior weight.
What's your rain dance look like?
I don't do rain dance.
I wouldn't either. Your shoelaces undone, you'll probably fall over. Oh, back into the paddock we go then. See if we can catch a few more drivers. Let's see what's happening over here in this awning. See if we've got anybody in. We do. You'll not believe this. Here we've got drivers mechanicking on a cart. Now this is almost unheard of in British karting, for the driver to actually work on their own cart. But we're going to go out and we're going to plough in and find out what's happening anyway. Where's your mechanic gone?
There.
Well, why has he got you on the wheels?
Helping out.
Tell him, either you need to pay him more or offer him some more incentives. He should be doing all 4 of these wheels on mechanicking. It's not good enough, is it?
No, need a better mechanic.
Yeah, definitely. Although, to be fair, why is he not racing himself this weekend?
Ran out of money.
Oh, well, obviously now. Well, he's only run out because you're not paying him enough to do all 4 tyres. There we go, nice bit of humour. Oh, I'm a big fan of the colour scheme. Let's have a chat about this. That's nice and bright, which I'm a big fan of as a commentator, because we like easy to spot. That looks, well, I said it looks fresh, but so does the mark down the side. Talk me through it.
Yeah, it's just racing. Sometimes you touch people, things happen. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Talk me through Heat 1, what happened?
We started 27th, so not the best, but made the way through. I got a penalty, which I have no idea what happened or when it came from, but it from 27th to 20th is pretty good.
Yeah, happy days. Looking forward to tomorrow?
Yep, definitely.
Aren't we all? Right, let's keep this one going. I think we've got a couple more minutes, and if we haven't, then we haven't. But we'll just keep it rolling. We'll see. I've just nearly fallen over them additional bits over there. I think we're just going to hook it right, and then we'll just see where we go, because there's not much further to go, actually, here at Clay Pigeon. We can go in that end, but there's not much in here. So just going to have a walk in here into BSR. It's all right. It's all right. What we'll do is we'll start with some congratulations. Something decent's happened this week, hasn't it? Talk me through it.
Well, out of nowhere, puts it on the front row.
I was talking about your wedding, but yeah, we'll take the front row.
Sack the wedding. We're on our honeymoon at Clay Pigeon.
Oh, see, look, that's what happens. Minimax is going. But yeah, so it's been quite a good week all in all, I'm guessing, you know, from sharing your surname to lad putting it on the front row.
Yeah, out of nowhere. So yeah, it's been a good week. Thank you very much.
Good. Spin the camera around, you might get to see the new Mrs. tipping. This way. There we go. Okay. Now, what she said there was, she looks rough. So what we'll do in the live chat is we'll put a poll in it to see whether Mrs. Tipping does look rough, yes or no. And then what we'll do then now is we'll go straight back, ready for our finals here at Clay Pigeon. Hello and welcome back to Clay Pigeon in Dorset, round 5 of the Bambino Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. We've still got a few heats to go and then we'll head into our finals, where throughout the lunch break I've been banging some results into a spreadsheet and we'll be able to find out if we can wrap up any championships here this weekend at Clay Pigeon with a round to spare. Some of them are really tight, some will definitely go to the final round at Wilton Mill. 1 or 2 look like they are almost set in stone, but as we know in motorsport, anything can happen, and it often does. Drivers have still got to get it towards the end of the race. Junior Max is the first one up for this afternoon's session, so 3 more heats, the first of which is Junior Rotax. The pace for the afternoon is going to pick up there as we intro a little bit of drum and bass as we skew our grids for Junior Rotax Heat number 3. Heat 2 winner Ollie Wise starts on pole position with Lewis Goff alongside. Kasper Tomilewski and Ben Horner are on row number 2 with Callum Foster and Harry Hurst-Grover on row number 3. Then it's going to be Ollie Naylor and Amalie Akitz, who's had a great weekend so far. She starts in P8 with Christian Stefanovs and Marcel Poppercull rounding out the top 10 with Martin Wright and James Kell on row number 6. And it'll be James Waring and Emily Cooper, Rhys Owen and Ellis Garrett with Jacob Anslow and Harrison Purnell on row number 9. Kieran Thompson starts 19th, Archie Carter alongside Jack Dimbleby and Archie Dyson. Molly Pugh and Sam Stoner are on row number 12 with Miles Roby and Ethan Bath. Harrison Bishop and Ewan Stevenson are on row 14. Then it's Jason Duckis and Joshua Jarvis, neither driver taking much part in heat number 2. Both of them rolling to a halt before the end of the opening lap here at Clay Pigeon. Should we pretend we didn't see the medic on the right there completely skittle his cup of tea? Turns out we can't. I've just spoke about it. That's bad for morale. The good thing is here at Clay Pigeon is that the cafe is an absolute bargain. I've tackled a decent sized pizza for £6 for my lunch, and this morning I managed to get 2 Lucasade Sport and a fairly large latte for under £5, which you don't get to see value like that at many places throughout the country. As we await our juniors to go back out. Thank you for everybody that's been in touch this morning throughout our live chat, in particular Serena Murray, who just says a big thank you to all the marshals today supporting this great event in very wet conditions. I'd like to echo that. Doing a great shift. There's a few of them. They're just heading out back to their post, as our camera ops as well are doing a grand job out there in fairly terrible conditions. See, it's very, very windy now. It's drying up in terms of it's not rained throughout the lunch break, but very, very windy here at Clay Pigeon. Our pole sitter just struggling to get away there, Ollie Wise. Had to have a second bite at getting that one going. They start it on a button on the battery and then away they go in junior. So they've all gone out, but Ollie will now be rather mindful as he makes his way out onto track, particularly when he gets the power down. So he'll go round. So far it's 1 apiece for Lewis Goff and Ollie Wise. So Will Jennings Racing's been on since then. I bet JJ from Procart Engineer is enjoying Clay's microclimate on his 65th birthday weekend. Well, I'm sure he is, but that's a wheel. And I am no expert, but it should be attached to something. That's Sam Stoner by the look of things, the driver in the mix for the championship. He's had a fairly difficult weekend as Sam Stoner, and it's been made even worse by the fact he's not going to take any part in heat number 3 here at Clay Pigeon. So they make their way around. We've got another driver there with coming in slowly at the back. Looks like they could have a problem. We're rolling round because I think Sam Stoner's cart is stationary, and then we've got another cart rolling off at the back. That looked like he had a bent axle because you could see the cart bumping. I know there's a few bumps there on the entrance to the corner, but up that far end. But looks like we've potentially had another driver with a problem. So Sam Stone has not come round over the timing and just showing there now, and we'll try and see who the next one is that doesn't come over. We could be down to only 28 runners for the commencement of Junior Rotax Heat number 3 here from Clay Pigeon. I think it was less that the field weren't in the right order or to the lot starters' liking, and more to the fact that we had a kart to recover and put into a safe position prior to letting a field of junior Rotaxers head out towards the first corner with a kart still somewhere near the racing line. Heading up towards the last bend. See if we can get this one going this time. The field come through into the tram lines. It looks nice and clean, and we are indeed away and racing in Junior Rotax. And all the way round the outside has come Lewis Goff. He's not the only one either, because Ben Horner's challenging Ollie Wise for second place as they head up towards the S's. Wise has held on, but it's Goff in leading the way from Ollie Wise in second place. Ben Horner, Kasper Tomilewski, and it looks like Callum Foster in front of us, fast starting Emily Cooper. Yellow flag out. We've got a few drivers slightly round the far end of the circuit. Keep an eye out. It wasn't Emily Cooper, in fact. I think it could have been Harry Hurst Grover, but the helmet colour was very, very deceptive because it looked like the red bit down the middle of Emily Cooper's helmet. We'll keep an eye out where everybody slots in at the end of this opening lap. Cooper is indeed 14th, so it wouldn't have been noticed. Harry Hurst Grover just behind Callum Foster, with Ollie Naylor just behind. Lewis Goff leads from Ollie Wise, the two of them starting to pull away already, and Ollie Wise, who set this one up nicely in heat number 2 to try and find a way through at the end, and indeed did, now is on the back of Lewis Goff once again. I wonder if he'll wait quite so long or find a way through this time, but Goff is leading from Ollie Wise, then Ben Horner and Kasper Tomilewski, although Tomilewski is through on Ben Horner. So field make their way through. Goff taking a chunk of curb as he finds the way his way through. Round the left-hander over the start finish and up towards Billy's Bend. The two of them pulling away at a fairly decent rate of knots, 7/10 quicker than Tomilewski and Horner behind them. Callum Foster, Harry Hurst Grover, Ollie Naylor, Christian Stefanovs, Amalie Ackett and Martin Wright rounding out your top 10 runners. Wright with his shortest trip of the year here to Clay Pigeon in Dorset from Hale in Cornwall. So this will feel like just a trip round to next door to grab some sugar, given that how close he is and the fact that he started the season with trips up to Warden Law and to Rowra for rounds 1 and 2 respectively. Ollie Wise sets the fastest lap, 42.557, half a tenth quicker than Lewis Goff, but more importantly 7/10 quicker than those behind, even Kasper Tomilewski, who started to move away from Ben Horner as Callum Foster tries a tighter line down the inside. That does not work for him in closing up onto the back of Ben Horner. As the top two continue to plumb in almost identical lap times. Moving slightly offline as well. You can see them coming in earlier than what they normally would in order to fend off overtaking opportunities, but more importantly to try and find some additional grip. Tomilewski does the same on the inside of the first corner, taking a huge chunk of curb, and they're not using the curb, although there will be more grip on concrete than tarmac, but they're also using it to help them drive their way round the corners by hooking the wheel on the inside, rotating the kart in a different direction. Down the inside of Harry Hurst Grover goes Ollie Naylor in the 15. That puts him up into 6th place. Hurst Grover drops down into 7th. We'll try and fight back, but I think Naylor might have a little bit too much pace. So he's got a second or so to catch up onto the back of Callum Foster in front, but with that extra bit of clear track, as we see the 17 Christian Stefanovs running in 8th place. On the back there, the 11 of Amelie Ackett running up inside the top 10 for the first time this season here in the Junior Kart Championship. Behind her, though, big train of karts with Rhys Owen there in the all-black. Emily Cooper sweeping round the outside of the number 34 machine. Look like on the outside there, so that's Cooper finding a way through. 34, I think it's Marcel Poppercull, who in the past has run a slightly different number. He's run 74, but I'm sure he's running 34 this weekend. Certainly showing that on timing, but entered under 74, and that drops him down into 14th. Cooper up into 12th. James Waring as well, inserting himself there in the white helmet in the X-Kart into 13th place. The 24, is that he's the 24? It's Ethan Bath. We spoke to him in the Paddock Show. He is off down at the right-hand hairpin. It's outside the top 20 as it is at the moment. He was in 27th place, but that's going to drop him even further away. Archie Carter and Miles Roby already off the track at the moment, so we are down to 27 runners. So Carter and Roby did not make the start at all. Sam Stoner as well, the other driver, we saw him. He was never going to make the start with only 3 wheels attached to his wagon. Gap for the lead's gone out slightly though. Lewis Goff's opened it up 0.3 of a second quicker on the previous lap to Ollie Wise, so he's out to a second. You can just about see him coming through and into shot now. Has managed to open up that gap. They're still pulling away from Kasper Tomilewski and Ben Horner. Ollie Naylor, Callum Foster, Harry Hurst-Grover and Christian Stekhanovs. Mechanical flag for Jacob Anslow, 22nd place for Anslow, but that will turn into a DNF. Should still collect points because he'll get to half race distance, but going to drop out of this race. He'll be called into the pit lane. He'll be shown a black flag with an orange circle on it, known as the meatball flag, just for ease of description, and he will be referred to into pit lane. Rhys Owen there, clearly not happy with an overtake from what looked like Emily Cooper. Cooper appears to be through and into P11. Goff with another fastest lap of the race. Gap is now out to 1.5 seconds to Ollie Wise. So with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, Lewis Goff is opening up a gap of comfort at the front of this race from Ollie Wise, as we see the 42 of Ellis Garrett trying to challenge Marcel Poppercull as he has for the last few laps. The 52 of James Kell just behind has been inching up onto the back as once again Emily Cooper sweeps around the outside of Rhys Owen. Owen trying to make the move down the inside, and Cooper is immediately onto the back of Amelie Ackett and trying to squeeze her way into the top 10. Tomilewski, Horn and Naylor, that's your top 5 as it stands. The gap between them all opening out slightly, with the exception of at the front where Ollie Wise closes back in on Lewis Goff, 0.3 of a second quicker on the previous lap. Gap still 1.2. So all of the field now taking that much tighter line in juniors, using the curb on the inside to make their way through. Nobody taking the wider line round the first couple of corners, potentially not wanting to open the door into the S's. There's a little bit more variance in the hairpin at the far end of the track for the horseshoe, which seems to be a little bit more single file. The leaders now starting to find their way through some lap traffic. Gap is down once again at the front, so Lewis Goff, who opened the gap up, now is seeing Ollie Wise close in. We're going to get 3 more laps. It'll be 2.5 really, because we're already halfway around one of the laps that we spoke about. These two, though, as it stands, will be on the front row for the final, albeit in what order. Whichever driver finishes in front, having taken 1 victory and 1 second place apiece, will now be heading towards the pole position in this final, or in this third heat. Will give them the pole position for the final. Coming up to some lap traffic in front of them, down the inside goes Lewis Goff. That's Ethan Bath, and now it's not going to be what Ollie Wise would want to see coming out the chicane. Ethan Bath in front of him, and that's going to potentially open up the gap a little bit more for Lewis Goff. It's 9/10 of a second now as they head towards the last lap board this time round. Goff, Wise, Tomilewski, Horner, Naylor, Foster, Hurst Grover, Stefanovs, Emily Cooper and Martin Wright are your top 10. As Goff will come round into the last bend in front of Ollie Wise. 9/10 of a second as they come up and over start finish. Down to 7/10 of a second. Wise closing in once again in the final few corners of this race, as he did to find a way through. Track limits warning for Callum Foster. I think that's on the outside of the final bend. There's a bit of runoff on the outside that drivers can use to open the track up. There's nowhere else really, unless they're running off the track down at the hairpin, but then they'll be so wide they'll be slow anyway. Through the right-hand bend they go towards the last corner, and it looks like it's going to be Lewis Goff. Yellow flags being waved. Don't know if there's a problem at the final corner. Leaders come through though to take the checkered flag. Lewis Goff wins heat number 3 and will start the final from pole position with Ollie Wise alongside him on the front row. Kasper Tomilewski comes through for P3 as Emily Cooper picks up a penalty on the final lap. She's managed to find a way past Christian Stefanovs on the previous lap and finds a way past Harry Hurst Grover this time as well. Top 10 then, at least on track, although we have got a penalty incoming for Cooper. Goff, Wise, Tomilewski, then it's Horner, Naylor, Foster, Cooper, Hurst Grover, Stefanovs and Martin Wright in the top 10, just in front of Reese Owen and Amelie Ackitts, with James Waring, Ellis Garrett and Marcel Poppercup rounding out the top 15 and the top half of the field here at Clay Pigeon. And a quick look at the indicators for rain. So it looks like it's still going slightly, but I think we are heading towards it stopping, and I don't think we've got much more coming. So whether the track dries or not before the finals, I don't know. Then we might have a little bit more just before 5:30. So we will keep an eye out on the weather conditions and see what they are like. Juniors rolling in after their race, as we've got Sam Stoner's kart being recovered up onto the trolley. The wet tyres on that are brand new. You can tell it because they've still got the spikes on them, and they didn't get to use them, and they are one of the drivers that are being followed by our Driven Dreams camera crew for Driven Dreams Series 2, which is not really what you want when the wheel falls off, because not only do you have to go and collect your kart, but then you have 2 cameramen following you with a camera as you run your kart off the track. So that kart will be recovered back into pit lane, and we will move on very, very swiftly to Minimax Heat number 3. Grid on the screen then for Minimax Heat number 3 sees Charlie Lomas, who won the second heat with Andrew Dixon alongside. Braith Murdoch and Daniel Hartley are on row number 2 with Bella Fairclough and Alex Lynn on row 3. Then it's Oliver Fabricius and Ellis Dealey, Amy Peacock and Maya Simpson with Harris Roberts and Tom Drake on row number 6. Then it's Aston Brown and Harry Friel, Alfie McBain and Tyler Davis with Max Grey-Trex and Leighton Kelly on row number 9. To round out your 9 rows, 18 karts for Mini, and they're already making their way round into the tram lines. They come through we go for Mini, and it's a false start already. I think you could hear as they came round that final corner they were probably going a little bit too quickly for a rolling start, and very much so. We'll have another go at that as we dip into the live chat. Thank you for everybody that's watching here from Clay Pigeon. Lindsay Fernley's been on, so I think we may have had a bit of a YouTube issue at the start of this race day regarding how far the link goes back. So hopefully once we've finished the race day and we press end on it, then hopefully everything will sort itself out and we might get the first part of the race day. But I think we could have potentially missed one or two at the moment. If you were to go back and watch, I think we might be missing one or two heats from the start of a race day for heat number 2. But stick with us for the rest of the live action here at Clay Pigeon throughout the day from the Kart Championship round number 5. Into the tram lines they come. Looks like we could be a little bit cleaner this time, and we are indeed, I think, away and racing in our Minimax. And there's Bella Fairclough trying to make an opportunity happen in the front 5. As out wide onto the rumble strip goes the 84 of Harry Friel as they run down towards the hairpin, and at the front Charlie Lomas is defending off from the rest of the field, parking the kart to the inside. Everybody else as well doing the same, because what they don't want to do is open the door and allow everybody else to get down the inside, so they pretty much have to follow the leader in the early part of the race just so they don't open the door to anybody else. Lomas then leading the way at the moment from Braith Murdoch, Andrew Dixon, Bella Fairclough, and then Alex Lynn rounding out the 5 in front of Fabricius Hartley. Then it's Harris Roberts with Maya Simpson and Ellis Dealey in 9th and 10th respectively. Now in heat number 2 in the wet weather conditions, the second part of that race saw Alex Lynn charging through up into 6th place in the number 66 kart, as Charlie Lomas found a way past Andrew Dixon towards the end of that Minimax heat number 2. Just having a quick look at just back at the results slightly to see Alex Lynn did indeed. I think he finished 5th. He's picked up a contact warning already in this one, and he had a front fairing penalty in that one. That dropped him from 5th into 6th place, but certainly began charging through. Once he got them tyres into the right operating window, was charging through in heat number 2 towards the front, although at the moment seems to have a train of karts behind him, including Hartley, Fabricius and Roberts. So the leading duo of Charlie Lomas and Braith Murdoch continue to push away at the front. And Alex Lynn has indeed been nudged back slightly. I think he's down in P8 now because he's had Hartley, Fabricius, and get the feeling Harris Roberts as well find a way through. Indeed he has. Ellis Dealey up inside the top 10. Amy Peacock in 11th place, just dropping down slightly. So they run up towards the hairpin. And Charlie Lomas just parking the kart to stop Braith Murdoch finding a way through. There's now Harris Roberts and Oliver Fabricius, the two drivers that went into this race weekend as the top 2 in the championship, although if you have a look online it will say that Murdoch was in 2nd, but when you put the drop round provision in, then Murdoch drops down into 3rd. But Murdoch's had a great day so far here at Clay Pigeon, ran inside the top 3 all day. Harris Roberts puts in fastest lap of the race as he closes in on the back of Oliver Fabricius. Murdoch with a 4th and a 3rd so far. Fabricius with a pair of 7ths. Roberts with a 10th and an 11th. This was one of the championships that could get wrapped up before the final round, but as it stands at the moment, Fabricius currently needs to match Braith Murdoch in terms of points. Murdoch up in 2nd, Fabricius in 5th, Roberts in 6th. So this one, as it stands, will be going down to a final round decider in 6 weeks' time at Wilton Mill. Fabricius fastest lap of the race now, 43.71 for the driver of the 90, dragging Harris Roberts along with him, trying to close in on Bella Fairclough in front of them, and they took half a second out on the previous lap of the driver in the yellow machine in front of them. Leading duo continuing to pull away ever so slightly as down the inside of Amy Peacock, who tries to go Ellis Dealey in the 16. Fabricius And Harris Roberts trying to close the gap up onto the back of Bella Fairclough. Lomas now with the fastest lap of the race, opens the gap out to 3.5 tenths to Braith Murdoch. And now Fabricius and Roberts are right on the back of Bella Fairclough. They've closed in 0.3 of a second on the previous lap. Fabricius tries a very late move on the brakes down the inside of Bella Fairclough. Fairclough's going to try and run around the outside. Fabricius is going to be uncompromising, using the side pod to try and find a way through. Harris Roberts now will be lurking to try and find a way through. Bella Fairclough unfazed by the attack from Oliver Fabricius, and Fabricius indeed picks up a warning for that move and tries it again into the last bend, and he's through down the inside of Bella Fairclough. Harris Roberts now the next driver to try and make a move. Not going to be close enough, even though he did stick a nose down the inside of Fairclough into the right hand corner at the start of the S's. Warning for Amy Peacock in the 17. Roberts sweeps round the outside. Daniel Hartley is the next driver behind this one, and now Roberts comes onto the inside of the track as Bella Fairclough just runs all the way round the outside and holds on to position. Penalty for Maya Simpson in 10th place. That'll be applied post-race. Lomas once again with the fastest lap, opening the gap up to over half a second to Braith Murdoch. Murdoch just doing what he needs to do though in second place. Warning for Alfie McBain. These seem to be coming fairly consistently now for our drivers in the middle phase of this race. Ellis Dealey's dropped all the way down the order to 18th. That might explain Maya Simpson's penalty, because Peacock, Simpson and Dealey were all battling together. So that will very much explain why Maya Simpson has a penalty, with Dealey dropping all the way down the order into P18. Harris Roberts still trying to find a way through, although drops a wheel over the curb on the inside, and that slows him down too much to find a way past Bella Fairclough. Charlie Lomas at the front of this one, bouncing his way up and over the curbs, but has a gap now of 0.7 of a second, so beginning to look a little bit more comfortable as Harris Roberts continues to try and find a way past Bella Fairclough, although it has been rather difficult for him so far. He's tried a few moves in different places and hasn't been able to find a way past as Harris Roberts, and then he takes a late lunge down the inside and once again rails the curb on the inside. Fairclough just sees it coming, goes all the way around the outside and holds on once again as the battle for the lead now sees Charlie Lomas with a gap of over a second, opening it up and continuing to move away. 2.5 tenths, so roughly 1/4 of a second per lap for the race leader. So he's trying to pick out Tyler Davis. Looks like he's had a problem on the last lap because he's dropped 2 places, but also was 9 seconds slower, and will potentially now be classified as a lap down. The leaders will be just having a quick look. He's not going to be quite that far. There's not a bit of a gap, but he's well away now from Alfie McBain in front. The gap was around about 7 seconds to Alfie McBain in 17th place for Tyler Davis. So problems on the previous lap. He was 9 seconds slower than his best lap. It's going to see him down towards the tail end of the field. Don't think the leaders will catch before the end. There's nobody there in front of them, but Braith Murdoch looks a little bit closer to Charlie Lomas. Lomas had the gap out to a second. Murdoch took 1/4 of a second out on the previous lap, and now as they come over the line with 10 seconds to go, so 2 laps, and Murdoch takes another 10th out, so it's coming down slightly from Charlie Lomas and Braith Murdoch. Murdoch closing in. Bit of oversteer there from Lomas. That's not going to help the speed at all. Just see the wet tyres. They're places, there's corners that are very, very wet, but then there's places that are really drying up, and that's not going to do them. You can see now Charlie Lomas beginning to struggle with that 41 kart as he slides the kart round. Could well be that there's just a little bit too much temperature in the tyres now as the track continues to dry. Not sure we're going to get down to slicks by the end of the day unless somebody's going to be brave and take a risk. But Charlie Lomas now has got 45 seconds or so to hold on from Braith Murdoch. Doesn't seem to quite have the traction he had in the early phase of the race that allowed him to pull a second or so gap, but Braith Murdoch with half a lap to go. I'm not quite sure he's going to be close enough to close in on Charlie Lomas and put a move in into the final corner. I think he might just try and have a little nibble if he can get close enough. Doesn't really need to though. He's going to have enough points to put him on the front row or so for the final. So head it into the last bend. Out they come and heading towards the checkered flag for the second time today. Charlie Lomas will win. Braith Murdoch seems happy enough with second place. That should put him on the front row for the final alongside Lomas, with Dixon and Fabricius in third and fourth respectively. Then it's going to be Roberts, Hartley, Fairclough, Lynn, Peacock and Simpson should come through to complete the top 10 here at Clay, although Max Gray-Trex has found a way through on the final lap on Maya Simpson to insert himself up into the mix. So it's Gray-Trex in 10th, Simpson, Drake, Friel, Brown, Kelly, Dealey, McBain, and then Tyler Davis will cross the line in 18th place. So that is the penultimate heat done here then at Clay. IAME Bambino will be the final heat, and then we'll head into our finals, which will start with Mighty Bambino. So next up here then today at Clay Pigeon, the final heat of round number 5. It's time for heat 3 in IAME Bambino. So IAMEs will make their way out onto the grid. In a few moments' time, they'll be gridded up in the same order that they finished heat number 2. So we'll see Chester Fawkes and Chloe McGill on the front row. They had a great battle in heat 2 and crossed the line side by side, with Freddie Baker and Harris Barber on row number 2. Darren Dimitrov and James Roots are on row number 3. Then it'll be Ollie Liddell and Albert Farrer, with William Crombie and Max Joy rounding out your top 10. Max Mikalski and Bodie Batch are on row number 6. And it's Freddie Purnell, Leo Harang and Austin Anderson, your 15 IAME Bambino runners. I'm told that they can start their engines down there in the dummy grid. And they will just be rolling out. Rain still coming down, as you can see on the camera. We're having a look at the forecast that said it's going to be ending in the next 10 minutes, and that was about 10 minutes ago. So I'm going to now have a quick switch away from that update to the radar, see whether we've got anything else coming in down here in Dorset. Looks fairly clear after the rain does go, so once we've got past it next shortly, we should hopefully be clear towards the end of the race day here, should we get done before at around about the time we were expecting, which was racing done by 5 o'clock, and then trophy presentation at 5:30. Now, with the exception of the one red flag we had, which was right towards the end of the race, so we didn't resume, and that was just before the lunch break anyway, we've been fairly good at getting everything sorted and drivers heading out on time for their races. We're due back at 2 o'clock, so this will be the final heat, and then we'll head towards the finals, which should start just before 3 o'clock here this weekend. We're due the first final at 3 for Mighty Bambino, so we are running to schedule as Mighty Bambino head out at exactly the time we were expecting to see them. So Drivers rolling into position. And their IAMEs. Engines will get turned off. Still didn't manage to speak to any of the IAME parents whilst I was out on my lunch break. Actually went to check that Caden Simpson was okay after his off as the red flag came out, and he gave me a nice big smile, so I think he is more than okay. So engines restarted, just being waved off. We've got one there taking a little bit of time to get going, one of the MBM karts, but gets started, and the marshal at the tail end of the field will wave the green flag to let us know that we are good to go. Bit of a look back there from Chester Fawkes. He's impatient and wants to know what the delay is all about, and we are indeed away and racing. It's a slow start from Chloe McGill off the outside of the front row, and Chester Fawkes is going to disappear in towards the first corner with Harris Barber now in hot pursuit in second place. McGill will drop down into third. Slow start for the driver of the 18 who challenged Chester Fawkes, and we've got a false start flag out. Yeah, so it wasn't quite the start we were expecting. False start flag is out, and the drivers will roll back round again into position. Now, I'm not sure whether that's because we've had a kart that was stationary. All 15 have come round over to take the original start, but I don't know whether that's because we've got a kart with a problem on the start line or not, or whether we've had a problem with the lights. We were unable to get that race underway, but drivers will now roll back into position for the second time in this IAME Bambino class, and they'll have the engines once again turned off. So, drivers rolling in. All 15 of them are there. I've just had a quick count, that's why I went silent, so I had to do 2, 4, 6, 10 all the way through to make sure that we had the 15 that we needed. Looks like we'll have another go at this one. So IAME Bambino just about to see if we can get it going. 5-second board is up, and they're away and racing as the drivers bounce in the seats, and this time McGill does make a slightly better start, but not enough to stop Harris Barber coming through, not only on her but also to take the lead. Will it be cemented by the time they get to the chicanes at the S's, as it will? And Harris Barber, with a great start all the way around the outside from the second row, moves himself up from third into first in front of Chester Fawkes, although Fawkes is then down the inside of Harris Barber into the hairpin. Barber running the rail all the way around the outside, riding the berm, and holds on to the lead. Fawkes then in second place in front of Chloe McGill, Freddie Baker and Darren Dimitrov. William Crombie with a good start, up from 9th into 6th place as they run down towards the last bend, and down the inside goes Chester Fawkes to retake the lead from Harris Barber. So through they come. Fawkes from Barber, McGill, Baker, Dimitrov, Crombie, Roots, Farah, Liddell and Joy. Your top 10 in front of Mikowski, Batch, Purnell, Harang and Anderson. The 15 runners, and the top 2 are beginning a little bit of a breakaway from Chloe McGill in 3rd place. Can Harris Barber not only stick with Chester Fawkes but find a way through? Different line there. Not sure Barber was overly happy with it, because halfway around the corner he had a look back over his shoulder just to see whether Chloe McGill was going to be close enough to close in. So over they come, Fawkes, Barber, McGill, and there's a change for 5th place. William Crombie has found a way past Darren Dimitrov. Moves Crombie up into P5. Dimitrov will drop down into 6th with James Roots, Albert Farah, Ollie Liddell and Max Joy. So no further changes. There's been a warning for Bode Batch in 14th place. That was just on the previous lap, and it's now being conveyed on the overhead gantry for him to see when he comes round this time. James Roots has got himself in the mix with Darren Dimitrov and Albert Farah. Roots is now up into 6th place. So Dimitrov with a good start from 9th up into 5th. Will now drop down into P number 7. And it could well be P8 because Albert Farah is drawing alongside as they run down towards the Billy's Bend. And it looks like he's managed to find a way through. And then straight back comes through Darren Dimitrov there in the all-black cart. So that's going to leave Albert Farah on the outside, trying to make a run all the way round. And look for a cutback on the inside, and indeed does. Now you're going to see Darren Dimitrov on an inside line. Once again, though, this is just going to be a chop and change every single time. One goes wide, one cuts back for them both. Through they come, out onto the short back straight towards the last bend, and Darren Dimitrov has got through. We've got a spinner down there, I think, at the final bend. Yellow flag is out, and it's Harris Barber, I think, and Chloe McGill's dropping down the order as well. Chloe McGill and Harris Barber, 2nd and 3rd, are now 7th and 10th respectively. Chester Fawkes leads with the fastest lap of the race. Freddie Baker, James Roots, Albert Farah, Darren Dimitrov, now your top 5. So all change. See Chloe McGill there in the pink cart. Don't know whether there was anything between the two of them or whether Barber, who was in 2nd place, had a bit of a spin himself, and then McGill had to take evasive action that's dropped them down, because McGill's still in 7th with Harris Barber now down in 10th place. Barber, who was leading the final at Fullbeck until the final few corners when his cart unfortunately ground to a halt. So was running very, very well, having taken the lead at the start of this race, but now drops himself down onto the periphery of the top 10. William Crombie with the fastest lap. He's on the back of this train. In green, just behind Chloe McGill in the all pink. 4 minutes remaining, just past the half race distance mark here in IAME. As they start to make their way through, as Darren Dimitrov and Ollie Liddell argue over P5. Liddell looking like he wants to find a way through. Dimitrov parking the cart well and just gets some good drive out the corner. The top 3 are clear with fairly comfortable gaps of 7/10 and then a full second between them, which is comfortable. Then it's Albert Farah with Dimitrov, Liddell, and then Chloe McGill down the inside of Ollie Liddell and forces Liddell very, very wide. William Crombie's going to try and get through on Chloe McGill, and that drops Ollie Liddell down into 8th place behind McGill and Crombie respectively. So Fawkes continuing to lead from Baker and Roots. Farah at the head of this train of 5 carts. He's gone very, very wide though round the horseshoe. Dimitrov's going to try and stick it out round the outside. Does he? No, thought he was going to trot back to the inside and try and take advantage of getting a decent run. So come over start finish. Albert Farah on the front of this train, as both McGill and Liddell are now credited with the McGill and Crombie with 6th and 7th, having found a way past Liddell. Harris Barber returns up into P9. Max Joy down into 10th as Darren Dimitrov finds a way past Albert Farah on the entry into the S's. And let's see whether he can break away, because Farah's been at the front of this train but hasn't been able to break away. Don't know if he's been holding anybody up. I think they're all fairly even in their overall pace, but now Darren Dimitrov at the front of Albert Farah. So they run up towards the last bend. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Ollie Liddell's dropped away ever so slightly off the back of William Crombie. And now it's 4 carts, line astern, over the timing line, with Darren Dimitrov heading this train, with Chloe McGill finding a way through on Albert Farah. Farah straight back through on McGill, and McGill will be slightly wide. This could be William Crombie's opportunity to attack down into the hairpin. He's indeed close enough and thinks about it, pops out and then has to slot back in. Does William Crombie. (1 minute and 37 seconds. Farah again with a really, really wide line round the horseshoe. Doesn't seem to compromise, but is leaving the door open every single time for somebody to try and stick a nose down the inside. Leaders are now starting to make their way through some lap traffic, so an extra dynamic for Fawkes, Baker and Roots. And the same as well for this train of karts. Chloe McGill once again hard on the brakes this time down the inside of Albert Farah. Can she make it stick this time? She can, and Chloe McGill is through on Albert Farah at the second time of asking at the same corner just a lap later. Lap traffic in front as they head down towards the hairpin as Darren Dimitrov, Chloe McGill and the rest find their way through on Austin Anderson. Anderson doing well to just move out of the way off the racing line and allow them to come through. Darren Dimitrov's off the racing line. He's almost off the track, running all the way around the outside of the horseshoe. And now can Chloe McGill take advantage, which she bounces out over the curbs. And will she get a good run? She's been very, very good down this start-finish straight. And she's going to get a little bit of extra help here, I think, from Albert Farah, helping through down the inside, and down goes Chloe McGill. Then Farah is forced wide by the look of things by William Crombie. He certainly thinks so, because his arm was up off the steering wheel remonstrating with his IAME Bambino counterpart. Chloe McGill is through, now defending off from Darren Dimitrov in the run up towards the hairpin. Timing elapses at the top, so when the leaders come through next time, some 5 seconds further down, Darren Dimitrov with a warning. Could well be for the overtake on Farah earlier on in the lap that Farah was not too pleased about. Fawkes then will cross the line around about now to commence what will be the final lap here in IAME Bambino, closely followed by Freddie Baker and James Roots. Less than a tenth of a second between the leaders, less than a tenth of a second between this battle for fourth place. Chloe McGill, Darren Dimitrov and William Crombie cross the line side by side, 3 wide as they head up towards the S's. Down the inside goes Crombie. Crombie forcing Dimitrov wide out onto the rumble strips. That's going to allow Farah to get through as well down the inside. Dimitrov runs him tight to the inside white line. Farah is through though as they head up towards the hairpin. And Ollie Liddell's going to dive down the inside as well. 3 wide on exit as our leaders are still some 5 seconds down the road. They'll be heading towards the final corner in a few moments' time. On the static cam, there they are, the top 2, Chester Fawkes and Freddie Baker. Coming round the final corner just as they catch up to a little bit more lap traffic. Chester Fawkes, though, takes victory from Baker and Roots. And then it's going to be any one of the next train of karts coming through. It'll be Chloe McGill from William Crombie and Albert Farah, Darren Dimitrov and Ollie Liddell with Harris Barber. And then Max Joy, who's got 8 seconds from the ones in front and a very similar distance to Mikalski behind as well in 10th place to complete your IAME Bambino grid. So I'm just having a look at see whether any results from our races that have happened after lunchtime have been declared just yet. Junior Rotax has, with no real changes to any of the top places. We knew Emily Cooper was getting a penalty anyway for gaining an unfair advantage, which was shown on the overhead just as we came off the track, and she picked up another penalty unfortunately as well for an incorrectly positioned front fairing, so that's dropped Cooper a fair distance down the order into P18. And that one, Kasper Tomilewski in 3rd place now has a decent opportunity of wrapping the championship up in the final. I think he only really needs to finish that one somewhere inside the in the top 20, and that is also on the proviso that Sam Stoner in 2nd place is gets somewhere near the front, and with a DNF so far, that's going to see him quite far down the order in terms of grid positions. We move on then to our first final of the day here at Clay Pigeon from round 5 of the Kart Championship. It's Mighty Bambino. So before we bring the grids up here for you at Clay Pigeon, I'd like to welcome everybody that is at the circuit to the finals here from round number 5. I think we're going out now on the public address system at the circuit, which is going to be handy for those people who are watching drivers who may be in with a chance of a championship, and hopefully we'll be able to let them know as they cross the line if they have secured the necessary points to wrap up their 2023 crown. In Mighty Bambino, the first final of the day, Ralph Martin starts on pole position with Oakley Riggs alongside Ethan Lloyd and Alfie Garrett on row number 2, with Daniel Stangerine and Heath Smith on row number 3. Row 4 sees Harley Bradbury Stretton and Jude Taylor, and Saul Murray and Jensen James Williams are on row 5, with Ava Garrett and Elijah Sang on row number 6. Row 7 will see Junior Wright alongside Hadley Jarvis, with Seth State Mackey and Arthur Bath, Oscar Maskell and Etienne Gardner on row number 9, before our final runner in Mighty Bambino, Henry Ward. Now, Mighty Bambino, we saw in heat number 3 that there was a penalty applied to Ansel Murray mid-race. Now, at the time we thought it was just the driver being slightly out of his grid box, which it turns out that he was, but also what we missed on camera before that, as we came back for the beginning of heat number 3, was some work being done to the kart on the grid. And because of that, and the reason that Ansel Murray now starts in 9th place for this final, is that because of the work on the grid, is that he was removed from the standings. The disqualification for Ansel Murray, the championship leader. He was in a position to wrap the championship up here this weekend, but no longer will he be able to take the crown. And also, because of a removal from the standings, because of a disqualification, he is unable to drop this round in points as well, which now means the championship will definitely go down to a final round decider at Wilton Mill in Mighty Bambino. So Ansel Murray, the reigning champion, and who looked well on course for another championship again, 2-2 in Mighty Bambino, will now have a lot of work to do at Wilton Mill at the final round. So this one will definitely go down to a final round decider at Wilton Mill, and it will be incredibly close when it comes to that point. And they'll go into it, I think, with somewhere in the region of around about 10 points difference between all of our top 3 in the championship. It's going to be one of the tightest championships in terms of points now for the final round. Murray, Alfie Garrett and Ralph Martin, the 3 drivers that have got a chance of a championship here in Mighty Bambino. They are on the dummy grid in the holding area, waiting to be sent out. The first of 7 finals here today from Clay Pigeon for round number 5 of the kart championship. 6 weeks is the wait to the final round at Wilton Mill in the middle of September, and for some of these drivers it will be a very nervous 6 weeks. We'll just await for confirmation that the track is clear, and then they will head out. They get a green flag there from our grid marshal, and the field will roll out. Looks like we might have a problem towards the tail of the field for one of our drivers, unable to roll out of the holding area in Mighty. Might have got going now by the look of things, but one driver looked fairly slow making their way out onto the circuit. They will be allowed to take up their position. The only time they won't is when the field is already round and gridded up, really. We saw that earlier with Coma, with Rex Pooley having to just roll into the final grid position. We don't really want too many karts having to weave their way through the field, so have make their way round. So it's going to be Ralph Martin then going off the front. All 19 karts have rolled out onto the track. We'll see as the track does indeed continue to dry. We've got about an hour and a half's worth of finals here at Clay Pigeon, although the first 2 with Mighty Bambino and Coma are unlikely to remove a huge amount of water from the track. They will dry it slightly, but they're not going round with enough speed to sort of get the water, the spray up in the air and off the track and onto the grass. As Oakley Riggs rolls himself into position. Don't think that's going to do the ankles of his helper any good. So we just await the pole sitter Ralph Martin to roll in position. He looked like he was slightly out of position. And there he is in the 32. He's going to come right down the middle. So it looks like he may have had a bit of a spin on the outlap. Either that was just taking it steady on the way round. So He's just going to get rolled back just behind the white line. As long as the wheels are on or behind, we're okay. As you can see there from the second row, the driver in P3 just with the wheels on the line. That should be okay. As long as you're not in front, it's okay. So wheels have got to be in a position. That could be quite tight though there. That is very close, but green flag from the back of the pack. And we await the lights out for the first final here today at Clay Pigeon. They'll get the 5-second board. Don't expect the engine notes to rise in Mighty Bambino, but they are away. It's a lightning start off the front row from the outside by the 31 of Oakley Riggs, and he's going to try and sweep all the way around the outside of Ralph Martin. We've got a chain guard bouncing up and across the track, and we've got a driver spinning in the middle of the pack as well. Drivers did well there to miss that chain guard as it bounced round, but there'll be eagle eyes now out there on track from our marshals, because with the chain guard off, it's highly likely that we'll see a driver being called into pit lane for a mechanical. That chain guard bouncing up and across, all the drivers managing to miss it as they headed down towards the first complex of corners at Billy's Bend. And Ansel Murray is already starting to make his way through the field. From 9th place start, he's up into 4th place, trying to attack for 3rd as they run up towards the last bend. Rain has definitely stopped now here at Clay Pigeon. The times though up from 9 minutes to 12 plus 1 lap for our finals here at Clay. Yellow flags are out and heading up towards the S's. Mechanical flag, it's Alfie Garrett, one of the championship challengers in the 42. He will be called into pit lane. Mechanical flag for the 42 of Alfie Garrett. And for the second time today, one of our 3 championship challengers is having a difficult time of things. Ethan Lloyd, who's been a master in the rain so far today, leads this final from Ralph Martin. It was Oakley Riggs in 3rd place, now it's Ansel Murray moving up into 3rd place. Alfie Garrett is in 4th, but it's going to be short-lived for Garrett as he's going to be called in very, very shortly into the pit lane as the 2nd and 3rd, Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray, try to sweep round the outside of Ethan Lloyd into the first corner. Garrett's down the inside of Ansel Murray. That door is firmly closed, with now Oakley Riggs just off the back, having made a decent start to the commencement of this final. But Ethan Lloyd still holding firm from Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray, the top 3. Murray with a quick look over the shoulder, somewhat unorthodox. So he sort of, rather than go sideways, he almost tilted his head all the way back. And now we'll see whether Alfie Garrett peels off into the pit lane this time round. Down the inside into the final corner, and Garrett does indeed put his arm up in the air, and he's going to move off into pit lane as Ralph Martin now leads from Ansel Murray, who found a way past Ethan Lloyd into the last bend. So Lloyd then down into 3rd place. Right up on the back though, still sticking with, is Ethan Lloyd. A quick look for him so far this season in terms of points. So we'll just try and keep an eye out on the action. The top 3 still breaking away from the rest of the field. Slotting in nicely in this Mighty Bambino final. So great to see another driver challenging towards the front in Ethan Lloyd. So far this season it's really been Ansel Murray, Alfie Garrett and Ralph Martin at the front. Ethan Lloyd, who's had a couple of 3rd places in heats and one in a final as well at round number 2 at Rowra, but hasn't been quite as consistent as the top 3, but certainly shown glimpses of promise throughout the season. It looks like he could be on for his 2nd final trophy of the season so far, running well inside the top 3. He's opening up the gap from Ethan Lloyd back to Oakley Riggs in 3rd and 4th place respectively. Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray pushing away at the front though. The 2 championship protagonists, along with Alfie Garrett, who's now off into the pit lane, and will, if they can get that kart back out, he will pick up some points, but if not, having only completed a couple of laps, he's going to really struggle to be classified in this one. Top 2 moving away from the rest of the field. Using that much wider line all the way around the outside, which we've seen a lot from the cadet classes. The juniors are a little bit more tight into that corner just because they're very mindful that if there's a train of karts, then you're going to be left high and dry on the outside. Ansel Murray at the moment doesn't look too interested in finding a way past Ralph Martin, just sitting in the wheel tracks, the two of them continuing to push away. Almost identical lap times on the previous lap. 51.524 for Murray, 51.525 for Ralph Martin. So a thousandth of a second between the two of them as they came over the line on the previous lap. Once again, still nose to tail. Gap to Ethan Lloyd behind them was 1.3 on the previous lap. It's going to go out slightly this time to 1.9, and Ethan Lloyd opens up more of a gap as well to Oakley Riggs. So he's cementing that third place. Riggs looks comfortable in fourth as they make their way through. Be very interested now to see how long Ansel Murray is willing to ride shotgun to Ralph Martin in this final. Looks like we've got a yellow flag out. And the stationary one into the hairpin, then another maybe into the horseshoe. Although it does seem to be in now, as we've had a spin for the 21, and then we've got evasive action from Harley Bradbury Stretton and Elijah Sang going all the way around the outside of Daniel Stangerine, who spun by himself into the corner, and then two other drivers in 7th and 8th respectively having to take evasive action. Jude Taylor's going to jump right up the order here from he was in 9th place. I think he's going to inherit 6th. I think he's managed to sweep down the inside as everybody else had to go all the way around the outside of a spinning Daniel Stangerine. And Jude Taylor's going to move right the way up the order, up into 6th place. Sang in 7th, Bradbury Stretton, Daniel Stangerine and JJ Williams rounding out the top 10 just in front of Junior Wright. Then there's a gap back to Ava Garrett, Hadley Jarvis, Oscar Maskell, Seth State Mackey, Etienne Gardner, Henry Ward and Arthur Bath, the final of our runners still circulating here at Clay Pigeon. Alfie Garrett showing us 1 lap down still, so could well be back out on the track having had the chain guard reapplied to that car. He's showing at 6 laps, so looks like we've got Alfie Garrett back, and if he does keep circulating he will pick up points for P19 for Alfie Garrett, which means that he'll still be adding towards his championship tally. Not quite as many points as he'd have been hoping for here then at Clay. There's a quick look over the shoulder there for the 10 of Hadley Jarvis, currently running in P13. So Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray still as you were, as Harley Bradbury Stretton and Elijah Sang battle it out on screen for 7th place. Sang holding off Bradbury Stretton. Run up in towards the right-hander, and then Harley Bradbury Stretton has had a spin. He's done exactly what Daniel Stangerine did 2 laps ago and just carried a little bit too much speed in, tagged the brake, and Harley Bradbury Stretton has an almost identical spin to what Daniel Stangerine had 2 laps ago, and that's going to drop him down now, I think, behind JJ Williams and behind Junior Wright. They were all fairly close together in terms of time. There were 3 seconds between them, and then there's another gap back to Ava Garrett, so that's going to see Harley Bradbury Stretton just drop outside the top 10. Just under the 4-minute mark to go, so we're 2/3 into this race, as out wide onto the rumble strips just in front of the 21 of Daniel Stangerine. We've got a little bit of lap traffic there. Looks like it could have been the 17 Jude Taylor. Now coming under pressure from Elijah Sang and going out onto the rumble strip once again, and Sang is through at the hairpin. So 2 mistakes in 2 corners there for Jude Taylor, who had looked fairly comfortable in 6th place. Drops behind Elijah Sang. So they head up towards the last bend. Fastest lap of the race for Ansel Murray. 51.1. Closes up the gap by 1/10 of a second, so it's back down under 1/10 now to Ralph Martin at the front. As Jude Taylor now sits in this sandwich between Elijah Sang and Daniel Stangerine, 6th, 7th and 8th respectively. And now Sang at the head of this train of 3. Stangerine's coming in hot down the back straight. He's going to try and sweep all the way around the outside of Jude Taylor and does so. Daniel Stangarian with a good overtake on the way in, but does not re-emerge on the way back out. Jude Taylor is slow as well. On the camera we only saw Elijah Sang re-emerge. So Stangarian with a great overtake round the outside, carried too much speed in, and now it looks like he could well lose another place here to JJ Williams, who is also dragging Junior Wright along with him. So Daniel Stangarian for the second time, unfortunately, in this race, just having an excursion, a little bit too much speed up in towards the hairpin, and he goes round, still under pressure then from the 45 of JJ Williams as they run down towards the right-hander of Billy's. We'll see whether Williams can make inroads up into the hairpin. We'll see whether Stangarian's as confident on the brakes this time round as they make their way up, having had two offs at the same corner. Look over the shoulder there from the 11 of Junior Wright. Just seeing Harley Bradbury Stretton coming back into the mix as all the way round the outside we've got some lap traffic. That's Arthur Bath taking evasive action as some faster karts make their way through. Now he's going to be split either side, and the 45 of JJ Williams is going to be squeezed out wide. Is he there? No, he slots back through. Looked like he was going to get held up just behind the traffic, but then Junior Wright can't find a way through either, and he slots back in. 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining. We're lapping in the 50s now, so we're going to be 3 more laps of action. The leaders will get round before the time elapses. And Ansel Murray still with the fastest lap of the race so far, although on the previous lap he was half a second slower than Ralph Martin at the front. The gap out to just over half a second now between the two leaders. Ethan Lloyd a comfortable third, similarly for Oakley Riggs in fourth place. Heath Smith looks comfortable in fifth as well. Then there's a battle behind from Elijah Sang, Jude Taylor within a few seconds of each other. Daniel Stangarian and JJ Williams as well. Junior right on the back of Williams as they head up towards the last bend. Leaders already through to start what will be their penultimate lap. And we'll catch them in a few moments' time. The gap's out to 0.7 of a second as Elijah Sang squeezes his way through on some lap traffic, finds a way past Henry Ward. Ward did well there, just kept his normal racing line. Through came Elijah Sang, and Sang will hold on to 6th place. Driver of the number 88, another driver fairly local to this one, although has to make long trips elsewhere. He's from Bournemouth in Dorset, the 6-year-old, currently in 6th place as well. The two leaders then onto their final lap, round Billy's Bend for the final time. Through the S's, Ralph Martin in front of Ansel Murray. Ansel Murray closing in by 1/4 of a second on the previous lap. The gap down to half a second now from Ansel Murray, closing in onto the back of Ralph Martin. 3 more corners to go, the first of which they're negotiating now into the left-hander of the Horseshoe. Murray's a little bit tighter, that's closed him up onto the back of Ralph Martin. Not sure he's going to be close enough to make a move into the last bend. Nonetheless, Martin defensive to the inside. He's going to be slow on exit. That's going to allow Ralph Martin to get a bit of a run. Currently in the slipstream. Will he duck out as they come towards the checkered flag? He's going to try it at the end, but Ralph Martin's got just enough to hold on to take victory from Ansel Murray. The top two crossing the line with less than half a second between them. Ethan Lloyd heads to the podium for the second time this season in P3 in front of Oakley Riggs in 4th and Heath Smith rounding out the top 5 here in Mighty Bambino in front of Elijah Sang. Sang will be through and one of the next few karts to come through. There he is in the red and gold machine with the green helmet to cross the line in P6 in front of Daniel Stangarian. And then a battle behind sees JJ Williams holding off Junior Wright for 9th and 10th respectively, and Harley Bradbury Stretton will cross the line in P11. Next race up then, there will be our second final of the day it's time for Coma C50 Bambino. Here we go then. Mason Hibbert and Toby Biggs go off the front row with Rex Pooley and Henry Algar on row 2. Harry Chapman and Joshua Bailey on row number 3. Then it's going to be Noah Wicklow and Sebastian McCarthy with Ronnie Kempson and Freddie Blackshaw on row number 5. Henry Hale starts 11th with Ethan Pearson alongside Logan Hodgetts and Darcy Durnford are on row 7. Travis Giddings and William Wainwright are on row number 8 with Riley Aston Wilkins and Reggie Chandler on row number 9. Then it's going to be Oliver Daniels and Jack Daniels on row number 10. Although we haven't seen a lot of Jack Daniels so far this weekend, so could well just be the 19 runners in Coma C50 Bambino. This is another one of the championships that can be wrapped up with a round to spare. Rex Pooley needs to finish himself inside the top 4 and stay within a few places of Henry Algar as well. So what we'll do is we'll keep an eye out on the points for that one in race. Now there is a chance that we could that they could be level in terms of points going into the final round, in terms of whether if Algar would need a maximum points haul going into the final round in order to keep the championship alive. So it may well be almost a foregone conclusion after this one, or it could well be wrapped up. Either way, Rex Pooley just needs to be somewhere near the front to give himself a fairly decent chance. Could be enough to get it wrapped up, could be enough to go to Wilton Mill at the final round with 9 fingers and thumbs on the championship trophy and a fairly decent grip of things in Coma C50 Bambino. So they're just waiting for confirmation that they can roll out onto the grid. Don't think we've got any carts being recovered, so it should only be a matter of time before they head out onto track. And they're just being started up in the background. As the dummy grid marshal goes to retrieve the green flag from inside the box, they'll be sent round in a few moments' time, and will now be the chance that we crown our first champion of 2023. We've had somebody by the letter of A, but I believe that we should call her Nana. I think it's Darcy Durnford's Nana, because she is very, very happy that Darcy's going off row number 7 here in this Coma C50 Bambino final from Clay Pigeon. We've also had loads of support coming in earlier as well for Ansel Murray as well, so great to see people showing their support to our drivers here at Clay Pigeon. We've got a driver off on the far side, looks like that's the 77 of Reggie Lee Chandler, though he is going again, which is good, and he should be able to resume his starting position. And it will be a little bit further down than what he'd have been hoping for. He missed one of the heats as the kart rolled to a halt on the rolling round lap, so he's had a tough weekend in terms of positions, but will hoping to make a few up in this final. He's going to get a chance to roll round. He's still trying to get a bit of heat into them tyres, although with the track surface being very, very wet, he's going to have to work very, very hard. I don't think they're going to get a huge amount in. The main heat source for these tyres is the fact that they've got treaded tyres on, so even if it was dry, they'd just get to work that block a little bit on the top to get the heat into the tyres. So Mason Hibbert goes off the front row. Rest of the field just getting themselves into position here then in Coma C50 Bambino. So Mason Hibbert, who really came to the front at fullback with his first podium of the year, and scored a 5th, a 3rd, a 2nd in the heats, and then a 2nd in the final for Mason Hibbert in the E-plate. Green flag at the back, but he's carried that form straight into Clay Pigeon, and will start this final on pole position with the 66 of Toby Biggs alongside Lights are out, we're away and racing. Biggs bouncing in the seat to try and get as much propulsion out of that kart as he possibly can, but it's going to be Mason Hibbert who leads the field, and then there's a cluster of karts with Harry Chapman in the middle of things as well. Then he's forced wide in the yellow helmet as they then head towards the chicane at the S's, and Joshua Bailey bounces over the curves behind Henry Algar, but he's managed to find a way through on Rex Pooley, who drops from 3rd place down into 5th on this opening lap. Toby Biggs, though, continuing to lead them away from the front row in 2nd place, managing to find a way past Mason Hibbert. And Toby Biggs, who really showed his mettle in heat number 3 by taking a commanding victory, has got to the front once again. And can anybody stop the youngster from Oxfordshire moving away at the front of this class in Coma C50 Bambino for Toby Biggs in the 66. Already on the podium once this season at round 2 at Rowra, a 1-heat victory to his name before this weekend, and he's already had one as well this weekend. Can he take a final victory in the Bambino Kart Championship for the first time in 2023? Mason Hibbert clouts the curb on the inside of the S's, gets a big chunk of oversteer as well. And the big thing here in this one is that we are up to the 12-minute final mark, which we have done all season. And this is where our young drivers, our youngest drivers, along with our mighty Bambino drivers, really need to show their composure. It's a long time, is 12 minutes for a driver between 5 and 7 years old to just remain calm throughout this race. 12 minutes is probably going to be one of the longest heats they'll do all season, one of the longest races they'll do all season. They do it every single time for these finals as the field make their way through over the start-finish timing line. Biggs now with a gap of a second to Mason Hibbert, Henry Algar, Rex Pooley, Joshua Bailey and Harry Chapman. Down the inside of Henry Algar goes Mason Hibbert as they take differing lines. Rex Pooley now right on the back of Henry Algar as he was slow out of the S's, and then he's going to have to defend. Could that open the door for Noah Wicklow? He's through down the inside of Harry Chapman. Chapman's going to try and run him close on the way out. They're still side by side as they head down towards the horseshoe. Harry Chapman holds on from Noah Wicklow, Joshua Bailey and all the Coma C50 Bambinos, with the exception of our race leader, are in a long high-speed train as they make their way up towards the last bend. Down the inside of Freddie Blackshaw, there's a bit of a nibble from Sebastian McCarthy, who's just outside the top 10 in 11th place. Noah Wicklow's going to have another go at Harry Chapman. Up and over the start-finish line they come. We'll keep an eye out in the background to see whether he's managed to find a way through. Toby Biggs with the fastest lap at the front, opens the gap up to 1.6 seconds at the head of the field for Toby Biggs. Being helped in part as well, as Chapman goes down the inside of Rex Pooley, by the fact that Henry Algar in the number 5 is parking that kart perfectly in order to hold up all of the rest of them behind him and not let them find a way through. But what that will also do is allow Biggs at the front to move away from the rest of the field. Down the inside of Ronnie Kempson, tries Freddie Blackshaw into the last bend. We'll see whether he's managed to find a way through. All the way round the outside goes the 5 of Henry Algar, taking a much wider line. Harry Chapman's going to try and find a way past Mason Hibbert, not quite close enough to stick the nose down the inside into that final few complexes of corners into the through the S's before that long run down towards the hairpin. Chapman with another move down the inside, this time on Mason Hibbert. Hibbert once again running it all the way around the outside. There's Noah Wicklow who's going to try and move down the inside there on Rex Pooley. Pooley's going to have to go wide and round the outside, and then we'll bounce over the curb on the inside. But Noah Wicklow not being shy this weekend and will once again try and move to the inside of Rex Pooley into the right hand hairpin at the end of the track. It is a hairpin, but it's not in the extent that you're taking a 90-degree right, but then the track just opens up and runs all the way around the outside. You do end up coming back on yourself, but it's not a hairpin in the traditional sense of things. Toby Biggs, sub 54 for the first time with a 53.951 at the front of this race, pulling the gap again out to beyond 2 seconds. Henry Algar in second place with Mason Hibbert, Harry Chapman and Rex Pooley. As it stands in the championship, Pooley's going to take it by a point at the moment. Then they'll go into the final round, but it's not going to be enough. Pooley could score a 0, Algar could score a maximum going into that final round, and it would still be enough for Rex Pooley to take the championship. But we're still not even at half race distance yet. Algar and Hibbert, Chapman and Pooley. Pooley then now with the fastest lap of the race with a 53.8, and down the inside goes Harry Chapman. Then he's going to carry too much speed round the outside. That's going to allow Mason Hibbert to get back alongside. Chapman is going to hold on, and Harry Chapman in the O plate with a great overtake on the E plate of Mason Hibbert, and Harry Chapman is up into third place. Rex Pooley in fifth. I don't know whether he's going to be able to work out that fifth place is going to be enough for him in the 31 to wrap up the 2023 Coma C50 Bambino Championship if Henry Algar stays in second place. Don't want to discredit any of the 5 to 7 year olds, but unless you're some form of Sheldon Cooper and you can do maths mid-race, I think it's going to be quite difficult for them to try and work out the points as they're heading up towards the final corners, particularly when they're in the battle of 5 kart train. As they head up over start finish. Another fastest lap this time for Toby Biggs. Opens the gap up to 3 seconds as the rest of the field continues to battle behind. And down the inside of Mason Hibbert is going to come Rex Pooley. Through he comes. He's going to have a little bit more of a cushion now. Up into fourth place. He's going to run slightly wide. That could slow him down ever so slightly on the way out. And allow Mason Hibbert to come back down the inside. But Noah Wicklow trying a different line round the outside. Wicklow, don't think that quite worked for him. I don't know whether he outbraked himself in there or whether he just thought now would be a good time to try and find some additional grip all the way around the outside, but he's mixing it up with the lines. Doesn't seem to be doing him too much harm, but isn't allowing him to close up and make potential overtakes. And behind them, Joshua Bailey, unfortunately, after a good start, has now dropped down into P7 and looks fairly lonely, some 2 seconds off the back of this one. And then he's got 4 seconds or so to Ronnie Kempson, who was under pressure from Freddie Blackshaw, Ethan Pearson and Sebastian McCarthy. Another fastest lap for Biggs at the front. He just keeps plugging away, completely oblivious to this 5 kart intense battle right behind him, with Algar, Chapman, Pooley, Hibbert and Wicklow all line astern, heading towards the 4-minute mark, 2/3 of the way into this race here at Clay Pigeon. Henry Algar doing everything he can in second place to hold everybody else off, but at the moment it's not going to be enough to keep the championship hopes alive, heading towards the final race of the season at Wilton Mill in 6 weeks' time. At the moment though, he's just focused on holding back Harry Chapman and the rest of them behind them, all differing lines over start finish, some of them taking a much wider line. Chapman goes so wide that it's going to allow Rex Pooley to sweep all the way round the outside, and now he's right on the back of Henry Algar. Mason Hibbert tries to stick a nose down the inside into the S's, but up into third place comes Rex Pooley. Noah Wicklow is through on Harry Chapman as well, down the inside into the hairpin at the far end of the track. That's going to drop them slightly off the back of the trio in front of them. Because of that overtake, it's going to open the gap up slightly. Now they're going to have to spend a lap or so trying to close in on the back of the trio in front. Algar with a wider line round the last bend once again. And now as they come up and over start finish, and Rex Pooley's got a good run. It's a long way round the outside. Will he be brave on the brakes? Can he get down the inside? Rex Pooley is through down the inside. Henry Algar will chop back onto the inside, and Rex Pooley might find Mason Hibbert's car park there. Gets to cross. Insufficient time to close off, but Henry Algar now under pressure. Some lap traffic in front. Looks like the 77 of Reggie Chandler for them to navigate as they head up towards the horseshoe. Toby Biggs the leader, 5 seconds to the good down the road in these wet weather conditions here at Clay Pigeon. Has proved that he is the master of the wet. Out as they head up towards the last bend. Down the inside of Algar goes Rex Pooley. Pooley Looks like he could well be up into second place. We wait for them to re-emerge. Lap traffic in front, and Rex Pooley is indeed up into second place. So it's Pooley from Mason Hibbert, and now Henry Algar down into P4. Could even be P5 because Harry Chapman is coming through down the inside. Mason Hibbert to the inside of Rex Pooley. Pooley with the door closed. Reggie Chandler has a bit of a spin on the way out the corner. Everybody manages to miss him. Chandler spins out onto the grass, and the 5 in second down into 6th place are pretty much as you were, with the exception now of Harry Chapman, who's managed to find his way through, I think, on the 2 in front of him. So Chapman is now up into 3rd place, with Mason Hibbert and Henry Algar in 4th and 5th. Noah Wicklow in P6. There's your race leader coming through with 1 minute and 8 seconds on the clock when he crossed the line. So he's going to get 2 more laps in. It's going to be 3 at least, because he's going to get round just before the clock expires, as Harry Chapman carries a bit too much speed into the first corner. Managing to get back in line though, just in time in front of the E-plate of Mason Hibbert. Through the right-hander they go, round the hairpin. Rex Pooley is starting to edge away from Harry Chapman and Mason Hibbert. Henry Algar now in 5th place, put up a valiant effort trying to hold this field back. But when the first few came through, he fought back for a few laps, but now has dropped into 5th place. There is a bit of a gap back. Him and Noah Wicklow now look like they're in a battle for 5th place, as Pooley, Chapman and Hibbert begin to pull away. Time will elapse now at the top of the screen as Chapman once again tries to get alongside Rex Pooley. Pooley with the door closed. Toby Biggs is at the front of this one by the tune now of nearly 7 seconds. Hairpin they go. Chapman taking that wider line once again round there. He's tight through the through Billy's and then through the S's, but then runs wide at the hairpin. So he obviously thinks he can find all the grip out there. Right up onto the back of Rex Pooley. Last lap board this time will greet your leader Toby Biggs as he crosses the line to commence the final lap of the race. Now with Rex Pooley, then it's going to be Harry Chapman and Henry Algar. So Biggs looks to have this one comfortable. Nervous times though for the Pooley camp in 2nd place. He's got 53 seconds that separates him from the 2023 Bambino Kart Championship Coma C50 crown for 2023, and he's getting himself embroiled in a battle now between Harry Chapman and Mason Hibbert. His nearest championship challenger, Henry Algar, is on the back of this one. Chapman's down the inside of Pooley, then Hibbert's going to try and get through as well. Pooley's down into P4, behind him as well, Algar in P5. It's going to be, and he's back up into 3rd place. It's still going to be enough if he can hold on to where he is. If he finishes in front of Algar, he's going to be the champion. Heading up towards the final corner. Chapman in 3rd. Toby Biggs will cross the line to take victory for the first time in the Bambino Kart Championship. Then we're going to have a run to the line. Who's going to be in 2nd place? It's going to be Chapman from Pooley in 3rd place. Hibbert 4th, Algar 5th, Wicklow is 6th. Then it's going to be Joshua Bailey. Rex Pooley is your 2023 Bambino Kart Club champion in Coma C50. Our first champion of the year is crowned here at Clay Pigeon. It goes to Rex Pooley with a 3rd place. That's enough for him to be crowned the champion for 2023. There he is, the 31, making his way round. Not quite sure he's going to know yet until he gets back in, and his dad and his mum or people that are with him tell him. But Rex Pooley is your 2023 champion. Let's not forget as well Toby Biggs. He goes to the top step of the podium for the first time here in the Bambino Kart Championship in the 66. Added to his heat win earlier in the day, he's been absolutely supreme all day in the wet weather conditions, has the 66 of Toby Biggs. He goes to the top step for the first time. He's going to be joined on the podium by Harry Chapman and your 2023 champion, Rex Pooley. 2 finals down, 5 to go. Next up, it's Honda Cadet. Your final grid will see Max Taddy and Kevin Ivanoff on the front row, with Ed Spain and Sam Green Gomez on row number 2, Ollie Thompson and Ralphie Branscombe on row number 3. Then it's going to be Ashley Harzay in P7 alongside your championship leader Ryan White, who can wrap up the championship but would need, I think, Max Taddy to finish well outside the top 20 in this one. Taddy really putting himself back into the mix at the front of this championship this weekend. And it's going to be Alfie Forrester and George Ralston on row number 5, Jensen White and Alfred Matthews on row number 6. Fenton Stoneman starts 13th, Cameron tipping for company. Charlie White and Ella Dixon on row number 8 with Archie Loveridge and Andrew Sutherland on row number 9. The top 20 completed by Ronnie Legg and Otto Amy, with Freddie Housego and Samuel Yeadon, Matty Prinku-Wright and Jacob Leathenby on row number 12. In front of Luke Jardine, Jacob Cartledge, Tyler Banks and Max Housego. Your 28 runners. Housego retired from Heat 3, didn't even get going at the start of that race. The problems. Rest field then rolling out. They'll roll round for a standing start in our Honda Cadet class. We met on the start line by parents, helpers, guardians, et al. So roll round. Track now is beginning to dry. Still don't think we've got a couple off down there. Just as I said it was about to dry, we did have a few spinners, but you can definitely see a difference now between the racing line and where it's shiny. I don't think we're dry anywhere near yet, but if we can stay dry for another hour, I think IAME Bambino might have a difficult decision if the meeting gets declared open later on. So field will make their way round then for their standing start. And with this as it stands, if Taddy can finish in front of Ryan White, there's a fairly decent chance that they could go into the final round of the championship fairly equal on points. There'll be around about 5 or 10 between them, depending on the permutations at the end of this race. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. As we mentioned earlier on, Ryan White can win the championship this weekend, but would pretty much need a Max Taddy retirement. Taddy going off pole position, Ryan White off P8 on the outside of the 4th row. You can see him on screen there with pretty much what looks like a cone just next to on top of him, but it's just next to him and on the grass. Green flag from the back. Engine notes will rise in a few moments when they see the 5-second board. There you can hear it. Honda Cadet, the final. Here's go. We're away as Branscombe bounces in the seat. Taddy trying to hold off Kevin Ivanoff, and once again Ivanoff has swept all the way round the outside. Now Max Taddy's going to try and get back to the inside of the chicane as Ivanoff gets squeezed to the outside. Looks like Taddy is back through. He is in front of Kevin Ivanoff and Ed Spain. Rest of the field still squabbling as they make their way through the S's as Sam Green Gomez dives down the inside of Ed Spain. Green Gomez, who won heat number 3, is through and up into 3rd place. Let's not discount him. He's got a fairly good chance here of taking this final. 12 minutes plus 1 lap here at Clay Pigeon, and Sam Green Gomez is already looking very, very racy in trying to find his way down the inside. The Anglo-Spanish driver up into 3rd place, now imploring Ed Spain to help push him along. Warning for Tyler Banks in the 39 machine as the field make their way up through the S's, bouncing their way up and over the curbs. Taddy, Ivanoff, Green Gomez. Then it's Ed Spain, Ryan White up into 5th place already. That's going to be 4th as he's down the inside of Ed Spain. Through he goes. Good overtake, takes him a few more corners just to cement it, but he is through and up into 4th place. At the front though, Max Taddy is beginning a little bit of a move away at the front of this one. Gap is out to almost half a second. As down the inside of Kevin Ivanoff goes Sam Green Gomez. Almost surprised Kevin Ivanoff there, and Ivanoff's going to struggle now, could get forced out wide, manages to slot back in front of Ryan White. Sam Green Gomez is on a bit of a charge here, sending the moves down the inside. Ivanoff close to the back but can't move out to find a way through. Now finds a way through with a little bit of a nudge. Sam Green Gomez gets a warning. Wouldn't be surprised to see Ivanoff get one as well for a very similar bump and run on Sam Green Gomez. That's going to open the door, is it, for Ryan White to go down the inside. Looks like White was tight to the inside. Manages to ride that one out, but bounced over the curb on the inside. They crossed the line with Taddy leading by 1.1 seconds from Sam Green Gomez in 3rd. The gap for Ivanoff, and Ivanoff's gone wide round the first complex of corners. That's not done him any harm. He's going to be able to carry more speed, but it's a risky strategy when you've got Gomez, White and Ed Spain right there as well in the background. Down the inside of Ryan White goes Ed Spain, although looks like he was going to give him a bit of room on the outside. Ryan White realises on this occasion in the first 3 laps that it's discretion over valour, and manages to slot back in. Now there's a warning for Ryan White. He drops down though into P5. At the front, Max Taddy continuing to pull away. 1.1 on the previous lap is out to 1.5 this time round, with Ivanoff, Sam Green Gomez, and then Ed Spain, although down the inside of Spain is going to come Ryan White. White comes through nice and cleanly there at the S's, and he is through and back up into 4th place. Ed Spain's going to have to do it all over again. He wants to find his way back inside the top 4. Behind them, Ollie Thompson, Ashley Haase, Ralphie Branscombe, Alfie Forrester and George Ralston round out your top 10 in Honda Cadet. Behind them we've got Stoneman, Matthews, Tipping, Dixon, Charlie White, Andrew Sutherland, Archie Loveridge, Ronnie Legg, Samuel Yead and Jensen White rounding out the 20 in front of Leathenby, Housego, Amy, Prinky Wright, Banks, Jardine, Cartledge and Max Housego. All 28 runners still going. As down the inside of Sam Green Gomez goes Ryan White into the S's. Ryan White up into 3rd place now. Taddy leading the way at the moment with Ryan White in 3rd place. Kevin Ivanoff in 2nd. Keep an eye out on Branscombe as well. He's still in the championship mix, although has fallen away, and I think he'll be out of it by the end of this race weekend. So far with a pair of 6s as a 7th and currently sitting 7th, that's not going to be enough to keep him in the mix. It's going to be a 2-horse race heading towards Wilton Mill between the 66 of Max Taddy and the 47 of Ryan White. Ivanoff look over the shoulder, looks to the left. Will Ryan White make the late dive to the inside? He does make the late dive to the inside, and Ryan White is through and up into 2nd place. Ivanoff drops down into 3rd. Will Ivanoff fight back? Jacks the karting, throwing himself around, transferring his weight superbly in the seat to try and get the inside wheel lifted up as they head towards the corner. That'll help drive the kart all the way round. It helps when they can unicycle on one wheel rather than have the inside wheel, which has got a shorter arc, pushing the kart wide as the outside wheel goes all the way around the outside. Green Gomez is now down into 5th place. Ed Spain finding a way through. Looks like we could just have a battle for 3rd here, because Ryan White is starting to move away from Kevin Ivanoff. Gap is 3 seconds. It's going to take a Herculean effort for him to close in on Max Taddy in front. He's going to need somewhere in the region of 0.4 of a second per lap to close in on Max Taddy. It's going to be a long way home for Taddy, but it's going to be a happy journey. As Jacob Cartledge in the 74 picks up a warning. He's currently in a battle with Tyler Banks, who also picked up a warning on the previous lap as well. So I imagine they're currently going toe for toe out on track. As Ollie Thompson goes wide. That's going to allow Ralphie Branscombe to come through in the 96 kart. That's going to move Branscombe up into P6. Some additional points to the championship for him. Still not going to be enough though. I think he really needed to finish in front of both Taddy and White, and they're currently running 1 and 2 with a gap of 3.2 seconds between them. Ryan White falling away despite the fact that he's managed to get through and pull away from Ivanov, Spain and Gomez. The gap once again going out from Max Taddy to Ryan White. 3.6 seconds almost now as we see George Ralston and Fenton Stoneman in 8th and 9th respectively. Ralston with probably his best weekend so far this season, with Ashley Haase now under pressure for 10th place from Alfie Forrester. They'll make their way through. That's Archie Loveridge in the 73. Trying to close in up onto the back of Alfred Matthews, another new name in the championship, currently running in 14th place. Through the field come. Taddy opens the gap up once again. There he is, the gap out to 4 seconds to Ryan White. Ed Spain, Kevin Ivanov. Spain has managed to find his way past Ivanov in the last few laps. Move himself up into 3rd place. He's heading towards his first top 3 of the season here in the Cadet Kart Championship. Max Taddy though at the front, still with 4 minutes to go, but is just driving this one like it's a steady afternoon Sunday drive here in the heart of Dorset. Opening up the gap lap on lap, 4/10 quicker on the previous lap than Ryan White. Crosses the line this time. We await White to come through. It's another 2.5 tenths, and Max Taddy is driving this one all the way towards the checkered flag. Interesting to see the track now is very, very dry. I don't know whether we're going to see any gamblers when it comes to Micromax, but junior Rotax, those drivers and mechanics have got plenty of thinking to do. They've got the best part of 20 to 25 minutes. This track could be fairly dry. The issue they've got is through here around the horseshoe does seem to still be very, very wet and slippy, and they may end up having to throw some slick tyres on just to see how they, just because of one corner. Down the inside of Sam Green Gomez goes Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe is through. Sam Green Gomez is down outside the trophy positions now. Branscombe up into P5. Another fastest lap for Max Taddy. Adds more time to the gap. It's almost 5 seconds now. 4.7 for your race leader, Max Taddy. As he makes his way round. Pretty much as it stands, he will now go into the final round of the championship when you add in the drop score provision as the championship leader. With only a handful of points, it's going to be an intense battle that will go down to the final race of the day, I'm sure, between Max Taddy and Ryan White at Wilton Mill. Sam Green Gomez starts to battle back against Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe's going to have to hold on round the outside. George Ralston's coming right up onto the back of these two. Seems to have moved away from Fenton Stoneman. It's coming good at the moment for George Ralston. As Sam Green Gomez, Ralphie Branscombe and the 99 of George Ralston battle it out over 5th place. Gomez up inside the top 5 now as he's battled back against Ralphie Branscombe. Another fastest lap for Max Taddy. The time's tumbling lap on lap. He's half a second quicker than Ryan White on that previous gap. He's out to over 5 seconds now. It looks comfortable for Taddy at the front of this one. Warning for Luke Jardine. That'll be shown on the overhead gantry. He's currently in 25th place in a bit of a battle with what was Freddie Housego. He's managed to find his way past Housego, as finding a way past is Ralphie Branscombe down the inside of Sam Green Gomez. Green Gomez is going to battle back on the inside, and Branscombe's going to be high and dry on the outside here because George Ralston is going to come down the inside and park the kart on the inside. Can Branscombe run around the outside and hold on? He can't. George Ralston is up into 6th place. Branscombe is down into P7. And Sam Green Gomez, who briefly lost position, has managed to hold on. And then George Ralston parked the kart perfectly where he needed to in the gap. Stop them coming into position. Fastest lap of the race so far is from Jensen White as he starts to battle back through. He was down in 20th place earlier on, the pole sitter from yesterday. Showing that he's certainly got the 1 lap pace. Currently in P13. As Taddy comes through once again. Followed by Ryan White and Ed Spain. Another fastest lap. The times are tumbling here. We're down into the 42s for Hondas. This is why I was talking about having some food for thought for some of our drivers, because they're going to have to think potentially about putting some slicks on, but it may well be that there's just one corner on the track, the horseshoe in particular, that still looks very, very tricky. Going to need somebody towards the back to be very brave. Down the inside of Sam Green Gomez goes George Ralston. He runs slightly wide though. Sam Green Gomez is going to force him wide out onto the rumble strip on the outside. Ralston's not giving this one up. One of the housey goes as slow and stationary on the outside. Kart is stopped off the racing line. I don't know whether he's got a problem or he's just letting the entire field through. For the 38 of Max Housego, but he's off the racing line. George Ralston, though, is finally through on Sam Green Gomez. Ralphie Branscombe, and now Fenton Stoneman has caught back up as well onto the back by virtue of these drivers in front arguing over position. And down they come. Stoneman down the inside of Ralphie Branscombe, hard on the brakes, throws it in sideways, gets it stopped. Fenton Stoneman is through and up into P7. Final lap has been commenced by your race leader, Max Taddy. He's now crossed the line to take victory here at round number 5 of the Cadet Kart Championship from Ryan White and Ed Spain. Then it's Kevin Ivanoff. And the final place in the top 5 goes to George Ralston, with Fenton Stoneman in front of Sam Green Gomez, Ralphie Branscombe and Ollie Thompson, with Alfie Forrester rounding out the top 10 in front of Harzate, Tipping, Loveridge and Dixon. With Matthews, Yeadon, White, Legg, Sutherland and Jensen White back down into 20th place, having run as high up as 13th with a few laps to go. Max Taddy, though, takes victory, and with it a slender points advantage into the final round of the championship in 6 weeks' time at Wilton Mill. From Ryan White, the championship pendulum swings in the favour of Max Taddy here this weekend, with 2 heat victories and the final as well. He takes 26 more points than his nearest championship challenger, Ryan White. And Max Taddy goes into the final round at Wilton Mill in 6 weeks' time in the prime berth in the Honda Cadet Championship standings. We move on to what has been one of the tightest championships throughout the season so far. It's Micromax, and it's time for their final. Alfie Mayer then will start on pole position from Leo Livings, with James Fabricius and Fraser Anderson on row 2. Logan Rolfe and Sebastian Clark are on row number 3. Then row 4 will see George Schweier and Arthur Farrer, with Marley Fisher and Buddy Hugo rounding out your top 10. Jos Huschka and Alice Fairclough are on row number 6. Then it's going to be Caden Simpson and Fabian Gandhock, Lewis Herbertson and Soreen Gallagher, with Morgan Weston and Elliot Dimelo on row number 9. Field then, we're just waiting for them to get themselves out. There's still a bit of a hive of activity going on down there, so we could well have a few more minutes for our before we get Micromax out. It still looks quite busy, although all the carts are on the ground, so we could have them out a little bit before we expected, but until then I'm just going to keep plugging some results into spreadsheets for Micromax. It's been a really, really tight championship that, depending on which circuit that we've been to, has seen a real swing for our drivers into each direction, depending on whether the track has suited the driver. So this one's been a really, really tight championship in Micromax. We've seen a few drivers dip in as well to try their luck in this championship as guest drivers. We've seen drivers that have come on throughout the season. Alfie Mayer, who goes off pole position, certainly one of those. At the last 2 rounds, he's marked his arrival at the front. George Schweier as well, with a superb effort at Landau that he managed to carry on. He's not had the best of weekends this weekend. A couple of excursions in the early part of this race weekend in heat number 2 has dropped him a little bit further down the order than what he'd have been hoping for. Although did start the day in the dry yesterday with a superb P3, although Alfie Mayer had driven off into the distance and left the drivers behind to battle it out between themselves. So this one, not a championship that I don't think can be wrapped up here this weekend, and drivers at the front are in a position where, whilst they've come to the fore towards the end of the season, it was all a little too late for some of our drivers. So Alfie Mayer going off pole position after good effort in the championship, where he really broke out at Fulbeck with a great weekend, although the final didn't quite go to plan for him, but did take 2 heat victories throughout the day, and then a retirement, unfortunately. Finally, his rear bumper came out of its mounting point, so he was then ordered back into the pit lane under a mechanical flag, but picked up the victory at round number 1 as well at Warden Law. But round number 2 and round 3 really didn't go in his way at all, unfortunately. So difficult season for Alfie Mayer so far, but when he's on song, he is on song. So just waiting then here for our Micromax runners to make their way out onto the track. So Micromax are about to make their way out. I've just banged on the commentary box window and see whether I can get somebody in just to help me fill some of this air at the moment. I'm joined by team boss of BSR, Bradley Shepherd. Bradley, you've got one of your drivers out in this one, at least one, running towards the front, James Fabricius, but busy weekend as always for yourself. You've got drivers in Honda, you've got drivers in Micro, you've got driver in Mini, you've got driver in Junior this weekend as well. Yep. Really, really busy in the BSR awning, but talk us through this one. You've got James Fabricius, Oliver Fabricius coming up as well. I believe you're a little bit nervous for that one because there's a championship at stake here today.
I am indeed. You know, it's been a very hard year. You know, I think people don't always see how much effort goes into it, and you know, if Ollie can win this championship today, it'll mean the world to me and the team. Obviously, James coming up now. Just need to maintain some solid points and try and go from there to Wilton Mill.
So as a team, just talk us through it. There's a lot of teams in this championship, but what goes in behind the scenes before we even turn up here at a race weekend?
You know, it's all the good stuff that goes in behind the scenes. You know, you have to re-watch all the races. You know, we have video calls with our drivers before each meeting to go through the lines, what they need to do. And you know, it's just all the effort, getting to the track, setting up. You know, everything that goes in behind the scenes is massive compared to what actually happens at the track.
So before they go out like this, it's a rolling start. Do you talk to your driver about what might happen, or do you just generally, if you make a plan, generally it goes out the window in the first 5 seconds, but generally do you have a little bit of a chat about it, or do you just let them drive on instinct?
we never really plan. You know, there's always, especially in conditions like this, you want to try and get across at the start. You know, a good start in the wet is always important. However, you can't really plan for every situation possible, so we just have to let the driver do their thing, tell them what to do from the sidelines, and you know, we can see more than them throughout a race, so it's important we do that.
Into the tram lines we go then for the start of this final in Micromax. In they go through over the acceleration line. It looks like we've got a roll round, so we've got Brad for another couple of seconds. It looked like the timing's going down on the top left corner, although that's now being held. It looked like there's a few drivers showing the roll round, and there is indeed the green flag with the yellow chevron, so we've got a roll round there. Don't think they were quite in the tram lines, and the pace did look quite quick on the way in there, Brad.
They did indeed. You know, I think they all broke tram lines as well, so it was lucky that was a false start. I think there might have been a couple of penalties otherwise, but yeah, we'll see what happens on this other one.
It is important though, isn't it, that they maintain that sort of slow rolling pace on that rolling up lap and only accelerate where they need to, because if not, they're going to be barrelling into that first corner 3 and 4 wide on an opening lap full of adrenaline. So it is important that they follow the rules correctly when they roll in on the opening lap.
Yeah, correct. I mean, you've got to do it right. It's different at every track with the tram lines, so yeah, you've just got to make sure you're on it at the start. Yeah,
drivers being told to slow down there by our marshal. Into the tram lines they go then, and for a third time we will have a roll round. Now, this is very important because as we saw in juniors at Landau, you only get so many bites of the cherry before the race director will throw the red flag and then rejig and effectively Mario Kart style pick the two up off the front and dump them towards the back. So now they're going to have to be very, very careful on this next rolling start. Now, somewhat selfishly, your driver goes off row 2. You're hoping for one here, aren't you?
No comment on that one.
So they're going to roll round, obviously. Well, stick with me for the opening lap, then I'm going to let you go because you've got a driver in this and you've got some others to prep as well. I don't want to take too much of your time up. You, along with a few other people here, are very, very busy this weekend. One thing I'm looking at is the track. Are you any of your drivers considering slicks? Because it does look quite dry with the exception of the horseshoe. Yeah, anybody looking to throw a surprise?
The grid was it was very chaos. You know, I think everyone is on wets now, so everyone's going to be on similar.
Yeah, it does look like it's starting to rain though once again. Into the tram lines we come then this time. Are we going to be away and racing? It looks like we are. And the Micromax final here from round number 5 at Clay Pigeon is underway. It's a good start from Fabricius off the second row. He is up into second place behind Alfie Mayer, who led the field over the line at the start of this race. Run now then down towards the hairpin on the opening lap. Looks like the field is nicely settled, with the exception of one driver taking a dive down the inside there in the green helmet. We'll pick up who that is in a few moments' time, although there's a few of them look like they got a little bit balked on exit. Setup-wise here, Brad, have you gone for wet tyres with a pretty much a dry setup? You might as well tell us all now because we've started the race. Nobody can change anything.
Yeah, we've gone pretty much wet setup, a couple of teeth up on the gearing, and just hope for the best from there, really.
Well, that's pretty much all it is in conditions like this, isn't it? And it's how quickly that track dries. Over the line for the first time, it's Mayer from Fabricius and Sebastian Clark. Logan Rolfe and George Schweier round out the top 5. Livings, Anderson, Farah, Fisher and Gantok. And there's a warning for Sebastian Clark in 3rd place. He's made a good start on the opening lap, but that's going to now see him with running the line now towards the end of this race, picking up that warning so early on. He's already starting to defend off Logan Rolfe and George Schweier as the field make their way round the horseshoe for the second time. Brad, absolute pleasure having you in the com box, mate. Really appreciate you coming in at short notice and having a little chat with us here on Alpha Live.
Thanks, Dave.
Alfie Mayer then continues to lead from James Fabricius. Sebastian Clark, your top 3 as Alfie Mayer plugs in the fastest lap, immediately eclipsed by Sebastian Clark in 3rd place as he closes in. He's dragging George Schweier with him as well. And you can see there now a full dry line through the single file corners at the S's. The horseshoe, not so much so, mainly because all the drivers are taking very, very differing lines through that corner. You can see them through there now. It's starting to dry up, although I get the feeling that juniors might be the first ones that start plucking some slicks. We've got nobody in the holding area at the moment from junior Rotax, which is the next one. But certainly if there's people towards the tail end of the field that might want to spring a surprise, there may well be a couple of drivers going out on slick tyres. The reason that there's nobody in that holding area is nobody wants to be the first one in. I'm looking out the window. There's a few karts already on wet tyres. Wonder how many people are running off to get some slicks, because this track's going to dry up, I get the feeling here, and if you're at the tail end of the field, there's going to be absolutely nothing to stop you springing a bit of a surprise. It's only the second half of the horseshoe now that's starting to, that's still wet. But Alfie Mayer, who, when he's been at the front so far this weekend, has pulled away and disappeared into the distance, is being kept honest by about half of the Micromax field. Fabricius, Clark, Swire, Rolf Anderson, all there as well as they make their way through. Swire to the inside of Sebastian Clark. Through he goes. Logan Rolf in 5th place with the fastest lap of the race so far. 43.1. That'll be down into the 42s before the end of this one, I am sure of it. We're pretty much down to slick times, with the exception of a few corners, as Fabricius tries to move down the inside of Alfie Mayer as Mayer slides wide. And Fabricius pretty much had to put the kart there. There was nowhere else for him to go, really. But now Alfie Mayer at the front from Fabricius, the top 6, nose to tail. Logan Rolf up into 4th place. Swire down into 5th. As they make their way round the Billy's Bend and then through the S's. And Fabricius close in once again on Alfie Mayer. And I think it's just the corner that's very, very wet that Fabricius has really taken some chunks out. Mayer looks to have a little bit of an edge throughout the rest of the lap, but through here, Fabricius is closing up. See him there pulling away from the 50 of Sebastian Clark and closing back up on to the back of Alfie Mayer. Penalty applied for George Swire in 5th place. So Swire in P5 with a penalty. That'll be shown on the overhead gantry. It's shown on screen here as well in the commentary box. And you'll also find it at live.alphatiming.co.uk/BKC for all your live timing needs. As they run down towards the hairpin at the far end of the track, Swire's going to draw alongside Logan Rolf and try and take a run round the outside. And we'll chop back to the inside. Will Logan Rolf, and Swire can't get through. Top 2 beginning to pull away ever so slightly. Behind the top 6 though, there's a great battle going on through here from Arthur Farrer pretty much all the way down to the tail end of the field. They're all still nose to tail as Logan Rolf goes wide. Alfie Mayer then with the fastest lap of the race, dragging Fabricius with him. As this is the battle I was talking about where I said the rest of the field, as the 41 of Sorry and Gallagher gets a bit of a tank slapper on over the curb on the outside, and then going slowly all the way around the outside is the 24 of Arthur Farrer, who's slow and bogs down on the way out of the corner, and Farrer will drop 2 places down into P9. Gallagher through, Leo Livings through as well. Alfie Mayer leads then from James Fabricius, and the gap is out even further now. Another 0.4 of a second added to the time in the gap for Alfie Mayer, and now he's starting to open up that gap that we expected him to open up earlier on in this race. Now it's starting to come just at the right time for him as he moves away at the front from James Fabricius. You can just about see them in the distance as to whereabouts they are, but now Alfie Mayer is starting to open up that gap that's going to give him the comfort at the front. James Fabricius though just needs some solid points towards his championship standings, particularly because the championship leader coming into this race meeting, Leo Livings, is down in 8th place, not having the best of times in terms of points here then at Clay Pigeon. So James Fabricius just doing what he needs to do, particularly because behind him there's a battle going on that's going to stop them all closing in on the back. Sebastian Clark's going to be down into 5th place by the time they come out of this complex of corners. George Swire is up, as is Logan Rolf, but Swire, we know there's a penalty incoming. He's just got to keep pushing forward and opening up the gap to Gallagher, Livings and the rest of them behind. Try and get to a point where he's 5 seconds clear, because the chances are the penalty will be 5 seconds. We don't know what it's for, but unless it's for something very, very serious, it's going to be for 5 seconds. So he just needs to keep pushing away. through the field come. That's Fabricius already making his way through. In second place, the gap out to 1.6 from Alfie Mare, but he doesn't really need to do anything more now. The gap to set in second place is fairly comfortable for James Fabricius. It's going to be about as far as he's going to go this weekend. Alfie Mare's been supreme at the front. And, the Micromax. Another fastest lap as well there from Alfie Mare. They'll mix their way through. Fraser Anderson's just got himself up in front of Sebastian Clark on the previous lap, up into 5th place. He's going to try and get alongside Logan Rolfe. And Anderson, who's taken the inside line rather than all the way around the outside, is finding that there is a lot more pace taking the traditional racing line down at the hairpin. He's closed right up there on Logan Rolfe. He was some half a second back as they ran into the hairpin. He's come out right on the back of the driver of the 32 in front of him. Mare with another fastest at the front, opening up the gap to Fabricius. Fabricius in turn opens up a gap of a similar distance to George Schweier. Anderson once again going to take that tighter line. He's so far back though, coming through, and he's going to get one at least. Is he on Logan Rolfe? Rolfe's going to come back. The issue Anderson's got is round Billy's Bend and through the S's, he loses around about 4 kart lengths off the back of Logan Rolfe. Gains them all down the inside into the hairpin, but then he's got a battle on to try and get back through. Needs to try and get this complex of corners right at the start of the lap. Into Billy's. Let's see whether he can stick with. He's already a little bit further back. I think he's geared slightly differently because at the top end of the straight he's losing a bit to Logan Rolfe and George Schweier, but through the switchback sections in the middle of the lap, the driver of the 61 is closing right up. There he is down the inside once again of Logan Rolfe, and this time he's going to try and sweep round the outside. Sebastian Clark's going to be there. Down the inside this time goes Anderson. Logan Rolfe really needs to be looking at this and thinking, well, Anderson's getting down the inside of me and he's closing right up every single lap. Maybe now is the time that I try that inside line as well, because in front of him he's got George Schweier who's taking a wider line, and Logan Rolfe now, if he was to take the inside line, could well be down the inside and up into 3rd place. Mare though leads, another fastest lap out to 2.6 is the gap to James Fabricius. Will Logan Rolfe take that inside line this time? No, still out on the wide, and Anderson even can't take the tightest line onto the inside in the same way that he had earlier on. Through the right-hand bend they come, heading up towards the final corner. Over the line, the top two, we're pretty much going to forget about them because they are miles away in terms of this race with 1 minute and 1 lap to go. The battle is on for 3rd place. The train from 3rd down into 6th place, split by less than a second. Schweier, Rolfe, Anderson and Clark. As out pops Logan Rolfe, trying to find a way through. Fraser Anderson is now using the outside line behind the two in front. That's not closing him up. I think he had the right idea earlier on for Fraser Anderson. Clouds still looking very grey, despite the fact that we've got a little bit of sunshine above the circuit. In the distance, it is still looking very, very grey here. The Cadet Kart Championship, although looking at the direction where it is, the wind is coming across the track in the opposite direction, so it looks like it's blown them clouds well past us. Leaders will see the last lap board this time as Sebastian Clark draws alongside Fraser Anderson. Anderson's going to try and chop across, and then Clark's going to try and squeeze back through on the other side. Can't get it done. Anderson holds on in 5th place. Mare leads then from Fabricius. The final lap commenced here in this final for Micromax. Anderson currently in P5. He's another driver that still has a chance of the championship. Leo Living's in P8. And they will head towards the final round. Livings will be handing over the championship lead to James Fabricius as it stands. Let's see, when we add in all the dropped rounds. Alfie Mayer out of the final corner though, will take the checkered flag here at Clay Pigeon to win the final at round number 5. James Fabricius takes second place, and that should be enough to put him back to the top of the championship standings in front of George Swire, Logan Rolfe, Fraser Anderson and Sebastian Clark. Then it's Marley Fisher and Leo Livings, Arthur Farrer and Buddy Hugo rounding out the top 10 in Micromax here in front of Gallagher. Then it's Hushka, Fairclough, Herbertson, Gandhock, Weston and Dimmerlow crossing the line in P number 17 in Micromax. That's Micro down. 3 more finals. It's time for Junior Rotax. Just popped my head round the window of the commentary box to have a quick look for some of the drivers on our dummy grid. It does look like most of them have elected to go on the slick tyres. I thought it would just be a few towards the tail end of the field on slicks, but it looks like it's most of them. I thought there would just be 1 or 2 throwing the dice, but looks like everyone's been watching. I saw a few junior drivers, they'd come and watch a few laps, then they'd run off again. I think they were telling people to bolt some slicks on. It's going to be Lewis Goff then off pole position with his 2 heat victories to Ollie Wiser's 1. And they'll line up on the front row. Kasper Tomilewski, champion-elect, goes off P3 with Ben Horner alongside. Callum Foster and Harry Hurst-Grover on row number 3 in front of Ollie Naylor and Christian Stefanoff, with Amelie Ackett and Marcel Poppercull rounding out the top 10. Then it's Rhys Owen in 11th, Emily Cooper in P12 with James Kell and Archie Dyson on row number 7. Ellis Garrett and James Waring are on row 8. Martin Wright and Jack Dimbleby on row number 9. Then it's going to be Harrison Bishop and Miles Roby rounding out the top 20. Sam Stoner and Archie Carter on row 11. Molly Pugh and Kieran Thompson on row number 12 in front of Harrison Purnell and Jacob Anslow. Jason Duckis and Joshua Jarvis, Ethan Bath and Ewan Stevenson round out the top 30 and your junior Rotax grid. Now, on this camera angle we've got here, that's going to be Lewis Goff on the left, Amy Peacock giving us a wave on the right hand side there, and then just on the right there, just next to our medic, I'm guessing is probably the most nervous person in the paddock at the moment, because that is Kasper Tomilewski's mum. All he's got to do is get to the checkered flag in this one, inside the top 20, and he will be the 2023 champion in Junior Rotax here in the Junior Kart Championship. Field just getting themselves ready. A few tyre pressure changes being done down there on the dummy grid, just to make sure that everything is good. Now, our drivers raced yesterday in slick weather conditions, but on a track that was considerably warmer and hadn't had a day's worth of rain on it to clean the surface up. So this is going to be very, very interesting, in particular for those drivers at the front, because A, they're going to be the first drivers to experience each corner at racing conditions, and B, they're going to have around about 28 other karts behind them who are also experiencing things for the first time, and that's going to potentially catch 1 or 2 out. Now, just looking, there looks like to be a bit of a gap on the grid in around about P9 of our junior Rotax, and it could just be that the eyes are deceiving, but looking at junior Rotax at the moment, there looks to be a bit of a grid slot position. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers down there. So looking at junior Rotax P9 should be Amelie Ackett in the 11. She is there. It looks like there could be 1 or 2 places just in front where we've got Ollie Naylor as well. So it could well just be that how they're positioned, and they're just bunched up a little bit tighter than being sat in their individual grid berths. before they roll out into position, but certainly looked a little bit deceiving as to who was where. The wind's still in the background, you can see still going, and the BKC flags in the middle of the track are blowing a hoolie as the field rolls out for this junior Rotax final. Got one driver struggling to get out. Ben Horner's kart is not moving. We've got a couple of people just rushing over to try and assist Ben Horner's dad, and the kart does indeed roll out. Now, will he be able to get round and retake his position? Ben Horner off the second row, going off P4, is going to struggle to get round and get himself into position here in junior Rotax. It's going to be a big effort for him to get round. I think he's going to have to catch up and just sit on the back here, because by the time he gets round, he's going to be beyond Marshall post 5. We've got a driver off as well, rolling is that 55 of Miles Roby off the track. Not sure we're going to get this one going. We've got Kieran Thompson rolling into the pit lane. I'd be very surprised if this one gets going at the first time of asking, with karts being off track. And we've got a red flag, or we've got a red flag. Red flag is out, and this one will be stopped. That's going to be, that will allow Ben Horner to retake his position. But we've got a red flag. Driver off on the rolling up lap on the far side of the track has come into contact with what looks like the barrier. And so driver seems to be out of the kart, which is good. Miles Roby, I think, was the driver in the 55, but the red flag is out. And there is the kart. Roby just having a quick chat with one of the marshals, but with that kart being in the position that it is, we're going to get that retrieved. So the field will come round and just get gridded up in the position. Now it'd be the next class out is Minimax. Now none of them are in the holding area ready to go, so I don't think we're going to be in a position to bring the field into the pit lane, send the next class out and then get going, because they are only told they need to be in the holding area 2 minutes before the end of the previous race, because that's roughly 5 minutes by the time that you get full track clear up. So red flag will see the field roll round. They will stop on the start line. And I'm not sure whether they'll actually get stopped towards the back end of that rolling up bit. And then we'll get them. What they'll do now is they'll send them forwards in order of grid position, and they'll manage to retake the positions. There's Miles Roby's kart now. The rear bumper is hanging off that. So if he can roll that into pit lane and then get that rear bumper popped back in, he might have an opportunity of getting this back out. But if he rolls past the back of the pack, then if he rolls onto the back of the pack, then he's going to struggle. He needs to be aware that there's a rear bumper hanging off that kart, and if he comes into pit lane, he may well be able to get back out for the final. But if he gets gridded up, they'll drag him straight in. I think he's going to grid up off the back, is he, or is he going to pop into pit lane? I think he's going to pop into pit lane. So great awareness there from Miles Roby. Now we're going to have a few people running to try and get that rear bumper fixed. In fact, I can see 1 or 2 of them already going. If they can get that rear bumper fixed and get him back out, Miles Roby's got a decent chance of taking this final, because as they're gridding up, he's in P20. So he's going to go off the outside of the front, off the row number 10. So the field there being held, and then what they'll do is they'll just send them forwards in their 2s, in their grid positions, into where they're going to sit through into, and they'll sit in their grid berth, almost as if it's a standing start. Now, because the red flag has come out, if any of these drivers on the rolling up lap have incurred anything like a front fairing penalty where the nose is pushed in, because the red flag has come out and this will be a complete restart to the race, they will be able to reset that front fairing. So nobody will be penalised for anything that's happened, because effectively the first rolling up lap and the start never happened at all. It's going to be scrubbed completely from the history books. And we'll just roll in as speaking to the driver in the number 4 there was the gentleman that was in the commentary box with me about 15 minutes ago, Bradley Shepherd, just down there with Lewis Goff at the front of it. So Goff with the Sam Pollitt Racing colours and the Sam Pollitt Racing suit this weekend, running with BSR here at Clay Pigeon. He raced down here last weekend in another series, and they've stayed down for the week, and they've decided to race this weekend as well here at Clay Pigeon. So they're racing out of the BSR awning, the same awning that his cousin Alex Lynn will be racing out of. We'll see him in around about 20 minutes time when Minimax gets their final underway. So we'll just get this re-gridded up. So Kasper Tomilewski will roll in. Ben Horner there on the left-hand side in the white kart with the yellow flicks on it. The number 12 was the driver that was struggling to get out, and he's going to roll into position, and he should be able to take his place on the second row here alongside Kasper Tomilewski. There he is, the next driver to come in, and he will indeed roll that kart in the white, yellow and blue colours into 4th place. So a reprieve almost given there to Ben Horner. It now sees him roll in. Some of the drivers just trying to get heat into their tyres, which does seem a little bit, I'll be honest, it seems pointless, because what's going to happen now is they're all going to sit there for about another 5 or 6 minutes whilst everybody else gets gridded into the right position, and their tyres will be stone cold before we start. We've got some tyres being dragged over. I don't know whether that barrier's taken a bit of a whack down there, and now we're just going to need to put a tyre in front of something. I don't know whether the kart going nose in has just nudged the bottom part, but we'll see whether we're going to put some tyres in place down there. Now, looking on the pit exit there, you can see just there the tyres are just going to be put in place there where that barrier's just taken a bit. So Marshall's just popping some tyres in place there of that where that barrier is. That's why we had the red flag. Miles Roby was up and out the kart and good to go. And the 25 of Kieran Thompson looks like he's ready to roll back out of the pit lane. He's on the exit of pit lane, so he's going to be able to rejoin this race. He was due to roll off. Let's have a quick look off the outside of row number 12 in P24. So when we're looking for drivers on row number 12, there'll be one of them in the position. There's the 28 of James Waring, just having a, looks like a GoPro fitted to his kart by one of our Driven Dreams cameramen. So that's your field just rolling in now. We've still got around about half of them to slot in. Just going back into the live chat. Sunbather's been on saying have a good race, Callum Foster, and Lucas Blanford's been on saying good luck to Lewis Goff as well. Goff will go off pole position. Foster will go off row number 3 in what will be 5th place inside of row 3 for Callum Foster. And we were speaking earlier about BSR, and had a message earlier from Simon Price, the dad of one of their usual drivers, Larry Price, just wanting to wish all of the BSR drivers good luck. So we'll see a few more of those before the end of the day running out of that BSR awning. We've got Leighton Kelly and Alex Lynn as well later on that are still running out of that awning. So drivers just being rolled into position. We've got a few more to come and then we should be able to go. The 25 of Kieran Thompson is still waiting to come out. If he takes his correct grid position, he will be in P24 on the outside of row number 12, but I don't know whether he'll just roll onto the back of this pack or not. And then I'm trying to keep an eye out to see whether Miles Roby has got himself back out onto the grid as well. Haven't seen him take his position during this regridding format, but the 25 of Kieran Thompson is in the pit exit and not in his normal grid slot of P24 on the outside of row number 12. So not sure whether, looks like there's a bit of a discussion going on down there as to whether it's to do with that. Miles Roby is there as well, just in the background. I think they've got 2 carts gridded up ready to come out, but not sure whether they are going to get slotted into their original grid positions. Now, this is a complete restart, so I'd be surprised if they weren't allowed to slot into their original grid positions, because it's not like we're going to restart them and go back a lap from the red flag, but they're currently being held in the exit of the pit lane, having both of them come into pit lane and had some work done to their karts. So still got mechanics on the grid, so I don't think we're going to be going racing anytime too soon. But discussion still, well, not going on quite as much, but I don't know whether we're going to now need to move some karts back to slot some others in. So they're the two karts that we were talking about earlier, the Miles Roby kart and the Kieran Thompson one, that are currently just down there in pit lane. Still a plethora of people. There doesn't seem to be too much activity going on. There just seems to be a lot of people milling around. There's Miles Roby's 55 still having a little bit of work done to the rear bumper on that kart. Just having a quick look, and the reason why I was surprised that the two karts that are in the that are still being held down there in the dummy grid is it says in the regulation, it says any race stop before the leader has completed 2 laps will be declared null and void. The race will be run in its entirety. All available karts will restart from their original grid positions, and the grid may be closed up for any karts missing. So whether the karts that have rolled into the pit lanes were deemed as missing, I'm not quite sure, but in any case, we have got a, and also as we mentioned earlier on, front fairings may be reset without penalty on the grid, which we've seen maybe 1 or 2 do after that rolling up lap. So field at the mechanics have now left. We have got only karts on the grid with the exception of our race director. And they're making their way off the track. So field is being sent on its way. Now we'll get 1 full rolling up lap before Kieran Thompson and Miles Roby roll out onto the back of the grid. Track is very, very dry now, with the exception of a few pieces of tarmac offline, so there may well still be the odd slippy corner. So, where was the sausage dogs when I had to fill for 10 minutes while the grid was there? Well, nobody was actively trying to seek out dogs for the last 10 minutes while there was nothing happening, and then just as something starts to happen, we've found cute dogs. I mean, yeah, I'm fuming. Junior Rotax then rolling themselves round into position. They're in the tram lines. Goff on the left, Wise on the right. Can we get this one underway? Through we go, and it looks like we are away and racing in Junior Rotax. Goff steals the march on Ollie Wise, and Ben Horner sweeps round the outside of Kasper Tomilewski. He's up into 3rd place as they sort themselves into single file, with the exception of a few towards the tail end of the field. And Ben Horner is trying a move down the inside of Ollie Wise. Then Horner realises, I think, that he'd had a little bit too much of a nudge, and then waves Ollie Wise back into position. That's very wise from Ben Horner. At the front though, Lewis Goff has taken advantage of that. He's going to start to move away and see whether anybody else can try and close in on the 2022 Minimax champion here in the Junior Kart Championship. Goff then leads from Ollie Wise and Ben Horner. Warning for Ben Horner, but Ben Horner knew about that because he waved Ollie Wise back through earlier on, but nonetheless he's still going to be formally advised of that. Horner then up into third place. Tomilewski in P4. Callum Foster and Ollie Naylor round out your top 6 in front of Harry Hurstgrover, Emily Cooper, Marcel Poppercull and Christian Stefanovs, with Amelie Ackett and James Waring up inside the top 12 in front of Garrett, Wright and Owen, rounding out the top 15. Over the line they come. No real changes, at least in the top few. Emily Cooper with a big move in terms of positions on that opening lap. She is up from P12 into P8. And it's Christian Stefanovs and Marcel Poppercull. Good start for Emily Cooper. Got a bit of a gap though now to close in on Harry Hurstgrover, but clear tarmac in front of the driver of the 30. There's across the line, 2 minutes into this 12-minute final on a track that is now very, very dry. Amelie Ackett in the 11 is off, heading down towards Marshall Post 3. So that's going to be off the track just as they head down towards the hairpin. She is clear. There's no yellow flag out though. She's safe. The kart is just to the side of the track. You'll just about catch it to the left side there. It's right in the middle of the grass, so no need to be covered under yellow. There's a stationary out at post 5 though. We've got a driver off down at the far end. Waved yellow at the bottom bend, and then a green flag over start finish. It looks like we could have a driver off just outside the shot of our camera down at the bottom bend. We'll keep an eye out on numbers, but it could well be Jacob Anslow who hasn't crossed the line. Ben Horner with the fastest lap in third place. Amelie Ackett, of course, having retired as well. Disappointment for her because so far this weekend she's been fantastic, running up inside the top 10, as high as she has all season for Amelie Ackett, and disappointment in the final for her. Lewis Goff leads from Ollie Wise, although Wise sets the fastest lap of the race this time round and takes 0.2 of a second out of Lewis Goff, with Ben Horner and Kasper Tomilewski in fourth place, doing what he needs to do to be crowned the champion in the JKC Junior Rotax class for 2023, with a round to spare as it stands at the moment, unless Sam Stoner can start making his way through. He's currently in 20th place at the moment, which means that Tomilewski will have this one quite comfortable. Tomilewski, though, has just got to keep himself out of trouble. We head down towards the hairpin. Wise has closed in once again on to the back of Lewis Goff. Just having a quick look at the weather for the rest of this race weekend, with minis and IAME to go. I think we've got about an hour or so before we've got any potential for rain, so we should get this race day clear now in full slick conditions. Another fastest lap for Ollie Wise as he starts to head down towards the high 34s. 0.2 of a second off the back of Lewis Goff. Emily Cooper then up into 7th place now in front of Harry Hurstgrover, who in turns in front of Christian Stefanovs and Marcel Poppercull. They're making their way round that Stefanovs in the multicoloured machine, number 17. Just on the back of Harry Hurstgrover, and Hurstgrover goes slightly wide round the right-hand bend, and that's going to allow Christian Stefanovs to come through. So Hurstgrover goes slightly wide. Ollie Naylor running in P5 as Ollie Wise puts in another fastest lap, closes another fraction up onto the back of Lewis Goff. There's Grover with a bit of snap on there, and then going to have to defend off Marcel Poppercull to the right-hand hairpin before the horseshoe on the left. There's Grover, the back of that kart at the moment seems a little bit skittish. Seems to be just struggling to get the power down as he applies it and the run out of the corner. As you can see as they come through there, that is Marcel Poppercull through all the way around the outside of Harry Hurstgrover. So as we mentioned, Hurst Grover's struggling to get the power down. Looks like the tyres are not quite up to the temperature he wants, and the kart's sliding as he puts the power down. And Emily Cooper now right up onto the back of Callum Foster. And Cooper get herself inside the top 6. Goff still leads, although once again Wise was a little bit closer. Tomilewski is up into 3rd place in front of Ben Horner. Yellow stationary yellow out at the chicane, which means we could have a driver off at the hairpin. We do have a driver off down at the hairpin, and that's James Waring. Off at the hairpin, waved yellow, flags are going to be out. That kart's going to take a while to recover as well. It's right up against the tyres. Waring is out of the kart and he's okay. But James Waring will drop all the way down the order into, well, he's 28th and he's out the kart, so that he's not going anywhere anytime soon. Waved yellows with 5 minutes and 18 seconds. The kart is just in front of the tyres. They're not quite as easy to move, the junior Rotaxes, as Emily Cooper is forced wide by Christian Stefanovs just before the stationary yellow, so they should be good, and the Battenberg flag is out to recover the kart of James Kell. So the race will be nullified with 5 minutes to go, and they will queue up behind your race leader, Lewis Goff. So Battenberg flag is out. This is not over yet. But Goff will lead the field round. The pace will slow behind Lewis Goff, the race leader, as they recover the kart of James Kell from down at the hairpin. Battenberg is out. Gonna have to try and just slow this one down now. And because the field had spread out quite a lot now, it's going to take a while actually for them to close this up behind Lewis Goff, because we've still got parts of the field still not quite into position. Hurst Grover's dropped right down. He's going to come through in P10. It could even be slightly further. So through they come over the start-finish line, still under Battenberg. And we've still got parts of the field making their way through the horseshoe in the middle of the pack. So the chances of them actually catching the leaders are going to be quite difficult. Although having said that, Goff has slowed them right down to try and aid the rest of the field closing up on the back. So may well have enough time for them to close up before they come round this time. We could go racing if everybody is in position. Goff is backing them all up, which is his job. Doesn't want to go too slowly because risk of oiling the plug up, but doing what he needs to do and doing exactly what the race director will want, which is slowing the field down to a nice safe pace to allow the marshals to do their work, which looks like has been done. So we could well go racing this time round. Keep an eye on the start line as they come through to see whether we get a green flag this time round. Battenberg flag is still out. Looks like the field were expecting that race to get going, and we've still got the Battenberg flag out as they come round. So field will then once again be slowed down. I think the field thought when they'd gone round that bottom hairpin and seen that the incident had been dealt with, that they would go racing the next time round. That's why everybody had increased their pace. The pace will now slow back down, and we will have another go at this. 2 minutes to go on the timing, which will be around about 1.5 by the time they come through. Will we get going this time round? Single file, they're being told. I think we are going this time. And they come over start finish and we go green with 1 minute and 37 seconds on the clock here in Junior Rotax. The top four have managed to steal a march as we've got drivers 3 and 4 wide in the middle of Billy's Bend. Lewis Goff leads from Ollie Wise, Kasper Tomilewski and Ben Horner, the top four, have managed to bolt away from Ollie Naylor and Callum Foster, Christian Stefanovs and Emily Cooper. Marcel Poppercull in the background. We've got a driver going slightly wide. Looks like that was Molly Pugh in the pink helmet. Now she's going to get hung out on the outside. 1 minute remaining on the clock. They'll get round before the next time. 3 laps to go in Junior Rotax, and Lewis Goff has a gap of 0.3 of a second. Went well at the start of this one, and this could well be the case that Ollie Wise closed him in once the tyres were up to full operating temperature, but now they've had a chance to cool back down, and Goff could well be able to just pull away based on the fact that his tyres are going to come up to temperature a little bit quicker based on where he's had them tyres set, and Ollie Wise may well have to close in on that final lap. They'll cross the line in a few moments' time with 30 seconds to go. Next time round, they will see the last lap board. 2 laps to go in Junior Rotax. Lewis Goff, Ollie Wise, Kasper Tomilewski doesn't need to get involved. He just needs to follow them round for 3rd place in the 2023 Championship in Junior Rotax. He just needs to enjoy these final 2 laps because Ben Horner's not close enough to spring a challenge on Kasper Tomilewski. It could well be 3rd place, but in the bigger picture, it's all about the championship standings, and Tomilewski's got one hand and pretty much everything else on that championship trophy already. Over the start line they come for what will be the final time before they see the checkered flag. Lewis Goff, Ollie Wise is closing in now. The tyres are up to temperature. Wise, could he be close enough? Goff with a look over the shoulder. He doesn't think so as they head down towards the hairpin, but he's gone slightly more defensive. Can Wise make a move into the left-hander of the horseshoe? Lewis Goff, 2 corners to go. Round the right hand, heading up towards the final bend. Will Goff go tight? Into the final bend they go. They run towards the start-finish line. Lewis Goff, who won the Minimax Championship last year, returns to the championship and wins in Junior Rotax from Ollie Wise. Tomilewski's 3rd and he's your champion for 2023 in front of Ben Horner, Ollie Naylor, Christian Stefanovs, Marcel Poppercull, Emily Cooper, Archie Dyson and Callum Foster. Rounding out your top 10, Ewan Stevenson is off on the final lap in the 57. He's trying to drag the kart back onto the track. But he is off down there on the outside of the first corner, and he's just trying to get it going. But Junior Rotax, we had 2 real races there. The first one, and then that final 2-minute shootout to the checkered flag. And Lewis Goff takes victory in the number 4 machine. The returning Minimax champion takes victory in Junior Rotax from Ollie Wise. And Kasper Tomilewski does enough in P3 to be crowned the 2023 Junior Rotax champion in the JKC with a round to spare for Kasper Tomilewski in front of Ben Horner and Ollie Naylor, rounding out your top 5 here at Clay Pigeon. Next race up for you here today then, as we have a collection of karts just being recovered off our track, is Minimax. So minis are gridded up nicely. They'll be sent out in a few moments time, but we've got a bit of kart recovery going on for Amalie Ackett and James Waring. So Andrew Dixon will go off pole position with Charlie Lomas alongside. Then it's Braith Murdoch and Daniel Hartley on row number 2. Bella Fairclough and Oliver Fabricius on row 3. Row 4 sees Harris Roberts and Amy Peacock. Alex Lynn and Ellis Dealey round out the top 10 in front of Tom Drake and Tyler Davis on row number 6. Row 7 will be Harry Friel and Max Gray Trex, Aston Brown and Alfie McBainer on row 8, with Maya Simpson and Leighton Kelly rounding out your grid here on row number 9. So this one's going to be very interesting, particularly because we've got 3 drivers all in with a shout of the championship. Fabricius, Murdoch and Roberts. Murdoch goes off row 2. Fabricius goes off row 3. Roberts goes off row 4. It's very, very tight between them. It's going to be very unlikely that this one gets fully wrapped up today, just because of the amount of different permutations that are on offer in this final, but we shall keep you up to date throughout. If you hear the sound of keyboard in the background of the commentary, it's because I'm plugging results into a sheet that I've got that will allow me to tell you if anybody wins the championship as they come through and what positions they're all in and what they need to do throughout this race. So we're going to get this one underway shortly in our Minimax class. Track looks clear, so we should be able to get going in a few moments' time. We have had results declared, I think, in some of our finals already. Mighty Bambino was been declared with no issues in that one. I think we've had the same for Coma, again with no issues, and Honda Cadet was pretty much as you were towards the front. A few drivers picked up some penalties further down, including George Ralston, who had a 5-second penalty. That drops him outside of the top 5, drops him down into P12, and he was in 5th place. That promotes Fenton Stoneman into the top 5 for the day in Honda Cadet. 2 finals left to go then. This is your Minimax one before we head towards IAME Bambino to round out the day here at Clay Pigeon. It's been a great day's racing once again, a tactical battle throughout, particularly with the extra dynamic of the weather being put into place as well. Through they come, rolling in. Dixon in the all-black kart. He's now got his traditional helmet on. There's that Daniel Hartley rolling on the outside to a halt. We'll keep an eye out for somebody missing, but it could well be Daniel Hartley. We're going to roll round. Looks like we're going to have a roll round. The driver's arms were up and off the wheel. And indeed, the false start flag is shown. It looked like it was Daniel Hartley rolling off on the outside of the left hand, on the right hand bend. He was rolling to the left. I'll have a quick look now at the live timing, because it was indeed, we've got Daniel Hartley missing. So problems for the 63 of Hartley. So he's not going to take part in this, which is unfortunate for him, because he was going off the outside of row number 2 towards the front of this Minimax grid. Let's see if we can get going at the second time of asking. Into the tram lines we go. And this time it looks like we're away in racing, as Charlie Lomas is going to sweep all the way around the outside at the first corner, taking advantage of that second place berth, but then goes wide and allows Andrew Dixon to come back down the inside. So Lomas has to settle back into second place and will now try to defend off Amy Peacock, and who's made a great start, as has Oliver Fabricius, as they run down. Braith Murdoch down the inside of Charlie Lomas, and Fabricius is through as well. Murdoch in second place, Fabricius in third. Keep an eye out for Harris Roberts as well. Where is he? He's just behind Amy Peacock. I think he's going to cross the line in P6. It's P7 because we've forgot about Bella Fairclough. She's in there as well. In the mix of things as it stands at the moment, we are still open for the championship. Fabricius needs to finish in front of Murdoch by a couple of places. Murdoch currently in second place, Fabricius in third. Harris Roberts further back and currently out of it, at least today, in order of stopping either of the two in front of them. Towards Billy's. Dixon leads, but he goes slightly wide. Murdoch's going to try and nibble one down the inside here, and he has done. And Braith Murdoch comes through to lead this one. Dixon's going to be slow. Fabricius is going to try and go round the outside. There's a cutback coming down the inside, but Dixon parks the kart on the apex to prevent Oliver Fabricius coming down the inside. And Braith Murdoch has managed to sneak his way through on Andrew Dixon. And Dixon now will he try and push on? He's got karts all round him. Fabricius is coming through alongside Andrew Dixon. And Dixon's going to go wide. He could find Charlie Lomas on the inside of him. Lomas is on the inside of him. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them. This could be Harris Roberts' opportunity to come through. And he indeed does pull out of the slipstream as they head down towards the hairpin. Harris Roberts is through. Roberts up into P4. Having found a way past both Amy Peacock and Bella Fairclough. Sets the fastest lap as well. Murdoch leads then from Oliver Fabricius in second place. Murdoch has started to pull away and Dixon is back in front of Oliver Fabricius. Penalty for Charlie Lomas. Unsure what that's for because he's completely gone from this train of karts at the moment. Is he not even there? I don't think. There he is, dropping just behind the 82 of Tyler Davis, who's charging through up into 8th place, just behind Bella Fairclough, who has Amy Peacock for company. Peacock in 6th, Fairclough in 7th. Andrew Dixon, fastest lap of the race, in 2nd place. Can he close in on Braith Murdoch? What was the difference between the two of them on the previous lap? 10th and a half, but Murdoch has a gap of 1.3 seconds at the front. And he just needs to keep pulling away. Let the rest of them argue it out behind him. And see what happens towards the end for Braith Murdoch. Won the final at round 3 at Landau. Would be his 2nd final victory of the season. Fabricius has 2 final victories as well. The other final victory went the way of Andrew Dixon. No, it didn't. I'm just trying to figure out who won the final at round number 1. It was Charlie Vary, and then he dropped away from the championship. He went down onto the smaller Inter chassis after the first 2 rounds up at Warden Law and Rowra, which were nearer to where he lived. So it looked like he was just guesting on them 2 rounds and then switched onto the smaller 23 spec Intermax chassis. So over the line they come. The gap's down slightly as Andrew Dixon puts in another fastest lap. So Murdoch leads from Dixon. Fabricius at the moment not able to go with Andrew Dixon, but in 3rd place as it stands. Black flag for Daniel Hartley, who is showing us 4 laps down, so could well have just as he rejoined the circuit. He's still going because we are well past 4 laps. So Hartley, who rolled to a halt at the start, has now been shown a black flag in P4. Andrew Dixon eases himself towards the 35-second mark. And there is Daniel Hartley on the outside, allowing the rest of the field to come through. And slot into P4. Been shown the blue flag, but we've had confirmation that there's been a black one as well. And he does put his arm up and pull off into pit lane. Looked like it didn't do Amy Peacock any favours. Looks like she got balked behind him ever so slightly. And is now being caught by Bella Fairclough. And, P6, and now Fairclough is down the inside of Amy Peacock. Peacock forced wide. Tyler Davis behind, starting to close up onto the back of these 2 in front. Fairclough in the 15, Peacock in the 17. And then Tyler Davis now easing up onto the back. Charlie Lomas, who went off pole position, currently sitting in P8 in front of Alex Lynn and Max Grey-Trex, which will round out your top 10. Although there has been a bit of a switch round because Grey-Trex is up to 9th. Dealey in 10th, now Lynn down to 11th. He loses 2 places. That's the battle that you can see in the background. As now Amy Peacock tries to find a way past Bella Fairclough. Fairclough's going to be tighter through the horseshoe. I wonder whether Peacock can line something up for a run up towards the last bend, although Fairclough looks like she's got enough on exit of that corner to come through and hold on. Now this is Peacock down the inside of Bella Fairclough. Fairclough may struggle here because Tyler Davis is going to try and get alongside, and then Davis is going to get squeezed out onto the rumble strip on the outside, but great move there by Amy Peacock. Alice Dealey in 9th place gets a warning from race control. Warning for Leighton Kelly. He's currently in 12th place. There's been a change for the lead there. Andrew Davis has snuck up onto the back of Braith Murdoch and sends the move down the inside where Murdoch wasn't really expecting that to come. And, Andrew Dixon is through on Braith Murdoch. It's going to do Fabricius a bit of a favour. The difference between first and second in points in the final is 3. 55 for the win, 52 for second, then it's 50-49, and then it's sequentially single points down from there. So really does reward the race winner in the final with an extra few points. And that's where you earn your big points in your finals. So Andrew Davis starting to move away now from Braith Murdoch as well, since he's got to the front. About a lap and a half ago has already eased out a gap somewhere in excess of a second at the head of the field here with 3.5 minutes to go. Andrew Dixon leads by 1.5 seconds. Behind them, this battle for third place now is between two championship rivals. Harris Roberts in P4, Oliver Fabricius in P3. And Fabricius slides wide out onto the rumble strip, and Fabricius now feeling the need to defend off Harris Roberts. Fabricius in 3rd, Roberts in 4. Roberts trying to find a way through. As it stands with drop rounds, we're going to have 3 drivers going into the final rounds within a handful of points of each other in what's going to be an enthralling championship battle. Harris Roberts, who won the Cadet Championship in CKC last year, as Amy Peacock tries to engineer a move down the inside of Bella Fairclough. Fairclough holds off and holds on to 5th place. Fabricius and Harris Roberts, who were very, very close yesterday, too close at times in heat number 1, now find themselves migrating together once again. Battle over 3rd place between Fabricius and Harris Roberts. Braith Murdoch in front of them. Gap closes slightly, but there's still a good chunk of time, 1.8 seconds, so I'm not sure they're closing in on Braith Murdoch. Fabricius with 1 minute and 52 to try and hold off here, and you can tell noticeably he's a half a kart width in on every single corner from where he would normally be if he was aiming for his fastest possible lap. But at the moment, it's not about lap times. Peacock there, looks like she was down the inside of Bella Fairclough. Indeed she was. Amy Peacock up inside the top 5 as Harris Roberts finds a way past Oliver Fabricius into Billy's Bend, and Harris Roberts is through, as is Tyler Davis on Amy Peacock, who's been forced out wide. For Fairclough is back through. Peacock up into 5th, then down into 7th. Charlie Lomas is coming into the mix again in P8. Keep an eye out on this battle for 3rd place though. Fabricius and Roberts, the championship battle between the two of them. We'll pick it up in a few moments when they come back over start line. Dixon is through, as is Murdoch. 3 laps to go. Lap traffic in front of both Harris Roberts and Oliver Fabricius. They're going to close up in a few moments on the back of Alfie McBain. The leaders have already found a way through. McBain has moved out of the way, great awareness. And now Harris Roberts and Fabricius is back down the inside into the hairpin. Fabricius back up into 3rd place. Roberts down into 4th. Now Fabricius parking the 90 once again on the inside of the corner. Don't think he's going to be so inviting down into Billy's this time round. Harris Roberts tried the move a few laps ago and got through. Fabricius back through down the inside. Look over the shoulder. Harris Roberts behind. Roberts not quite close enough this time round. They'll see the last lap board next time. Dixon with a gap of 1.5 seconds. Murdoch now has got 3.5 back to this battle behind, such as the pace has slowed between Fabricius and Roberts. The two of them battling it out, and Fabricius is starting to eke a bit of a gap. Has Harris Roberts put everything into them tyres to find a way through? Can he close back up on the back of Oliver Fabricius? Driver going slowly in the background. That's Alfie McBain just moving out the way, allowing the field to come through. Dixon starts his final lap. Murdoch in second place. Oliver Fabricius and Harris Roberts third and fourth. Two drivers closest to each other on track, close in the championship as well, along with Braith Murdoch, who is in second place. Murdoch, Fabricius and Roberts for second, third and fourth, a 1, 2 and 3 in the championship. Dixon's going to take victory by the look of things. He's coming out of the final corner around about now. Andrew Dixon will come through to take the checkered flag from Braith Murdoch. Then it's going to be Fabricius in third place, Harris Roberts in P4. The two battling it out towards the checkered flag. And then at the line, Tyler Davis down the inside of Bella Fairclough. Fairclough left the door open. Davis in P5, Fairclough in 6th. From Amy Peacock and Charlie Lomas, Alex Lynn and Ellis Dealey, with Harry Friel and Max Greytrex in front of Leighton Kelly and Maya Simpson, with Aston Brown and Tom Drake in 15th and 16th respectively. As the checkered flag welcomes all of our drivers through here. So it looks like we've got a few spots of rain there on camera. Probably not enough to mean we've got to switch to wet tyres for the final of the day, but it's probably wise that we get it started before it starts raining, so we'll crack on to IAME Bambino. So we await IAME Bambino. Freddie Baker and Chloe McGill go off the front row with Chester Fawkes and James Roots on row 2 in front of Albert Farrer and William Crombie. And it's going to be Harris Barber and Ollie Liddell, Max Joy and Max Mikalski with Bodie Batch and Leo Harang on row number 6. Freddie Purnell and Austin Anderson round out your 14 drivers for our IAME Bambinos. Look, sure we had 15 earlier, so I'm trying to figure out who's missing and why that might be. I'm missing Darren Dimitrov in the O play, of course, so not sure what that is, but we've got some on-track action to focus on, so we'll focus on the on-track action as the field is waved out of the holding area for the final in IAME Bambino. final of round number 5. The championship's been so close in this class all through that it's going to go down to the final round of the season. Coming into this round, there was 13 points between James Roots and Chester Fawkes, and then about another 10 points or so back to Albert Farrer. Then we were Darren Dimitrov and William Crombie, but it's now going to be a 3-driver battle between Roots, Fawkes and Farrer. field rolling into position, then they'll do the turn off and turn on again of the engines. Chester Forks with a good day so far today in the wet weather conditions, has done enough to put himself towards the front of this grid after not quite the day he'd have hoped for yesterday. Freddie Baker though goes off pole position with Chloe McGill alongside. Green flag at the back, await the 5-second board. So still waiting for the 5 seconds. We're away in IAME Bambino. It's a good start from the inside of the front row. Initially from Freddie Baker, but then Chloe McGill just gets a second wind and she's going to sweep through round the outside. Although Chester Forks is going to come through as well. Forks is through and down the inside, and he leads up towards the hairpin from Chloe McGill and Freddie Baker, with William Crombie slotting into fourth place. James Roots is in P6 as it stands. He could well be behind Albert Farrett in the green helmet, but we'll confirm that when they come over the start line. We'll let the timing do the hard work for us. Forks then leads from Baker and McGill. William Crombie, Albert Farrett and James Roots. Harris Barber, Ollie Liddell, Max Joy and Max Mikalski round out your top 10 in front of Purnell, Batch, Harang and Anderson. Sweeping through, James Roots trying to move down the inside, manages to have the door closed on him. Make their way through. Just plugging some results in there. This one's definitely going to go down to the final round. I thought there was a bit of a permutation with Dimitrov not being in this final, but we will go down to a final round decider at Wilton Mill no matter what happens. Although Chester Forks is putting a marker down at the front. He's already making his way through at the front of this one. So Forks leads from Baker, Farrer and McGill. McGill coming under a little bit of pressure from the 5 of James Roots, though they have both managed to find a way past Albert Farrer, who was in third place, now down in P5. Here's Albert Farrer. And now James Roots is going to try and whip round the outside of Chloe McGill as they come over the start-finish. He just wants to be on the right-hand side of the track when they come through. And through he comes into the right-hander. So Forks leads then from Freddie Baker, Chloe McGill, James Roots and Albert Farrer. And out onto the grass goes James Roots, forced wide. And the rest of the field then slots back through. We've got McGill down on the tail end of this. Harris Barber's arrived out of nowhere into this battle for second place, behind a battle for third now because Freddie Baker's escaped up into second. William Crombie jumps all the way up into P3, makes up 4 places for William Crombie. He's up into third. Then it's Farrer, Barber, McGill and James Roots. So bounce their way up and over the curbs. Cut towards this hairpin. I think we're having a bit of a delay on that first camera through the S's. So apologies mainly to the people at the circuit rather than the people at home. At home we can keep a track on what's going on, but obviously I'm commentating on what's happening on the screen. So what could have happened out on track, we could be 3 or 4 seconds on a bit of a delay here. So apologies if it sounds like I'm going a little bit crazy. Looks like we had a few drivers there a little bit too close for comfort over the start-finish line. As Chloe McGill sets the fastest lap of the race with a 43.711. Up onto the back now of William Crombie. Finds a way past Albert Farrer. He's in front of Harris Barber and James Roots. This is third down to 7th. William Crombie just in front of Chloe McGill, and now McGill's got a plan here, and the plan is to try and push William Crombie away from Harris Barber, James Roots and Albert Farrer as well, and then they can sort it out later on. That's the idea here, I feel, for Chloe McGill. The leaders starting to make their way up onto some lap traffic, but here now McGill is just pushing away on the back of William Crombie. There's a bit of tactics going on here from the 18. Why have a battle between 5 of you when you can have a battle between just the 2 of you? Some lap traffic in front that may aid or hinder. I think on this occasion it's aided slightly because she's managed to stay somewhere close to William Crombie. She is right in the wheel tracks there of Crombie. Back onto the traditional pink and black helmet for Chloe McGill. Now it's not raining. And just tucking in right behind. You'll be surprised, even at the pace that these Bambino karts are going, how much of an effect the slipstream still has. As the drivers punch the hole in the air, James Roots down the inside of Harris Barber. And will have track position, I think, as they come out of the horseshoe. Up towards the last bend, and they are beginning to open up a gap. Crombie and McGill, looks like the plan is working. The back of Chester Forks, they're also taking chunks out of Chester Forks as well. Freddie Baker's managed to make his way past Chester Forks off camera for the lead, and they're going to have to start working together now as well, because on the previous lap McGill and Crombie being pushed along by Chloe McGill, took 0.4 of a second out of the leaders. The leaders obviously coming up to some lap traffic now. Got to try and find a way through cleanly on Freddie Purnell and Leo Harang, the next 2 in front of them. The 7 and the 24 we saw there respectively, and they are going to sweep round the outside as they head up towards Billy's. Going to meet the next one, I think, in the middle of the chicane, which is far from ideal. So make their way out, and I think they could well try and sweep round the outside. We're going to get a split. If not, I thought one was going to go either side there, but Crombie and McGill managed to make their way through as well on Freddie Purnell. Took another 0.2 out on the previous lap. They might need a little bit more, but still 5 minutes to go. They can stay together and push. They've been broken ever so slightly by finding a way past the 7 of Freddie Purnell. They come back together, and the leading duo continuing to push away, trying to open up a gap, and they do. Another half a second this time, so all the hard work from Crombie and McGill to try and close in our leading duo is gone. I do love how these IAMEs smash the curbs. They've got absolutely no regard whatsoever for mechanical sympathy. We saw that at fullback. They just bounce them over all the curbs. They do tend to bounce well, these IAME Bambinos. They do seem a lot of fun. And what's been my class of the year so far here in the kart championship, pretty much because at every single round there's been one of any of 4 or 5 drivers that have had opportunities to take race victories in our IAME Bambino class. And looking at, we've had James Roots win races, we've had Chester Forks win races, we've had Albert Farrer, Darren Dimitrov, William Crombie have all won races so far this season. The top 5 in the championship all taking victories. Push towards the checkered flag here. 3.5 minutes to go in the penultimate round of the kart championship. Round 5 here from Clay Pigeon before we head in 6 weeks' time to Wilton Mill. Baker, Forks and Crombie, your top 3 on track, although it's pretty much a 2 and 2. Crombie being pushed along by Chloe McGill, 3rd and 4th respectively. Bouncing it over them curbs, more lap traffic in front. That's Bode Batch in front of them. Try to Just got to get through nice and cleanly. We've seen that with the IAMEs earlier in the year, particularly at Landau, where it caught a few of them out. It's Fraser Anderson in the 51. He's just going to move offline and allow them through. More good awareness for Anderson. It's Bode Batch in front. The leaders are through on the 88. Chloe McGill and William Crombie take half a second out of Chester Fawkes, who at the moment has been dropped by Freddie Baker. Baker was full half a second quicker, so William Crombie and Chloe McGill on matching pace pretty much with the race leader. They were a fraction quicker on the previous lap, but a lot closer to Chester Fawkes. Fawkes starting to drop back, at least on the previous lap. I'd be interested to see whether he's as far back from Freddie Baker this time round or whether he's eased back in. He's eased back in because you can just see them there on camera. Closes in 0.4 of a second onto the back of Freddie Baker. So don't know whether he'd made a mistake or just had a lap where he thought, right, I need to ease off and reset here. But Chester Fawkes is now right on the back of Freddie Baker once again. Freddie Baker in the 92 machine. It's not been on the podium in terms of finals so far this season. Trophies down to 5th place. He had a 6th at round 1, a 6th at round 2. At round 3 he was 7th. He was 6th again at round number 4 a few weeks ago at the start of the month at Fulbeck. And here he's 52 seconds plus 1 lap away from winning. If he can hold off Chester Fawkes. Down the inside goes Chloe McGill on William Crombie. Looks like she managed to make the move stick as well on the way into the corner. Keep an eye out in the background to see if she is indeed in front of the driver with the green helmet. We'll see as they come into the background, and McGill is indeed up into 3rd place. Freddie Baker holding off Chester Fawkes. Drivers lapping in the 43s, so they're going to get round. It's going to be another 2 laps. It's going to be 2 nervous laps for the Baker camp. He'll cross the line now as Chester Fawkes pulls out to try and go all the way round the outside of Freddie Baker. Baker wards him off, runs a wider line. Can Fawkes cut back to the inside? Freddie Baker in the 92. A track that I'm guessing he knows quite well because he's only from Dawlish in Devon, and compared to where we've been so far this season, this one's just down the road. And probably his nearest track that he can race at competitively, and you can definitely see it as Freddie Baker leads Chester Fawkes round towards the last bend. Last lap board will be out this time round. The final lap of round number 5 of the Kart Championship. Last lap board on the overhead gantry then. Can Freddie Baker hold off Chester Fawkes? And Fawkes has got to the inside as they go round Billy's Bend. And Chester Fawkes is through on Freddie Baker. Baker then right into the wheel tracks. Fawkes is going to white line this down the inside. Baker sweeps to the outside to try and cut back to the inside on Freddie Baker. Baker's going to do exactly the same again. To the inside, white line, doesn't want to open the door. Freddie Baker then, Crombie's gone wide. Will Baker get the switch back as they head down towards the last bend? Can Baker come out of the slipstream? Who's going to get the run towards the start-finish line for the final 2 here? Baker's in the wheel track. Baker pulls out side by side over the start-finish. Chester Fawkes takes victory from Freddie Baker by a fraction, with William Crombie in P3, Chloe McGill 4th, Harris Barber and Albert Farrer in front of James Roots in P7. Whew. Close final from Chester Fawkes and Freddie Baker. Baker will be a bit upset that he's knocked up the victory there, but for the first time he'll go to the podium in the BKC this year in a superb 2nd place for Freddie Baker. Fawkes, Baker, Crombie, McGill and Barber are your top 5 in front of Albert Farrer and James Roots. Then there's a bit of a gap back. It'll be Ollie Liddell and Max Mikalski, as the rest of the field have already been lapped by our race leaders. So you can see there your results in the top corner. Fawkes, Baker and Crombie round out the day here at Clay Pigeon as the top 3 in our IAME Bambino class. So field make their way off as we draw the race day to a close here at Clay Pigeon. Thank you for everybody that's watched. Thank you as well to the marshals and our camera staff and everybody involved running this championship. It was a tough start to the day in the wet weather conditions. At least it's ended dry, and hopefully we can get everybody packed away and the trophies handed out before the rain comes back in a little bit later on. Until we see you again here in the Kart Championship in 6 weeks' time for the final round at Wilton Mill, where we'll hand out 5 more championships. 2 already in the bag here today, with Rex Pooley wrapping up the Coma C50 Championship and Kasper Tomilewski winning in Junior Rotax. There's still 5 more championships to decide as we head to Wilton Mill in 6 weeks' time. Until then, thank you very, very much for watching here on Alpha Live, and we'll see you again very, very soon.